Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Mathis. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's 5 p.m. Pacific, Monday, September 11th. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Charlotte SMX is in the books. An historic race, an historic series, a world championship, playoffs. We'll talk about that and more tonight on the show. We got the guy who went 1-1 in the 450 class on. Chase Sexton will be calling in. Ryder D as well. Ryder Difrancesco will be on. Third place for Ryder D. That's his first professional podium as well in the second moto. Our guy Phil, of course we got to have Phil. And Jeremy Albrecht from the AMA/JGR. We'll have J-Bone on as well to talk about a bunch of stuff when it comes to the SMX races. I got a good friend of mine in studio as well for co-host the entire show. We're going to talk about the Millville Ride Day as well, coming up October 14th and 15th. That should be fun. And, 702-586-7857. Your calls are also welcome on the show tonight. And looking forward to having a good show and lots to get into. Team USA, Motocross the Nations. Are they going or not? Well, my in-studio co-host will probably have some better answers than I would on that, so we'll talk to him about that as well. From Renthal, former national championship winning mechanic as well, Paul Perebijnos. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in.
I've almost forgot about that mechanic part.
Yeah,
it's been a while
time
now.
Been a long time. When I think back, I mean, I quit well before you, and it seems like forever ago.
It is.
It seems like forever that I was doing that, and I don't want to do it again.
Me either. Those guys work hard, and now they got 31 races they're dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll talk about the Charlotte race, talk about Team USA as well. Some frustrating times for Team USA. Don't know if we're going for sure or not. I talked to somebody this weekend that said probably not. You're closer to that. They're still working. They're still trying. But, dude, it's getting late. So,
it's beyond late.
Yeah,
we're on an extension already at this point, and, it's crazy. As of today, as we're recording, I still don't know. I still don't know.
I know. It's insane. All right, we'll get into that and more. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, W guys, supporting, of course, a lot of teams and riders out there. Also, they want to let you know that this week for SMX, Kenny Roxon, WUSA rider over there at the HEP team, switched to a Hahn hub. He was using stock hubs for a while. They went to a Hahn hub with the DID rim, so they can do that for you. They can take your stock hubs and coat them. They can build you a wheel, whatever it is. They got their Edge wheel set, and so use the code to save at WUSA. Wiseco Piston, EVS, MTX Braking, all on board with us tonight as well. So we got the Race Tech Rant, we got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, and then we have the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. And, we got a lot of stuff to talk about when it comes to tonight's show. Also, update on our buddy Dark. Yeah.
There's been some talk about him today in the house.
Yeah, there's been some talk about Dark. There's breaking news when it comes to Dark. We'll get into that and more. Sexton, Ryder D, Phil, Albrecht, all on the show tonight. Jason Thomas, our buddy, will also be making a stop in as well. So, again, 702-586-7857. We are giving away from our folks at EVS Sports some Slayco knee pads. Yeah, big launch a couple weeks ago. Cool. Axel Hodges, of course, going big, and he probably needs good knee guards from EVS when things go sideways.
For sure.
So we are giving some away of that as well. Taking the calls over there, holding things down, replacing Tis Legendary this week.
My
guy.
Usually my go-to producer.
You have like
This is like an away game for me.
Yeah. Usually it's Pete, and he's here, and he's dipping his finger in your sauce. And, and everything
we're talking
else.
about all kinds of things. And he's left me on the island. I got Talon's
what
guy
the
today.
hell was that?
The Tallon Taylor. What's up, buddy?
What's up? I can dip my finger in your Chick-fil-A sauce if you want.
Does he have his finger in his butt?
Oh, boy. Who is that?
That was Paul
Oh, that was Paul?
talking about tits, putting his finger in his sauce.
Oh, yeah. You don't know where that's finger's been beforehand. That was my big problem with it. I hadn't seen him wash his hands since I've been here.
Also, working the cameras over there, working on the app as well.
Coming this Friday.
Working on PulpMX Fantasy for the SMX series as well, for the scoring and such. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm happy to be here.
Really?
We're gonna have a great show.
Oh, okay.
Just feeling it tonight.
Positivity
All right.
campaign. I thought you were going to hit him with some pews right
The
there.
PulpMX Positivity campaign.
It's been on hold, but we might be back.
Renthal, a fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Paul is brought to you by the folks at Renthal, whether it's Factory Honda, Red Bull KTM, Monster Energy Kawasaki. They're all using Renthal. Grips, sprockets, chains, 7/8 bar to the fat bar 36. They've got you covered. They got a dealer locator on their website as well.
Can I fix this with you now?
Yeah.
It's an inventory locator. Everyone has a dealer locator on their website, right? We have something that is entirely new in the industry, and it's an inventory locator. And it's connecting people from our website to inventory local to them in the U.S. And it's very cool. And it's different than dealer locator.
It's different than dealer locator, and it's
Very
better than that. Okay,
Damn
everybody.
right.
Inventory
Exactly.
locator.
Yes.
I've been saying the dealer locator for a long time.
I know, and
All
I've
right,
been meaning to correct you, but
All
it's
right.
hard to get you to pivot once you've kind of got your.
It is.
You know what
it is.
Yeah.
But you're brought to you by Renthal, and we got some new product talking as well tonight.
Yep.
As well, and for the third time ever, I've said this a few times. The third time ever, Renthal swept all the championships in America.
Yeah.
1991, 1993, and 2023.
Yeah,
Every championship.
Super proud of that because that's the first time it's happened since I've been at Renthal, and honestly, that's what I look for. Obviously, when we're trying to secure our riders and our team, and is we want someone competitive to win in every discipline at every event around the world. So it's really cool to see us win that, and hopefully we can tie up or wrap up the MXGP titles as well. And that would only be the second time in the company's history that we've won every title, U.S. and Europe. And wait, about the party we were talking about?
No.
What?
You swept Canada.
Yes, we did sweep Canada.
Swept Canada, everybody.
Sorry, we don't track those though on our
that's
championship
bullshit.
page of
Well,
our
that's bullshit.
website.
Yeah, that's bullshit. But you swept the Canadian championships as well.
Yep.
With Ryder McNabb and Dylan Wright.
Yep.
So yeah, things are rolling at Renthal.
We like to win.
Yeah.
I love to win.
And
it's
listen,
my favorite.
listen. This isn't you speaking. This is me speaking. With the disaster that is Pro Taper, you better have your phone ready this offseason because the Pro Taper guys. That's a great brand.
Yeah.
And they've built, and you worked there before, and they've done such a great job over the years. And it's really a worthy competitor for Renthal. It was. And I don't know what's happening, but I get DMs, I get texts. Riders are like, nobody's calling me back. I need products. So, anyways, all of these teams are going to be calling you. So that's a new problem you're going to have.
It started months ago.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So get ready for that.
Yeah.
Because really, if you don't use Renthal, you probably want to use Pro Taper, and if you don't use Pro Taper, then call Renthal. That's really the basis of it.
And it's tough too because we have a budget too,
Yeah,
right? We just can't all of a
absolutely.
sudden support all of those guys that no longer get a hold of their sponsors. So, but yeah, it is an interesting time in the market for a brand like ours in the segment that we're in.
Yep.
And who we compete against. So they're very much in flux. So we're going to try to take a bunch of market share here.
Well, you guys do a good job. Renthal is a fantastic company, UK based, and man, great product, great stuff over the years. We've seen that. Sweeping every championship should tell you all you need to know. Paul Perebijnos brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Lots to talk about. So, look, I was in Charlotte, SMX. You were watching it. It's a hybrid race. Look, I know Feld, NMX Sports, they tell me it's the playoffs. They tell me the Ricky's a 15-time SMX champion. They tell me it's the greatest thing ever. I don't really care about any of that. I think it's ridiculous, some of the things that they've been talking about. But listen, what's not ridiculous is the money that's being paid to the racers and in some cases the teams. I love that part of it. It's all great. What did you think of the event overall? Like watching from the couch, track, format, never mind results. We'll get into that later. But just the SMX, a historic series, what'd you think?
I think at a first attempt and a first go, first kind of proof of concept, I would say it was pretty good. Pretty good.
Yep.
It definitely could use some tweaks.
I think I'm there with you. Yeah.
It has potential.
Yep.
I love that. I love what the rider list looks like, right? It is the best guys that we can pretty much put together. I think the track is always going to be tough in those hybrid situations. Like we've just seen it over and over and over. I think it's very difficult to build a track that lends itself to passing. And but I do, and we talked about this earlier today, I do like the challenge that it seemed to have thrown at riders and teams being that kind of hybrid setup, right? You had to be stiff for some certain rhythm sections, but you had to be soft for bumps and ruts. And I think we saw a lot of riders miss that mark a little bit. So
Yeah.
I love that the teams are having to adapt to something on the fly new that feels something playoffy to me.
Yep.
But yeah, I think watching it on TV, I'll be honest, I dozed off a little bit during the first race. The very first moto, the 450 races were pretty damn good.
Catch the fever.
But the first one I dozed off a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's hard on those type of tracks, and watching it on TV, it looked full. I don't know what it felt like at the race, how big those stands were, the capacity was, or what have you. But it looked full. I don't like it being during the day.
Yeah.
I am completely on JT's side when it comes to ambiance and vibe. This should be at night with a big fireworks show and all kinds of things. I think that would be a better help.
Mm-hmm.
And the venue, to me, I don't know. It doesn't seem as big and grand as like a Supercross, being at a drag strip.
Yeah.
And to me, a playoff should be the biggest, bestest thing that we can create. And granted, there's not room maybe to make a hybrid track in a venue like that. So there's give and take everywhere.
I do wonder what we saw the GP next door to the drag race track. The track went all over there. I thought that was a pretty cool track from what I remember.
Yep.
When they went to Charlotte.
Yeah, it was a different track. It wasn't. It wasn't like
Right.
It's a hybrid speedway type track.
Listen, I'll be honest, and I said this in the review show. I was there. The press box was in a crappy location. I just saw the right-hand sweeper all day long. We had no TV screens that I could see easily from my location. I had to kind of look down and to the right to watch the screen for the fans to kind of see what else was going on. I could barely see anything else other than a little bit of the rhythm and then the triple going away from me. And at times, I was bored. I really was. I watched it back on TV, and it was better on TV, than being there in person. It was a small crowd. The daytime does hurt it a little bit. You're right about that. Having said that, I was pretty pessimistic about a hybrid track because I've been to these Monster Cup things.
Yeah.
And I also saw the 65 All-Stars were there. And that tells me they're going to build the track so that 65s can jump things.
Or
and
circulate it even.
Yeah, and that's never good to have 65s and 450
I agree with
pro
you there.
riders. But they want the 65s there, so I think the track was better than I thought. I went in pretty pessimistic about a hybrid track with 65s on it, making for good racing.
Yeah.
Well, it was better than I thought. That part was good. Guys did pass. It wasn't easy, but guys did pass. The motocross sections from everybody I talked to were like gnarly and rough. So I think the track surpassed my expectations, but I think as a whole, the event was, like a 6 out of 10, a 7 out of 10. It wasn't a home run to me.
Yeah. And I think that's fair. And I'm with you. I think the track over-delivered given the box they have to work with in.
Yeah.
Because we've seen it a lot of times, and it doesn't always work out. And I thought, the track was pretty good, and I loved how challenging it was, especially for riders and teams. But I just feel, at the same time, I feel like a playoff, all the best you remember years ago, you had to qualify to get to Vegas in the 250 class, right?
Yeah.
You had to be top 20 in points.
Yeah.
And that track was gnarlier than the other tracks. At least that's how I remember it. I only got to ride it once, and granted, I wasn't very good. But I remember that Supercross track being, I was like, Jesus, this is a bit gnarlier than a normal Supercross.
Right, because I think it was tighter, right?
It was just bigger
bigger
jumps and steeper transitions and gnarlier stuff. And to me, that's what a playoff track should be. It should be the gnarliest track we can make.
Yeah.
It is the best riders on the planet. They've all qualified to get there. I don't want to see the track built for a 65 or for the privateer. It should be built to separate Jet and Chase and Cooper and Kenny, and I want to see all the gnarliest obstacles we can throw at these guys.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not a hybrid track, but to me, that's what I think it should be. Really difficult. Really difficult.
Why do you think they felt like bringing 65s in was what was the idea? Like, they're not selling any more tickets from that. But
well, I think
so
you are connecting to a whole nother demographic. Like, you're bringing that amateur racing crowd in, I think.
And you know what? That may or may not be the source of my rant tonight, my Race Tech rant. So
well, we know how you feel about amateurs.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do feel like a little bit like beat it.
To me, I think that's also them. That's also them kind of fulfilling the need to have this graduation system within our sport in this country, right? Yeah. We've always heard all this stuff about how they do it in Europe, and I think there's been really good efforts taken in our country to kind of build that system. So I think that's kind of what they're doing, but also probably another part of it is money.
But that's where my rant's going to go. But again, this is the best of the best. This is the final 3 races. Guys have raced 28 races.
Yeah.
28 races, yes, to get to here. So make it the best of the best and everything else, right?
Yeah.
Listen, we were both mechanics for a long time. I think you're on my side a little bit of this, and maybe not so much on JT's side or the rider's side. Setup. Like, you're never going to get your bike to work perfectly everywhere you go. There's just no possible way. You need to understand that there's certain obstacles that the KYB or Showa guy is not going to be able to make your bike work great. And you have to ride around that or miss that bump or take a different line or whatever. Well, this weekend, Paul, and this is going to be a theme tonight. I want to ask Ryder D, Sexton, Phil, all about this. So I want people who are listening to this to be ready for these questions because I want to ask these guys. Everyone complained that I talked to about their suspension. They all ran Supercross suspension, softened up. But we saw the moto section. We talked about the braking bumps and the soil and the way that developed. No one was happy with their bike setup. I mean, RJ Hampshire was just like, we were completely off today, you know. And I'm not saying those guys are wrong. But on the other hand, like, I have no sympathy for, like, that's what it's supposed to be like. So, like, your bike doesn't work perfectly for the bumpy braking bumps coming in the dirt and the giant rhythm. Oh, well.
Yeah.
But, like, these guys, it was a shock to these guys. So I want to ask some of these riders what they think of that.
And maybe that is just them knowing what these type of hybrid tracks have delivered in the past and them going in with a mindset and preparation and testing, thinking that it's going to be more supercrossy. And they were just kind of they were pleasantly surprised that it was more motocrossy. But I don't care, personally.
Yeah.
Like, if you want your bike to be stiff so you can go 4 through the rhythm section, okay, well, then you might get tired later because it's not going to work as good in the bumps. Or you're going to have to try to go around the bumps to save energy.
And
I
think these teams and suspension guys need to tell these guys that, hey, man.
It's all going to be a compromise.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I wonder, looking at Chicago map, it's a little more motocrossy. It's a little longer, it looks like. I wonder if guys are going to go, hey, we missed the mark. Let's start with Pro Moto suspension and go stiffer if we have some rhythms or whatever, you know?
Yeah, or it has everyone's in the shop this week making more of a hybrid setting that has, you know, that maybe they're changing spring rates or valving depending on what's going on, you know?
I mean, honestly, Paul, like, I think there's going to be those guys this week are going to be the busiest dudes because no one was happy with their motorcycle. And we'll talk to Chase. I mean, Chase went 1-1. I'm sure he's going to tell us the bike worked fine. But generally, the guys I spoke to, everyone was like, dude, it got really rough.
Yeah.
And then the rhythms needed supercross stuff because there was a couple of steep stuff in there.
And like those outdoor only guys, which I don't know if I would consider Masterpool and Ferrandis kind of outdoor only guys this year. They haven't spent hardly any time on a supercross track. Their bikes look pretty good.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of setting they started with, but I know Masterpool isn't a big-time supercross guy, so maybe their setup, what they went into that race, just ended up working better for them, and that's why they looked more comfortable, and maybe the guys that were supercross heavy were chasing their tail a bit.
Did you think 2 20-minute motos are good? Did you?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would want it to be any shorter and I thought that was okay, and I remember that being one of the biggest things in my mind that needed revision when I saw the first Triple Crown was the race length.
Yeah.
That wasn't a big radar to me after this one. I thought the race length was okay.
Yeah.
And I thought the start was cool.
Yeah, split start.
It was safe.
Yeah.
I was different. So it was pretty good for a first try, I think.
Paul Perebijnos from Renthal in studio here. Renthal rider Chase Sexton. Listen, one of the most amazing stats all year long is that Sexton never led a lap in the outdoors. Never led a lap. Raced 8 of them or whatever. Fucking phenomenal. Anyways, he takes revenge at SMX. He comes in with the points lead via the seeded system and goes 1-1. And, you know, I didn't know if he was going to get Kenny in that second one. We'll talk to him here in a little bit. But he rode phenomenal. He rode great. Never seemed to put a wheel wrong anywhere. And I'm sure, like, if you're Chase Sexton, you're all about this SMX series because you just won. And you never won anything for 11 races or 8 outdoors, whatever he did. And you won. So he was good. Yep.
Good for him. It has to feel good. It's hard to get second that many times and keep and deal with the media and deal with the interviews over and over and over, right? And keep a smile on your face and keep kind of just going on and not getting depressed over it. So it must have felt great to win.
Yeah. What did you think of his riding?
Thought he rode great.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the Chase that we're kind of used to seeing. And I don't know if it was more that Chase rode better or just the guy that we've been witnessing win so much rode worse. Because I think Jet really did have a bad day.
The second half of the second moto, he was unbelievable.
He was better. He was gaining a lot of time.
That was it, though.
Yeah. But, yeah, his day he didn't seem like himself really all day. And maybe that's just the different type of track. Maybe just his skill set is unlocked even further on an outdoor track with lots of space on a 450 where he could use the power more. And this is more of I would say, a bulldog, more intensity type track.
Sure.
So maybe it was a little bit of that, too, combined with his bike setup.
He said he went a big change on his bike setup for the second moto. I talked to somebody on Honda today that said they just went clickers. They just moved clickers, but more than they would normally move for Jet. So it seemed like that was a better setup in the second one than the first one. Honestly, and I said this to Lars afterwards, I don't know if anything had to do with SMX for both Lawrence brothers. I think they had a hell of a year. And, Paul, you know what it's like to win a championship. You got to climb that mountain. You got to get up to the top, and you finally get it done. And then you got to go right back to the bottom and climb that top of the outdoor mountain, and you win that thing. Can you do it a third time?
Yeah.
Do you exhale a little bit and just, maybe not bring it into the SMX because you've just literally won everything, and through the pain and the drama and the work and the sweat and the tears, can you do it again? And I wonder if, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame them for a second if they were like, "Hey man, we're gonna try," but like, whew, like I'm ready to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have taken a breath now after what happened, and how their weekend went because, Jet had the streak to deal with, and Hunter was having a fabulous year too. Now they've kind of just had a real bad race. They're going to forget about it. I think it will probably refocus and remotivate them, and I believe they'll be fine on it.
Yeah.
I think they will be totally back in the mix at Chicago.
Okay.
And
see,
honestly, it's
way.
probably taken some pressure off, I would feel.
Right.
I feel.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to be like, they're going to do well because they're uber talented Lawrence brothers. Mm-hmm. But I don't see them. I see other guys getting hungrier to win something.
Oh, I don't.
You know
it's
what I mean?
Not going to be it won't be a. I just don't foresee this style of racing or supercross style of racing being as much of a cakewalk for Jet than it was outdoors.
Okay.
And again, maybe that's just his skill set outdoors on a track that's all over a hill and type of things. But when they're on a flat surface, just running back and forth and doing jumps, maybe his skill set isn't as big of an advantage.
I will be interested to see LA Coliseum, the third round. That's pretty much all supercross track. They're trying to claim it, with a little up the Paris style and all that. But it's not going outside anywhere. It's not going to have motocross stuff. That's more of a supercross track, and it's cool because it's a historic venue and all of that. But maybe that'll change the results too for those brothers, supercross-wise. Yeah. I don't know. I just think, and I didn't talk to either brother, but I just would not be surprised to be like, man, they just weren't mentally into this race, because
maybe. I don't know.
All the things that they did.
I find it hard to not get mentally into a race when you look at that purse.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's enough driving for anybody out there. Like, if you look at the purse, you're going to show up pretty damn ready.
A lot of money this year, though.
Yeah, I know, but more is fine. You can only really make it when you can, so you try to gobble up as much as you can while you can.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Firepowerparts.com. Speaking of firepower, Dino and Max Anstey, not good days for those guys. Dino crashed out in the first one. Lost his side panel. He was all muddy. Second one, he said he wasn't even going to go out, but he did and rode around. Max Anstey was not good all day. I don't know what Max has been doing. But firepowerparts.com, Firepower Honda, was there with Marty. And whether it's Featherlight lithium batteries, whether it's chains made in Japan, firepowerparts.com. Go to your local dealer. Go to motorsport.com. You'll see all the hard parts that the Firepower guys make, and they do a good job, the guys at Firepower Parts, and they do good batteries and chains as well. So please check out firepowerparts.com for more information. Thanks to those guys for coming on board the show. And also, thank you to the folks at Maxima USA. Pulp 20 is the code to save. What's your favorite Maxima product? SC1? I mean, is that what we're doing?
It's all good. I use their brake clean a lot. I like their suspension clean a lot still. Now that I'm not so much into motorcycles, I don't use their chain guard as much, but their chain lube is by far number one.
Yeah.
The only chain lube you should use.
Doesn't fly off everywhere.
It's great.
Yeah,
it makes your chain look new almost. When we were privateers, at Butler Brothers, we would take our used chain and hang it up in the easy up and paint it with that white and put it on our bike. After it was painted off the bike, it would make it look like we had a new chain on our bike. Right? So when we roll up through tech with all the factory guys that do get new chains, we felt like we fit in a little bit more. Yeah.
You're talking about the chain wax.
Yeah, that stuff's awful. It's sticky and.
Well, I thought that's what you were talking about.
No. I'm talking about chain guard.
The chain guard wasn't.
Chain guard is white.
Yeah, but then it kind of goes away.
Yeah, but not if you let it dry and you really coat the fuck out of it. Like, you can make a new chain. It almost looks like the factory Cowie chain out of the box, like the black one that they run that has the grease on it.
Yep.
Kind of looks like that.
Okay. Pulp 20 is the code to say get yourself some Maxima chain guard as well as the SC1. Whether it's oil, whether it's two-stroke oil, 927, still is number one selling two-stroke oil in the markets, most markets around the world. Pulp 20 is the code to save. MaximaUSA.com. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Pro Filter as well. Oil and air filters for street bikes, side-by-sides, and, of course, dirt bikes. Take your pre-oiled, ready-to-use air filter and throw it right into that bike. Take your dirty one, throw it away. Pulp20 is the code to save with Pro Filter as well. All right, Chase Sexton coming right up here in 5 minutes, but let's get to Morgan on 1. What's up, Morgan?
Hey, Steve, thanks. I was just going to say, as far as journalism goes on your review pod, you're still on the podium, so don't worry there. You had a lack of little enthusiasm, but after all the adversity you had to face,
yeah, I had a lot of.
You talked about.
Are you talking about the this week's review show?
Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, I had flight problems. I had a lot of issues. It wasn't good. Yeah, so maybe I didn't bring it.
Well, it was all right, but maybe we can stop with the Xanax and the pizza to get some more funk.
Get some more fire in me. Sure. Yeah, we'll work on that. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
As far as I just had a fantasy question. I don't really play. Don't ask me why, but I still listen to all of it. Mm-hmm. So maybe this is a Mark's thing, but figuring that Paul is there too. You mentioned that Daxton Bennett wasn't entered, but yet he was able to be picked in fantasy. I was just wondering, first, is that true? And second of all, how could that be if he's not in the race? Why would he be able to be picked in fantasy?
Because we put everybody that was top 40 in points on the fantasy selection list. Because of injuries, because of who knows what kind of curveball will get thrown, because we never know. So I believe it is strictly on the fantasy player that if you pick somebody that's not in the race, well, you deserve to get a 0. I mean, we can't hold your...
Well, we didn't quite know who was showing up, too. We were covering our bases in case someone showed up and was there because someone
Eli
else dropped
Tomac's
out.
on the list.
Yeah.
Because if he somehow miraculously got a new ankle, he could show up. So we're just basically putting everybody on the list that could show up.
But you can sort by qualifying times.
And you can weed out the guys that aren't there. So there's definitely ways.
Right.
If you pick Bennett, I'm sorry, but it's your fault.
No. Hey, listen, I don't. Like I said, I don't even play it, but I listened to all of it, so I was just curious to how that would even work.
There was some controversy with Blos. Blos was in, and then got docked because he skipped the track, and we tweeted it out, and we. But Blos was a pick trend, and I don't know what else to do. Yeah,
people put him in there as soon as they say the results, or they watch the LCQ, they pick him, and then they go on the rest about their day, and they don't check. That's the things that happen.
So
okay.
Right.
Hey, I'll leave you with this. I know Craig. You mentioned Craig about for designations, and us here in Florida as a local guy who go to Dade City. I ran into him the other day. It was awesome to see him ride again. I obviously don't know how he would do a designation, but it's great to see him ride, and I hope that if he, does get picked, and he, obviously sounds like he wanted to go. So have a great show, and thanks for what you do, Steve.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Jason's on 2. Jason, what's up, man?
Hey, I just saw someone in the chat talking about the number 1 plates for next year. Are they really going to have whoever wins SMX run number 1 all year?
No, I believe the number 1 will be just running SMX. The SMX, the 3 races.
So I figure, Sexton 1 in Supercross, Lawrence 1 outdoors, and then whoever wins SMX gets 1 for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just saw in the chat that it was going to be something different. I'm like,
no, I don't think so. But they are counting SMX points for national numbers, which is a total joke. So yeah, I don't get that part of it, but whatever. All right, no, Jason, they'll be the number 1 SMX champion for the year next year.
Cool.
All right.
Have a good show.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they're trying to
work their way through. Should the SMX number 1 be just traditional red, or should it be something different?
I don't care.
Okay.
Sure. Make it like like David
Camel
Bailey.
Supercross.
Yeah, make it like yellow on blue.
Blue with yellow.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
That's where I was going with it.
Something, right? But again, I don't like the single, double, triple. We could have a case where a couple guys crash in the first turn at LA, winner gets triple points, he's SMX champion, and he went 4-4-1, and he's SMX champion. Wait, hold on, what?
Yeah, but
they want to do it to keep it exciting at the final round, but
the difference isn't
points?
The difference isn't that huge though. The difference between a win and second is 3 points at a single race. It'll be 6 points at round 2, and it'll be 9 points at round 3.
But if you have a bad one and you're 9th,
well, don't have a bad one at the third one.
All right. Jesus, sorry, Paul. I don't like that part of it.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
And my opinion may change after we see it play out, but in theory, I don't think it's an awful concept. And when you look at, I would imagine Chase is thinking that he needs to leave Chicago with, 10 points to feel safe.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you lose the race, someone's going to gain 9 on you at the third one.
Right.
So it's just a different ripple, and I don't know if I have a strong, fast view on it yet. I want to see it play out, but
no, I'm with you. I want to see it play out. Maybe it'll be different once it plays out. But man, that third race being triple points is kind of sketchy.
It is.
Like,
It is.
so,
But
I mean, yeah.
make sure you're healthy for the third race.
Okay, all right. There is that. Speaking of Chase, speaking of Honda, Wiseco piston, Pulp 23 is a code to save. 2-stroke and 4-stroke piston, Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits. Wiseco's got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, and more. Wiseco works closely with Honda HRC to make pistons for the factory team. I know that for sure because I've heard some of the specs that they do. And so Wiseco makes pistons for the Honda HRC guys, and they had a terrific year, of course. And you can use the code PULP23 to save with Wiseco. And who didn't have the giant Wiseco sticker on their fork guard when they were a kid?
If you wanted contingency, you had made sure you had it on there.
Absolutely. So speaking of Chase Sexton, let's bring him in. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. It's the round 1 SMX winner, Chase Sexton. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good. Congrats on the SMX win, man. That had to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it felt good. It's about time. It felt like a long time coming, which it made it feel even sweeter. But to win both motos was obviously very good, and it made the summer, I guess, less painful.
It's absolutely amazing. I was just talking to Paul before you came on that you never led a lap in the outdoors. I mean, I would have bet my house. Yeah, I would have bet my house. If someone said, hey, man, I would have bet my house that Chase Sexton will lead a lap. Like, yeah, it's incredible. So
I'm glad you didn't do that.
Yeah, I know.
It happened.
Tell me about it. I like this house. I'm going to lose it.
See, this is the one I was manifesting at Unadilla, Chase. It's just I'm older now, so things come later.
We didn't get it there.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah, it was great. It was cool to see that. I'm interested. We were kind of talking about this on a review show. So you were settled into second behind Kenny, and Jet was on fire, and he got up to third, and you lowered your time. He lowered the time. You lowered the time. You guys got into the low 114s or 114.5 or something. I'm interested, Chase. Were you just marking Jet and being like, now it's going to pick up? Did Zim say, here's Chase, here's Jet lap time, here's your time? Was it a line? Like, it was almost too much of a coincidence that you two really caught fire at the same time.
No, I could see where he was at. I was kind of marking guys after the triple. You go right, that roller right there. I could see people there, and then when I could do that turning double, I could see like kind of close to me. So I was just marking. I knew he was kind of gaining some ground, and I was kind of in a weird spot because in my head I'm like, well, he can't. I mean, to win the overall, I have to either stay where I'm at, and he can't pass me, or I have to go past Kenny. So I was kind of like in the middle, and I wanted to win both motos, obviously. And Kenny was kind of, I mean, he had like a 6-second lead on me. I just kind of dropped the hammer, and after about 10 minutes in, I kind of just said, all right, let's go. And I put in some good laps. I had 2 114s, which was really good. And then I got by Kenny in that. It kind of worked out perfectly because I caught him at the right point where I knew I could pass. I knew he was going outside, and he can't hear our bikes because our bikes are so quiet. I caught him by surprise. I think I actually asked him on the bike ride today. I'm like, "Did you even know I was behind you?" He didn't know I was there. So I jumped inside and then got by him and tried to just keep plugging away laps. I mean, even my second to last lap I think was pretty fast. Because Jet was putting in laps trying to catch me, and we had a little bit of like just kind of checking where he's at, and he obviously knew where I was. So it was just kind of, playing the rider a little bit.
So it was more like you saying, time to go. Like time to go. Because,
well, I mean, he was coming, and I either had to go or, I mean, I really had no option. So I felt comfortable. That's the one thing that was nice this weekend. I finally felt where I could really push and, like, trust, or just push and, like, be able to run a certain speed at a certain time. Like, I felt like outdoors I was very limited to how fast I could go. I could go a certain speed, and that's about it. Like, that's all I had. So this weekend I feel like I had more to give. Like, I could turn it up whenever I wanted to, and that was kind of the repercussion that second moto.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for the SMX round 1 winner, Chase Sexton, Supercross champion as well. Yeah, you went 116.3 and then 114.9 and then 114.7 and then 116.8 back up to 116 again. So yeah, you were like time to go and then settled in. So.
And it's like you closed in on Kenny right at your planned passing point, it sounded like, too. So you were able to just pull the trigger quick and not waste any time.
Really nice, yeah. Because honestly, I thought to myself, Kenny's probably going to win this. Chase doesn't need it for the overall. Kenny's up front. We know Kenny, he's got that kind of pace to go 20 minutes. And we had a live show at Brayton's place on Friday night, and Brayton goes, and I agreed. Brayton's like, I could see Kenny winning the first moto tomorrow. Just coming out, winning the first moto, and all of us being like, oh, shit, Ken Roxon, there he is, But he didn't, and then he won this, and he was leading the second one. And I thought, I think Kenny's going to hold on to this. But then, Chase, no, you hit the afterburners, So
Chase, he's been riding really good. Like, we've been practicing together.
Yep.
He's been like, this is the fastest I think I've seen him go on Supercross since. I didn't really get to. I rode with him a little bit in 2017, but I was also I was a rookie that year. And I was just really young. So obviously, to me, anything looks super fast. But that's obviously when he was. I feel like even he'll say that's when he was going his fastest.
Yep.
And I think now he's getting closer. This is the fastest I've seen him go in a long time. Like, him and I battle in practice, which is fun. So it was good to see him back racing, because even Tom, I was telling him, all Moto Sandbox guys were 1-2, 1-2-2, I think. So it was a good weekend.
Yeah, I was. I'll let you jump in a second, Paul. Last time we had Kenny on the show, he was like, "I'm not as fast as Chase. Chase is way faster than me during the week. I get it. I'm older. Chase is way better." It was pretty odd to have Kenny just. Yeah. Hey, guy, during the week I got nothing for this dude.
He's too fast. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. So
what, Chase? What was the track for you for your body wise? Did it feel high heart rate like Supercross, or did it feel more like motocross for you?
I would say it felt more motocrossy to me than anything. Honestly, today I woke up and I was super sore, which I hadn't been this sore. I don't know, maybe since Supercross, which is weird. You think outdoors you get more sore, but I feel like I couldn't.
Low back sore?
No, legs. I was doing that before, the 3 over the tabletop after the wall, standing up. So that's a lot of leg, effort right there. So that, and then just my arms and stuff like that were sore. The track actually, for our second moto, was, it wasn't outdoor rough, but it was getting to that point. And then you have Supercross on top of it. So it was pretty warm. So it wasn't easy by any means. Two 20-minute motos sounds really easy if you ride an outdoor track, but when you mix that Supercross tightness in, and with how close the times were, you really had to be on top of it. So it definitely was not easy by any means.
How hard was that quad to pull? How hard was that? Obviously,
dude, the first one was hard.
Was it? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard. It was. See, I wasn't seat bouncing it, which I think the way I was doing it was faster, but it was less consistent than what Jet was doing. Jet was seat bouncing. I think Ferrandis was as well. They were getting it easier. Kenny and I were both standing it, but for me, I wasn't comfortable with seat bouncing just because I was getting. I think my bike's a little bit on the soft side, so seat bouncing was throwing me over the front, and I did not like it. So I'm like, I'll just do the standing, because standing, I know I'm gonna. One, I'm just going to clip it. I'm going to go double, or I'm going to get over it. I'm not going to endo. So that was kind of my mind on that.
But it burns up your legs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Burns up legs, but that's why I train every day, so my legs didn't burn up.
You went back to your Supercross setup for this race, I understand, from talking to guys that are on your team? You went
back on the Supercross setup, and it was crazy. I got back on Supercross, and it was maybe the first day was a little rusty. Second day I was like, okay, I'm getting better. And then last week I rode 2 times a week before on Supercross, and I rode last week 2 times on Supercross, and I felt like, okay, I'm back to maybe even better than I was in Supercross, which is weird.
Yeah, I thought that that you would have, after Washougal, I thought you were going to go back to that setup for outdoors. And I guess you never tried. I talked to your dad a little bit. You guys never tested it, never went back to it. So I do wonder if that's your magic setup, maybe a little bit, to feel better on the bike. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, for me, I didn't pick it coming into outdoors. I felt like it put too much weight on the front, but it actually gives you more front end stability and feel, which I have had a lot of front end crashes. So I don't know why. I actually said this mid-seat, or maybe 2 rounds ago. I said if I could go back, I would go back to what I race Supercross on as far as like chassis wise.
Yep.
And I even said it in post. I feel like my Supercross bike was better on the outdoor sections than my outdoor bike, which is my fault because I picked this. They were actually pushing me to go to the setup that I should have ran, and I picked the other one, which I'm an idiot for. But yeah, it was on me. So.
Yep.
But it's all over now.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, I talked to a lot of guys after the race. Now, you went 1-1, so I'm sure you're stoked on everything. But, dude, like, RJ was just like, I hated my bike. Everyone's like, my bike, the track was super rough in the back. It was motocrossy. My bike was too stiff. I was barely hanging on. I couldn't run any softer because of the rhythm section, needed Supercross stuff, but I wasn't happy in the back. Like, and I don't know about you, Chase, because, again, you went 1-1. You rode great. Do you think maybe guys should have, I don't know, gone halfway between a moto and Supercross setup? Because I'm telling you, Chase, everybody I talked to, every rider, I didn't talk to you, every rider hated their bike.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, you can't really, because it's like you have that Supercross section. Like, especially the line that we were doing, like, we were going 3 over 3, 4, 3. So, like, if you're doing the 250 class, they were doing that line where it's going 3 on, off. Taylor, or you go double over the single 3-3. Like, you could probably get away with the softer setup doing that. But when you're putting 4s into a section that are super tight transitions, like you can't afford safety. So, and for me, like my mindset going into the race was if I can pick apart the track and jump the bumps, make the track as smooth as possible in the outdoor section, and then really execute the Supercross stuff, I should be in a good spot. So you can't go out there and expect to hammer outdoor sections with a Supercross setup. So you have to be able to pick your way around the track.
So when these guys are telling me in the post-race interview their bikes sucked, what do I tell them? Do I just say, hey, too bad? I don't know. Like,
I mean, it is hard because I think that's the one thing that's unique about this playoff thing is that no one really knows what to do right now, at least, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's just new. So it's I don't know. For me, I'm pretty happy with my bike, but I mean that's also it's easy to say when you win. Everything seems to be good. So I think this week is going to be more MX style. So
looks like it. Yep.
We'll see there.
Yeah, it does seem like that way. Weisco Piston bringing you Chase Sexton on the show. Use code PULP23 to save with those guys at Weisco. Manufacturing pistons right here in the USA for over 80 years. Chase, we got a phone call for you from Tanner. Tanner, what do you want to talk to Chase Sexton about? Go ahead. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Chase, just wanted to tell you great job. You really shut out all the haters, and just keep doing your thing, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, I also saw you did that Maui helmet for Hawaii. I thought that was super cool, and I think everybody appreciates that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I went to Hawaii last year, and I've kind of fallen in love with the place. So I wanted to at least do something. It wasn't like it was a whole bunch, but something's more than nothing. Nothing at least.
Yeah, it's cool. Nice to do that. Thanks, Tanner. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. I love Hawaii, man. I talked to my wife about buying a place there, but I don't make that kind of money. But you know, I always wonder, like, the people who live there, like, the time zones are so far off. Like, Monday Night Football starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and stuff. Like, what's that like?
I don't know.
It's gotta be weird, right?
I'm sure there's the positives outweigh the negatives.
Yeah, I guess. I would love to live there, though. I don't know how it can work, but I would love to live in Hawaii.
Well, you work remote, so you just stop going to races and you're dialed.
How does Harlan live in Hawaii and go to all these races?
He must fly a lot. Yeah, a lot of sky miles. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, what happened, Chase? Another thing we were talking about on our review show today is what the hell happened on Saturday morning? Did they soak it that much? Did it rain? What was going on with the track prep Saturday morning? It looked like everyone was spinning and falling, and like, was that did they prep it that way?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty wet. For me, I didn't think it was actually. I saw the bikes come off, and I mentally just said it was going to be wet. So then I went out there thinking it was going to be wet, and it didn't seem that bad. But
okay, all right.
I'm glad it did because the dirt was so good all day. I mean, we got lucky it didn't rain, but it was awesome all day.
Yep. Yeah, I thought it was. I saw these guys; they were just spinning, falling over. I was like, "What is going on?" I don't remember it raining. So, yeah.
Chase, do you think these SMX tracks should have whoops?
Kenny and I are actually talking about that today. We're saying, how hard would it be if they add, because the whoops add probably, I mean, if your heart rate's at 170 or 180 in the race, it goes probably to 190 with
because of whoops
added in. So I don't know. It'd be tough. It'd be way harder, I would say, for 2 20-minute motos. I mean, that's like doing 2 main events in a Supercross night. So I don't know. It'd be tough. I think it really forced everybody to run Supercross setups.
Yeah, you
like,
forget the moto. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like people are actually going to go into this next weekend. I think people are going to try running an outdoor setup. So that's something that you kind of have to have in the back of your mind. But if you put whoops in there, that's like you can't run outdoor stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool, but I actually do like that it doesn't have whoops because it's really, I don't know, it's unique. It does feel like an outdoor track in some spots, and then you go to the Supercross part, and then I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, I felt like, I mean, again, like just me going from truck to truck, talking to mechanics, riders. So many complainers about their bike setup. I was just like,
but that's just more because it's different, and they missed the mark. I feel and that to me is like what a playoff or a high level world, if we want to call it a world championship, what that is, and it should be the most difficult situation that we can throw at these guys. And the best teams, and the best riders will rise to the top.
Sure, yeah,
I think the one thing too, I do think the track was super good. Like the split lane, that's the first ever split lane I've ever seen be somewhat even, and it wasn't even like next to each other. It went.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
it was the weirdest thing because when you're racing it, you try and like you see people next to you, but they're on the same track, but
they're way over there,
35 feet away from you. So it was super weird. The split start worked really well. I actually think the whole again, it makes it easier if you win, but the whole the racing and the track and everything was pretty top notch. I felt like so. I don't know. Yeah, it is something different, and the bike setup is tricky. But once you kind of commit to something and you don't second guess it, you kind of have to not ride around it. You have to have it in the back of your mind, but not dwell on it, kind of thing.
So over the bridge was quicker, right? That we did.
No, I was going. So I did qualifying.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Friday I did around the bridge.
Okay.
All day. Saturday morning qualifying over the bridge for both qualifiers.
Mm-hmm.
And then went to the motos. I did both motos under the bridge every lap. I went over the bridge a few times. That's it.
So Wygant's fake news half the time, but Wygant told me that the under the bridge was 40 feet longer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but length doesn't matter.
No. I'm just I'm not saying like it was slower.
Right.
It was real close to the same, but just FYI, because of the speeds coming in and coming out, one of them was 40 feet longer.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think it's cool that they were able to nail it. Yeah.
Yeah, it made it weird because you would feel like I felt like the outside where you went over the bridge would have to be faster because it felt way shorter to me, and you came into that and set the corner up better for the sweeper.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the 250 race, I was planning on going to the outside and going over the bridge, and then people were passing in the LC. I think Phil passed like 4 guys in the LCQ going under the bridge. So that kind of like switched my mind. I'm like, oh, well, then maybe they are kind of even because I was kind of set going over the bridge.
Yeah, but Phil at SMX is phenomenal. You can't even go by him, Chase. He's an SMX expert.
Oh, gosh.
Like, you can't even – it's like you and I riding on the same track. It's just Phil's not even human compared to those other riders. So we saw that. So
They did nail it, though, because it's not often those – like Chase just said he was going different ways all throughout the day, both days.
Yeah.
That's never the case.
No.
You dart fish it once, and it's always like, okay, we're going left. All day we're going left.
I agree. That's why I was asking everybody, and I couldn't – get a straight answer on what was better.
And that's because I guess the conditions are changing, right? The rut was good maybe in the sweeper, and then it was bad, or who knows?
Yeah. No, I like that. That's a good idea. Chase, we do have another question for you from Chris here. Chris, go ahead. What's your question for Chase Sexton?
I just wanted to know if Chase thought it was a little nerve-wracking going into the first turn for the start. If he thought about banging bars with some from the other side on his blind spot.
Split start. I guess you've never done a split start before. Have we had one recently? I don't even think so.
I did one at Monster Cup on a Super Mini, I think.
Okay, all right, okay. So what'd you think? Yeah.
I was really nervous. Well, one, I was nervous because I felt like the track was one line in practice before I even raced. So I had that going in my head that I had to get a good start. So that makes it even worse. And then the start, though, like we didn't ever. That's another thing I was saying. Like the start was actually really good because we didn't ever like really clashed coming out.
Yep.
Like everyone was pretty. I don't think there was any crashes there.
Is there ever a crash in a split start?
Yeah,
so
the year
they're dividing the guys up, right? You're just fighting with 10 guys instead of 22.
The year that Kiefer led a heat race at Anaheim, there was a big crash on the other side.
Oh God, this is a decade ago.
I'm just saying, Kiefer was leading a heat because of a crash.
Just saying, maybe split starts are safer.
Okay, yeah,
just theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. It was, and they're both very even. Like I picked the left side, like for practice in the first moto, and I went to the right. Got a horrible start, but they were pretty even.
Yeah, I wondered about the brake.
They looked
the
super
right
even.
side and left side. Yeah,
they weren't even coming from the inside gates on the side. They were coming from the center, almost. It looked like because you could make the turn better. It was
super easy, or not super easy, super like competitive start. Like there wasn't a favorite really. You could get a start from pretty much anywhere. Like Tom, I was talking to him today. He lined up on the very outside gate on the right side the first moto, which he hit the gate, but he pulled the whole shot there in practice. So they were all pretty even.
Cool. So I was going to ask you, Chase. We got the winner of the first round of SMX here on the phone. I was going to ask you, like, what would you change about this race? What did you like? 20 minutes, 2 motos, split start, split lane. Doesn't sound like you. Sounds like you liked everything. You thought everything was pretty good. Again, because you won,
yeah,
but
overall, even like when I got there on Friday, like I liked the vibe of the race. Like I felt like it was more, not camping, but like. Mm-hmm. It felt more laid back because there was 2 days, and it felt like I was not in an amateur race, but it felt like I felt like the stakes were higher, which made it a little, I guess, cooler. But I also felt like it was just more laid back. I do wish they would do like I wish they would do a free practice and qualifying on Saturday or Friday instead of both free practices and both qualifying the next day.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the one thing that I would change. Probably just doing. Maybe qualifying on Friday instead of both on Saturday, and then maybe putting the LCQ on Friday as well.
Yeah, that'll be kind of neat to see more racing for the fans and everything else, right? I mean, no one told the media that Friday didn't really matter. Some of us showed up thinking Friday was qualifying practices, and then we were there, and then it was just free practices. Mm-hmm. So no one really told the media. It's very upsetting to me, but, whatever. But yeah, no, it was a great start for you. Double points in Chicago this weekend, and like you said, it looks like it's more motocrossy. So I'm interested to see setup for this weekend in Chicagoland. Yeah, it should be interesting to see for sure. But yeah, anything else for Chase, Paul?
No, man. Just it was really cool to see you win again. I saw how happy it made you, so that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a relief. Even the first moto was nice to just cross the finish line first for the first time.
It was an extra hard fist pump, like a real flex the bicep pump.
Well, sometimes like you get a little bit not what's the word? Not comfortable winning, but you kind of forget.
Take it for granted.
Yeah, you take it for granted, and then you don't win for 4 months, and then it seems like it's almost impossible again. So it's cool, and I was happy to just know that I wasn't crazy when I felt like I was riding good at the practice track.
Yeah, you're not trash.
So.
You're still good.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how you guys are, you riders are, man. Like, you're one of the best riders in the world, like literally. But yeah, like it's like you haven't, you're the Supercross champion for God's sake. But yeah, like sometimes you're just like, oh wait, yeah, okay, I won again. Or like to me, it's like, I don't know, you're one of the best riders in the world. Like you didn't win.
Well, you're only as good as your last race, so.
I guess,
that's true.
It's a good point.
That's kind of
That's a good point. Yeah. Our next segment on this show is how Jet sucks now. So that'll be our next segment as soon as we hang up. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah, you're right. Sometimes you guys, it is pretty harsh how media and fans run it, right? Yep. Like.
Yeah, and it was tough this year, I think, because to be honest, Jet was, he did up the level. I feel like I became a lot better from even that's what I said. I feel like I was even better Saturday than I was in Supercross because he has made it. You just have to be on your game even more, and you have to really focus during the week on my riding and trying to adapt. Mm-hmm. And I feel like even last year, people were saying that I was kind of just slacking in this outdoor series. I don't think we weren't going slower than we were last year, which a lot of people have a hard time kind of grasping that concept, but it just makes you better. And Jet is he's a great rider and somebody I'm gonna have to race for a long time. So I'm looking forward to it, and it's been fun so far.
Yeah, it's great. Like I can't we were touching on 2024 Supercross preview on something that we were doing the other day.
What show am I going to be in?
Oh, I mean, listen, if it was up to Wygant, you'd probably be show 3 or 4. Yeah, I mean, not me, but we were touching on Supercross 2024 talk, and I was like, holy shit, like we have so much to talk about.
It's gonna be amazing.
So it's gonna be great, absolutely phenomenal. Thanks for your time tonight, Chase. Appreciate it. Congrats on Charlotte, man. We'll see you this weekend in Chicago. Thank you.
All right, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
See you later. That's Chase Sexton, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Weisco. Yeah. It's funny how these guys operate. Like I said, he's literally the Supercross champion, literally one of the best.
That's why they're Supercross champions.
Is Chase Sexton a top 3 or top 5 fastest rider in the world?
In Supercross and motocross,
no, just
top
everything.
3, yes.
Okay, top 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If you're not winning, who
Yeah,
cares
I
what
know.
you're revered as?
But I'm saying, like, these
That's
guys.
how they think.
That's how they think.
Yeah.
They don't.
Because winning is the only thing that makes them feel correct and feel good because you've done it before. Everything else sucks.
It's the old Ricky thing that it wasn't the winning that made him happy. It was the feeling of losing.
Yeah, losing sucks, especially when you know what winning's like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know what Summercross winning's like.
It's true.
And High Point 2000.
That's true. You must have been on top of the world.
I was. And we're going back to the Coliseum. So, yeah, it should be lots to talk about.
You're not going to ask for like a commemorative video or anything.
I am, yeah. I am, yeah, absolutely. I ran into Mewey down in, yeah.
So you guys won the last motorcycle race in the Coliseum?
Yeah.
No. There was X Games there.
That doesn't count.
Because I worked for a guy at X Games, and we were winning, and his pants broke.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
You were winning?
Yeah, Hansen. It was the second year because, remember, he won X Games in 2009, and then we were at the LA Coliseum in 2010. We were starting up on top of the peristyle, and Josh was winning the race, and his pants broke. And that was the same year that Porcel's pants broke, remember, outdoors?
Okay, yeah.
And Mitch lost his mind on Thor, and they had to get it all fixed up after that.
Yeah.
That was the straw that broke
it. Was what was breaking? The strap?
The buckle.
The buckle.
The buckle was pulling out of the ratchet system, and the pants were falling down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't remember who ended up winning X Games that year, but I know
Josh Grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I know Hanny was leading at the time.
But no, that wasn't called that wasn't a Supercross. That was
it was X Games Supercross.
It was X Cross or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Wasn't the same thing. You know it and I know it.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Craig on 3. Craig, go ahead. Well, what's your call? What's your question, man?
Hey, on all these guys are complaining about the suspension. Whatever has happened with electronic suspension in motocross? Every car and UTV and everything else has it. Why can't
somebody's got it? And somebody's worked with it. I heard KYB or it. They've tried it. And I don't know what.
Do you know if it's GPS related on how it knows where to change?
No, what I heard.
Obstacles?
What I heard was it's a switch on the bar that changes it electronically.
Yeah, but you can't make changes remotely in our sport.
No,
it's against the rules.
No, okay.
But if you but not if you had something.
You can have a switch on the bike that changes things, but you can't remotely make changes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Can you not make it like say if your bike has GPS tracking?
Yeah.
And every time you hit this right-hand corner before a set of whoops, it knew to stiffen the suspension. Is that illegal? Nobody's doing it.
I don't think that's illegal. No.
You think it's illegal?
I think that is legal.
Oh, legal. Yeah.
I would think so, but I don't know for sure. But I would think that is legal.
That's how it works in
because
other
that's a program that's basically programmed to the track or data that they've taken from practice and applied for the race, but they're not making live changes.
What I heard was there was a suspension system, and I don't remember who tried it or what it worked. They were working on it, that you push a button and it stiffens everything up for whoops. Or the idea was you could stiffen it up for whoops, come out of the whoops, hit it again like a map, like a different map for your oil that is electronically charged.
Yeah.
So
do you think there's any?
You would think that the Honda guys, of all the electronics and everything that they've got, that's something that they're probably talking about or thinking about right now.
You would think so, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And all these guys that are talking about trying to come with like a medium setting for motocross and supercross, don't you think that in the LR650 that it doesn't do anything well then? Just, I think that you and I are on the same path here, that you either got to set your bike up for one part of the track on the other side, or set it up for the other side and suffer on that part.
Yeah,
and
these guys don't want to hear that.
But
yeah,
there's no medium setup that's going to work.
It's just like picking a scoop tire or a non-scoop tire. Like, do you want the advantage it gives you on the start and the disadvantage at every turn the rest of the moto, or do you want to feel good on the whole track and get a shit start or give some up on
I'm
start.
15 years deep into my moto media career, and my God, have I heard a lot of setup stuff after races. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm with you. I mean, JT and I have battled nonstop. Like, to me, there's the real benefit of a factory team is a bunch of smart people that can get your bike to where you want it to be 90% close. You need to work on the other 10% or other 5%, whatever you want to make. But there is no setup that will work perfectly in flat turns, in bowl turns, and in whoops. There's just not going to happen. So we'll get you close.
I think where you and JT disagree most is I feel JT feels that bike setup and bike changes have a bigger effect than what you think they have.
Yeah.
And you're putting more of the basis on rider because, granted, of all motorsports, I would say our sport is most rider affected, right?
Absolutely.
Like you can put Chase Sexton on a bone stock bike and he will still beat pretty much everybody on the racetrack.
Yeah.
But that's not the case in other forms.
Yeah,
right?
No, absolutely. Any other form of racing, it's equipment.
Yeah.
So, thanks, Craig. Appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Yep. No problem.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to move right into our next guest here. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Renegade is sponsoring the guys like that Firepower Honda team with Wilson and Anstey. They won championships with Will Hahn. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I know Wilbur.
You do?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Not
Regional
familiar.
champ. Did I tell you I went mountain biking with a couple regional champs this weekend?
Wow.
Yeah. A couple of them. Smoked them.
Did Travis have his shirt off?
No, he did not.
Okay.
He did
All
not.
right.
It was a little overcast.
All right, okay.
But yeah, if you're out in the sun,
Yeah.
if you're going to be out there for 30 minutes, might as well get a tan. Yeah.
Will Hahn, Justin Brayton won championships with Renegade Race Fuels. They don't just say they make power, they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and to be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. Renegade working with a lot of race teams out there. They're looking for dealers. They're looking for distributors as well. RenegadeRacefuel.com if you want to learn more from these guys. Kiefer's tested this. He likes it. He's a very big fan of their SX4, I think it is called. And, really loving it. RenegadeRacefuel.com. Bringing you our next guest, former factory mechanic and now JGR team manager and now working for the AMA, Jeremy Albrecht. What's up, J-Bone?
What's up, guys?
We haven't had you on for a long time.
Hey, J-Bone, how are you?
We haven't had you on forever.
That's true.
He's got so much more success than us when it comes to motocross.
Oh, my God.
Like,
No,
accolades.
I know. Can you imagine just winning as much as J-Bone did as a mechanic?
Yeah,
like,
it must have been cool.
Like, I've talked to Skip lives here, right? Skip lives here.
Yep.
And Skip's in studio, every so often. And I'm just like, what was it like, Skip? And he's like, yeah, man, you just get into the groove and you just know your rider's going to do it.
It must have been cool in their era too, because at the height of we'd always fly home on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
We would never build, and me and my wife would go straight to the Irvine Spectrum Center to eat and drink. It's our Sunday fun. And the valet knew who I was from TV just because Dean was winning a lot, and I would get free valet, and he'd park my truck right up close. That was the height of
mechanic fame.
Yes.
Yeah,
Imagine what it was like for J-Bone.
Valet.
Oh, you
No,
didn't?
I never got free valet.
Come on, well, give us. You had to have gotten
J-Bone
something
got
cool.
J-Bone got an Oakley ad. He got mechanics wear ads. He got
That's right.
money.
Chicks.
He got a truck.
He did get a truck.
He got a truck.
That's right.
Yeah, he won a truck.
2 trucks, actually.
Goodness.
2 trucks.
Exact.
See what I mean?
And that was a big dispute with you and Callie, right? Because Fisher wanted you to sell it and give the money to everybody or something, right? Something like that?
Someone on the team thought that was what should happen. And I'm like, when everyone else won these, you didn't say anything.
Yeah, and he's not raising
buddy
his,
won it.
he's not raising his hand when your bike
you're not.
broke or something, right?
Yeah, no. Otherwise, I'm keeping this damn truck. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Hey, by the way, we'll talk about other stuff here shortly, but I did want to say, like, what's it like with Stu being back in the mix? Like, there was some hard feelings there when he left JGR. You brought him there. You guys had an incredible amount of success, of course, as a rider and mechanic. Didn't go well. Hard feelings there. But he is back. He's doing podcasts. He's really good analyzing the race. I've spoken to him numerous times. He's in a good headspace. Do you have much to do with him? Do you guys rap at all?
Yeah, we talk a lot more. Actually, he had me on his show.
Really? I must have missed that. When was that?
Episode 7. Makes sense. He is number 7.
Yeah.
So I went down there for that, and we got to talk through everything pretty well. So I think we cleared a few things up. We both had misunderstandings how it all ended.
Yeah.
In the end, having a team, going through stuff, it wasn't going well for either one of us. And when it starts ending, it was yeah, you kind of get your feelings hurt on both sides and get bummed. And it was actually good to go talk it out because we didn't talk for a couple of years. So I was like, all right, forget you. I'm over you. I got plenty of friends. I don't need more.
Yeah.
And but it did suck because we had a lot of good history together. So it was good to go talk through it, talk it out. Then actually we text each other quite a bit, talk to each other, talk at the races. So it was good to get over it. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad because you guys had a nice little bond there and a lot of success. And it's great to have him back around. Like I could never, he's spoken publicly about some of the social issues he's had and some of the things that he went through, anxieties and such about the way it ended, the way he didn't end the way he wanted to, and then all of the stuff he had to go through. But he's here. He made it through the other side, and he's good. It's really awesome to have him around. So
he's doing a good job. He seems happy. Like. It's cool. Paul probably felt this a little, but like even for me, like doing all the things I've done, and then when you don't do anything for a little bit, you kind of lose touch a little bit, and that is why I'm doing the AMA thing, just to stay involved and be connected to the industry, because it is weird to not just to have a job, even though I'm at a race team, and it be more normal when you're not. I don't know, doing what it's kind of weird when you've done it for so long.
Yeah. Paul also didn't talk to Dean for like a year either. So
we broke up for a while too. We hated each other for a while. We all go through it.
We all go through a little thing.
No, Timmy and I are good.
You get so close, like you're as close to all these people as your family. Like it's crazy how much you hang out with this whole industry, and then it's weird when it kind of goes away.
Well, Timmy and I are good. I don't know what.
It's good. That's why it must be
nice for you. I don't think you guys
you.
Worked long enough together.
4 years.
And they didn't have a whole lot of success either. Jeremy.
Oh, really?
Let's be honest.
Oh, okay.
I don't see a bunch of trophies in here.
Summer cross. We made in 2003.
Is there any AMA #1 plates in here?
I think we made 10 podiums in 03.
Really?
Yeah.
Podiums.
Did they give you a
How many wins?
Summer cross?
No, they give us a nice trophy. Yeah. All right, listen. I want to talk. Since we started the mechanic thing, let's keep going with J-Bone because I have questions about J-Bone. When were you? So if I look back at my mechanicking career, quote unquote career, I really think the most satisfied I had was 02 with Nick in a box van, top privateer, figuring things out, traveling the country, et cetera, et cetera. When I got to Timmy with Yamaha, Timmy with Nolan was fun too, but Timmy at Yamaha, I didn't get along with Keith, and Yamaha, I wasn't that happy. A lot of things going on, blah, blah, blah. So I look at that 02 season with Nick Way, and I'm like, man, that was really cool. And that was really special and all that. But you, when I think about the things that you've done, whether it's James, whether it's Fro, the JGR stuff, managing the JGR, and having riders go 1-2 at Daytona and all that kind of stuff. When were you happiest? What brings the biggest smile to your face? What era of your career did it?
That's a hard question because they're all they all meant a lot. I would say, the EMIG days probably, I would say, was happiest only because it was the simplest. So I didn't really need much money. I didn't really need. It was like you're doing it just because you love it and for no other reason. When I threw out the salary I wanted, they gave me more because I said I didn't ask for enough when I went to Kawasaki. So that's, and then, pretty quickly you're asking for almost double that.
Yeah.
And then you just start getting into where you're doing it for the job, but more the money, and you still love it, but it's different. It turns into a job.
Right.
So at the beginning, you're doing it just because you love it. I don't even know why I started doing it, to be honest, because I did do it for my brother first, but it wasn't really about the money and didn't really have a plan. But a lot of the jobs at the beginning, for the first probably 5 years, I wouldn't have anyone go do that now. You wouldn't try it.
Yeah.
You used to get $400 a week, and you'd have to figure out where you're staying during the week.
Oh yeah.
Who would do that?
No.
It's not. I don't know why I tried it, why I did it, other than loving the sport. But I guess it's what we all did, and I remember hoping, it'd be cool to get a good salary and not have to worry about how I'm going to pay rent or be able to afford a car payment. Those were the simple things. And then, then life happens, and then, it turns into a job, and it does get better. I got to learn a lot, at JGR, so that part's been really cool. And, I'm still there now learning even more. And yeah.
Okay.
But now I have a wife and kids, and they ride and race. So it's just different fun things in life and different parts. But I think really going to that just because it was simple and not about anything but just loving motorcycles.
Yeah, I look at my first job, $300 a week, PJ1 Yamaha.
Yeah.
No hotels, no anything.
No per diem.
Traveling with Paggio in a truck, and we were just a lot of Fazoli's. A lot of Fazoli's.
Fazoli's was – I had Fazoli's in college, and it was pretty good, somewhat healthy food for a fair price, so I would go there quite a bit,
$4
too.
for spaghetti.
Yeah, it was
probably
great.
the best thing.
Yeah. But,
No, I did the same thing, too. In my first job, it was $500 a weekend, and we slept in the semi.
Yeah.
But I was getting to go to the race. I got my flight covered. I had to figure out how to eat and sleep in the semi. But, we did it because we're just chasing a passion.
Yeah. It is funny that way. J-Bone.
We wouldn't do it now.
Oh,
That's
hell
the
no.
thing. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. And then if my kids want to do it, I'd be like, yeah, don't do that. Go get a real job.
Right? Our parents must have thought we're all stupid.
I mean, I was from another country, so I was basically going all the
It was even worse.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, I'm here, man. I love it. I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I slept on an air mattress at the race shop for a while and showered at the gym.
Yeah.
That was my home for a long time. So
it's funny how many people will say, hey, I'll do anything. I'll come sweep the floor. But, I mean, I'm always thinking they're kidding, but maybe they're not. Maybe they really would.
Yeah, really, right? How's things at JGR for you, J-Bone? I talked to David Evans a little bit this weekend. I haven't seen him for a long time. We had a good conversation. You're kind of a special projects guy there. You guys are doing different things for different people now that the NASCAR cars are a little more standardized. What's going on with you at JGR? How busy are you? What have you been doing?
Yeah, busy. I'd say at first, not really that busy trying to figure out where I fit.
Mm-hmm.
I helped a lot at the beginning with some B2B stuff, trying to probably called Paul, trying to figure out who could use FedEx that wasn't using FedEx.
Mm-hmm.
I did a lot of that, trying to connect connections that I know from the motorcycle industry because they obviously do that a lot on the car side. So helped with that, Interstate Batteries, bunch of sponsors like that, trying to figure out how I can help. And then one of the guys that's a friend that works at Parts Unlimited, Dan Fitch, actually came up with an idea to have us look at making some UTV parts and some other things. So he kept coming up with these ideas, and I kept trying to have our machine shop source this stuff and look at it and try to see if they'd make it. Bought some things to look at, and then we didn't end up doing it just because it's hard to compete with the products that some of these people get. So if they would do it American made, a little bit more high end, I think we probably could have had something. But I think, also timing for us then, I would say we weren't in full transition yet of being able to quote how we needed to quote, because back then we were still focused really just making stuff for the race team. So when I started doing it, we started trying to do things for outside companies, and that took us a while to figure out what pricing should be. So now we got all that sorted. We got certified to be able to do aerospace stuff. So now we've been doing a lot of machining in the aerospace market, doing some rocket parts. So it's been fun to basically help them start a business doing other things. But really it's, you still miss racing. So that's what's pretty cool, doing the AMA thing on the weekend. They're really good about me doing that. And then I still don't have to do them all, so I can pick the ones I want to go to and go racing with my kids and go camping with our whole family. My wife goes with us, and my kid's been flagging some of the races with me. I think he's done 9 of them, so that's pretty cool. So
good.
Just trying to enjoy it and do some different things,
Made a few coy jokes in our group text the other day, about a week ago.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of it.
Oh, I miss him. Still miss him, man.
It sucks. A guy that says so little. We all remember lots of things about him. He didn't have to say much.
No, nice.
It's hard to really explain him. I'm glad he came on the show so people got to see his humor, because it was not your normal.
No.
He liked to give people a hard time.
Yeah, it was.
But he was a good person. Yeah,
it was just fantastic. Absolutely. Jeremy Albrecht on the PulpMX show, brought to you by RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Check them out, please. Dean Wilson, Max and Steve, looking for dealers and distributors as well. And J-Bone, from what I gather, like, look, I'll be the first guy to talk about how I've been critical of the AMA for so long. And J-Bone, you go further back than I do with rulings and different people. Well, Mike Pelletier is trying to make a difference, and he's doing a good job. They're not perfect. You're stepping in. You're helping out. You've brought some JGR experts to help on the technical side of enforcing rules and things like that. Like, that's awesome. We've never really had that before. When I met the gentleman at whatever race that was, and you told me what he was doing, I mean, you're trying. You guys are trying, and you're trying to use JGR's expertise and technology and equipment to help AMA enforce rules. I love it.
Yeah, I just figured, why not? You know, we have it, and they needed some people. So I'm like, all right, you want me to help round up people? So I had my friend Dana Wiggins in California. I had Dean when we're on the East Coast, as many as he would do, and
Dean
then Tommy
Baker,
works, and then we just. And I think they even had a road race guy come to a few that does tech inspection there. So just gathered information, measured swing arms, measured frames, did a lot with sound, tore bikes down, made tools to measure things at JGR, and I've offered plenty other tools to use if they in the future. So it's I think they definitely checked more things this year than they have.
I agree. Yeah,
probably ever. And really, even how they put out there, the penalties that came from, I think, people like you wondering. I think it started because somebody on the show was saying that they got fined and they didn't. So then, we are more, we talked about that. I told Pelletier, and then he actually said that's a good idea. So you can go up and look at penalties now in the AMA every week.
Yep.
So get more open. I know this year they gave results from drug testing to the riders, which they've never done, and pretty quickly, I think within 2 weeks. So they are making improvements. And
Paul,
everyone's going to not be perfect, but as long as you keep working at it.
And Paul, you've been working with Pelletier too?
I can vouch for Mike too. Like, that guy's passionate, and he's trying to make a difference. And we've all been in that paddock for a number of years, and we've gone through Steve Whitlock and Duke Finch and all these different guys that we've had. He is far and away the best guy we've had. And I think he is making an impact, but he's inherited a broken, hated thing. Right? So, I think it's going to move slow.
Yeah, I've heard plenty of bitching, J-Bone, in the paddock about the teardown after the races, and I'm like, well, sorry, guys.
Yeah, you're like, well, at least they did it. I mean, they used to they took my frame for a couple weeks before, back in the 90s. So it used to happen. We haven't done that yet.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's a good change.
Yeah,
it's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
really.
Listen, there's millions of dollars at stake here. This is professional racing. Yeah.
And you're never going to get. I mean, there's I'm sure people on the weekend that were happy with things, but that's the way it's going to go. Like, I try to the fairest that I can give my opinion, and that's why it's nice to have other people there as their opinion, and then you vote, and it's what it is.
Yeah.
And sometimes it goes the way I want it to, sometimes it doesn't, but it's still, I like that it's not on one person, and if they really did something, and if we got it wrong or not, if we all agreed they did something, then that's the way it is. At least we came to an answer that day too. I like.
Yep. You watch the film. You come to an answer. You voted. Right. All of it.
Yeah. We try to look at different angles. Really look. Like if it's a red cross, some of the riders get bummed about that. Yeah, it sucks. Like, I mean, the funny thing is today, David Evans called Roy Jansen today, as a matter of fact, because we were joking around talking about this stuff, and we pulled up a letter that we sent him when Josh Grant jumped on back then it was the yellow-red slash.
Yep.
And Grant says he didn't know that it had a red slash. Whether I know that or not, that's the story he gave us. So we went for it full on to back him up, because that's what you're supposed to do. But anyway, so we read the letter today, and we're like, wow, that was kind of gnarly. Like, it was in 2009. Like, it was not that cool. Like, if I was him, I'd have been bummed to get that letter. But you do what you have to do. And, we have people defending when they come in. That's what they're supposed to do. But,
Right.
you just have to be professional about it both ways. And then what the call is, the call is. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it's been fine. Like times I don't love it, but it's actually interesting, kind of like being an investigator. It's kind of cool. I like
listen, I don't
trying to really did we like we look at too, not just what the rider did, like did the lights come on? Did the flagger do his job right? Was a flag out there? Was it to his side? Like if they screwed up, then we're going to look at that too. Like, there's been a few things that we're like, well, they didn't really do that good enough, so they probably didn't see that. But we make sure we try to watch and see if they see it, because they're all going to say they didn't.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everyone, right?
And that's what you have to do. Yeah.
No, for sure. What did you think of the SMX, the debut of the SMX race in Charlotte? What'd you like? What'd you think you should fix? All of it.
I actually liked it. I thought it was cool because the fans are up close. Like, obviously, you could probably do a cooler track at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, but you're further away, kind of like a Daytona feel. I think this was cool because you're right there. I think it was great for the fans because it was high speed, which probably not great for the riders, but as a fan perspective, I thought it was awesome. Maybe a little too one line would be the only negative, I would say. Just the way that they kind of crisscross through there. And then, I'm happy it didn't seem like there's many injuries. That seemed pretty good. That's the only thing, looking at it from the beginning, what would be the concern, but it was fine. Weather turned out awesome. If the weatherman didn't say it was going to rain the whole time, I think there'd have been way more people there. It still was great.
Yeah.
I think it was like 98% sold out or something. Like, it was good. I was happy to see the fans came. Like, I had people from our shop today when I was walking in telling me that they don't know anything about it, but they loved it, and they thought that the guys looked fit and couldn't believe that, like, Roxon was, like, gone. And they're like, why did his bike, like, do the tires go away? Does the bike not work as good at the end? Like, is that fitness? What is that?
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty funny because in car racing, it really is all the car. The tires go away.
It's not so much fitness.
Yeah, you're like, it's hard work, man, riding a dirt bike.
Like, it's definitely, it's the majority of the riders. So it is pretty crazy, but cool for them to see that, notice that, and, talk about it. So, I mean, everyone, as far as a fan, loved it.
Yeah.
I don't know what what anyone in the industry that wrote it. I didn't have to write it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I tweeted after Saturday night, I said, not a home run, some things they need to fix, some really cool things, blah, blah, blah. And again, it's social media, so you never quite know what to get. I was overwhelmed by how many positive tweets I got in reply saying people loved it. And, like, again, it's social media, so.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
like,
a hard place to
It's a hard place to please people.
Yeah.
I would say it was 80-20. I loved it. Great race, cool.
Yeah.
Like, it was a hit for people on my Twitter. Yeah, so that's good.
All the people locally that I know loved it.
Yeah.
There wasn't anyone that didn't like it. I would say the only thing, there wasn't a passing, but, I mean, I said, Bull, you tell me the outdoors was better? I mean, Jet led every race except for, like, one. I think Budds Creek, maybe it looked like he might get beat, and he didn't.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, I thought the outdoors were less passing than that.
Right. Well, I mean, no, I'd go further back, but there was 20. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So let me ask you this, J-Bone, and this is something that's passionate for me. I've yelled and screamed about it on my show for a long time. How do we fix 250 Supercross? What do we do? What? So, like, Savacci's like one of, like.
Yeah, when you point out, you're not supposed to be able to go back. To me, when you move yourself up, that's the only time. Like, I helped Nicoletti move down a class.
Yeah.
And we had to write this whole thing of why.
Chiz moved down,
and
too.
I felt like he moved up because he didn't have a ride. Same with, like, when Hartraft moved up. When you move up because you don't have a ride, which happens, I think that's different than pointing out. That's my own opinion.
Right.
They might, they could do whatever they want. They could change the rule, whatever. But
so
it's always, been thought that if you point out, to me, you were in there long enough to do something.
But what if you change the rules? And I'm not saying I side with Savacci here because, again, but he's saying, like, their camp is saying, well, look, under the rules now, he wouldn't have pointed out.
He would be fine now.
He would be fine. So, like in a case of like Savachi, he's like one of like 3 guys to like point out without winning a championship, right? And so I get, and I'm not siding with him, but I mean, we got riders. We used to have riders skipping races, right, to not point out. The best thing you could do in our sport, literally.
Yeah, who did that? Davalos forever?
Oh, J-Mart did it. Davalos did it.
Yeah.
Listen,
I think
the best thing you could do in our sport, outside of being a top 5 450 guy, the best thing you could do is be a top 250 rider that gets injured and doesn't point out at 250 Supercross. You will make $500,000 a year.
You'll make more money than you will.
Oh yeah, and then you race half the races, and then you get hurt or you stay home. How is it that a regional title guy is the most coveted part in our sport outside of 5 450 riders? So, to me, the system's broken. It's tougher than ever to point out now. Now it's like winning a championship is it. Winning 2 of them is basically it, and then you're gone. So, I get that, but like, how do we fix 250 Supercross? Or do you think, J-Bone, it's good?
No, I mean, I think you always have to look at things, but the hardest part is you can't, like every rule, there's going to be something that we don't like that didn't work for someone. And that happens every weekend. But you have to go off of what everyone agreed on and what the rule says for that. And then I think everyone as a industry and team need to talk about it again and see, like this, does it need to change? And that is what they do. They have a little committee, they have meetings, and they talk about things like, you know, when we were at Budds Creek and they had that red flag and Deegan was way out front and everyone knew the right thing was not to restart that race, but that is what the rule said.
Yeah.
So kept, even Lars from Honda showed me the rule going, I know it says to restart, but I'm fine with them staggering because it's safer. We all know that.
Yeah.
But but in the end, you have to go what the rule says. And they go, all right, so we will, this is definitely something,
it'll change.
That's what Pelletier's good. He writes notes that he's going to look at the rule when it's time to rewrite them, which they just did that for this SMX series. Is a good time to look at all these rules and make some changes, and then they'll look at it again after these, see what changes they're going to do for next year. But they're all ones that they don't just wing it on their own. The AMA comes up with a rule. Like they do talk to teams and other people, and people, I wouldn't say necessarily vote, but they all have a voice of what is the right thing to do for the sport, because we're all in it. Like, I would say that's the one thing COVID did do when we didn't race for a little bit. When we did come back to race, Feld, MX Sports, AMA, and all the teams did realize they have to work together. Because before that, you were all on your own. The team didn't care about anyone. They didn't care if you showed up to the race. They weren't going to help you. Like, it made everyone realize it could go away real quick. And you're not for us, we were a team at that point, and I'm like, we can't be a race team without racing. So there's no money coming in if we don't go racing. Yep. So everyone did finally have to work together. So, there is, like, now there's group texts between all the managers and all that. Most of them, I wouldn't say all, I would say most. And everyone has more of a voice than they had. Even for me, when I go to the race, they want me to talk to privateers. They want me to talk to different people. Like, if there's a track change, it's not just because one guy said it. I need to go get the majority to see if they all feel the same way. Because they all have a different opinion. So you can't just go change something because this guy doesn't like the whoops, because that's what happens. Or that jump's sketchy for them or whatever.
Yeah, I
can't ask Blake Clayson because he wants to leave it always. He wants it sketchy.
Right. No,
but I go get his opinion. Like I think they're definitely, no matter what, as long as Pelletier's involved, I think they will keep improving all the time. But it does take time, like you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing an event for 24 years, and every year I make notes of something I can do better next time. But you learn something new every year. So if I did an event every 31 weekends a year like we do now, you would learn something every time. And I'm sure they all do that.
You know what's crazy is that restart rule at Budds.
Yeah.
Why did we ever think that was good? Why did we, and I'm not coming down to the AMA because we never looked at it, but I mean, in my life, I can only think of races that are either red flag through early, and we ended it, or full restart in the first 3 laps or first turn crash.
I've never seen a red flag so deep. Into the race.
Yeah, maybe it's happened once or something.
They told me Canard's crash at Washougal.
But was that even before we were staggering guys in Supercross? Because the staggering thing
Yeah,
in
I think it
Supercross
was.
is fairly new too, and that's why I think it came up at Budds Creek is because we had never seen it done outdoors. Because you never get a red flag past halfway outdoors.
No, because
never.
they
You can
say
always
that
access the track, and if someone's hurt or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, normally it's a long lap, so they have a lot of time to get the rider off the track. So they typically don't do that. So they haven't looked at that in a long time.
Yeah.
And they felt like doing 40 riders on a stagger is what they're worried about, which
I agree.
I get that.
Yep.
Once we said that, and we're all talking through it but that's what was cool is at the end of the day, everyone talked to each other, agreeing that might not be the right rule anymore.
Yeah.
And everyone, trying to come up with a solution.
It's just crazy to me that everyone was like, full restart after 20 minutes. Hold on, wait, what? That sucks. That's a terrible idea, but it just never happened before. We never thought about it. So,
well, what's funny is we all thought it was 15 minutes, and it's actually 20.
Yeah, yeah.
So everyone's like, oh, you only needed 35 more seconds. No, really, you needed more than that.
Yeah.
But I would think halfway should be fine in my mind, but that's not what the rule says.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So I'm glad we're going to go to like a line them up and then start one at a time, point the flag. You know, that sounds what we're going to do, and that's way more fair than a full restart after 15.
Deegan really did get screwed.
Oh,
100%. That sucks to leave 15 minutes of a race and then have to do another.
And he was gone, dude. 7-second lead.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal. Renegade Race Fuel bringing you Jeremy Albrecht on the show. Whether it's Will Hahn or Justin Brayton winning championships with it, or the Firepower Honda guys now. RenegadeRacefuel.com, looking for dealers and distributors, and really great stuff. Jeremy Albrecht on the show, brought to you by Renegade. All right, J-Bone, before we let you go, though, we got to bring in our next guest here because he's someone that you know well. What's up, Phil? How are you?
Steven, how are we tonight?
J-Bone, Phil jumped all the jumps.
Phil?
He jumped all the jumps.
What up, J-Bone?
He won the LCQ. What's up?
Yep.
I see him.
Yeah.
He had a good line in the back. The split lane was good for you, Phil. Good job.
Yeah, I lucked out. Only time in history I think a split lane actually worked out. Darkfish couldn't figure out.
They did do a good job with that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Sexton on, and Paul made a mention that. Yeah, how come Dartfish just didn't be like, hey, everyone, go over the bridge or whatever?
Yeah, it changed all day based on conditions. That's cool.
Yeah, I just think it got so rough they couldn't really tell which way was faster or not, between main events. So it's kind of interesting. So I lucked out because the guys told me right before that I think Nice made a quick pass and going under before the LCQ, and I'm just like, man, I haven't gone there in 4 practices, so I might as well try it the first lap of the LCQ. So kind of worked out,
Why not try it the first lap? You know
what? Chase told us qualifying, he went under it, and then in all day on Friday he went under.
Oh yeah, he was back and forth all
and
day.
And then Saturday practice Friday. Under it.
You're going to get it wrong.
I am going to get it wrong. And then
whatever. He reversed it.
Yes.
Whatever he did.
He changed all day.
Yes. He changed all day is what his point was. Yeah, exactly. and it was he stayed the same for every race until he changed it at the next race. So it was weird. Hey, J-Bone, you have not run into any discipline with Phil yet, have you?
No.
I know.
I haven't.
I'm waiting for this day.
I'm happy about that, actually.
I am waiting for this day when he has to get called into the semi.
He did get mad at me, though. Last year when I was doing it for the first time, I think, who jumped on you, Phil? Was it Fortner?
Yeah, Fortner in Minneapolis.
Yeah, so I went and showed Phil the video because he was yelling at him, and then I had to tell him that I don't think he did on purpose, and he didn't agree with me. So we talked about that for a bit, but it wasn't really something Phil did, except for he yelled at him.
Yeah,
okay, leave the kid alone.
Yeah, we got a great kick out of that too. Phil's return to the 250 class, and he's yelling at Faulkner right away. Yeah, I want to be in the rig when Phil gets hauled in, and Thule and Mike and J-Bone are sitting there, and he's just like, "Fuck you, J-Bone, you're and whatever, Thule.
You don't know how to ride. Why are you telling me and making rules?" Yeah, he'll for sure. Yeah, he'll let me have it. He ain't gonna change it though.
No.
Phil. You can go at it. All I know is he will not be as mad at me as he was at Gallagher when he got mad at him for jumping up that step-up jump. Was that Toronto? And you had to ride the LCQ?
Atlanta. Yeah, Gallagher knocked me hard on that one. Bad, really bad.
Because he made it out of the heat, and then it was like this step-up thing onto like a over-under, and there's no way you can roll it. And he told Phil that he should have rolled it, and he went like, I thought he was going to fight him. Like it was really bad.
You fucking roll it, Gallagher. I'll give you here's the bike. Go roll it yourself. Yeah.
100%. That's exactly what I told Gallagher too.
I think you did.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, that thing is it was an over-under that was a step-up. And I'm like, dude, if I was to roll that, that's a death trap. Like, I'm not coming out of that.
Yeah, because the single to it was straight down on the backside. Yeah.
Yeah, it really wouldn't have worked, but yeah. And that's something, after that, we do look at that nowadays.
Yeah, I'm probably just for that reason, because I almost.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That's stuck in my brain.
Gallagher's. Yeah, we almost attended Gallagher's funeral on Sunday.
And what about J-Bone? Were you representing Phil with the Canfield flip off, also?
No, that was Bobby Hewitt. And
was that Hewitt? Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was after me.
Okay, all right. That was another good one. Yeah, he went nuclear on Canfield as well one time. So,
good times. So it was a JJ.
Happy guy you are, huh, Phil?
What's that?
I said, happy guy you are, huh, Phil?
Yeah, I'm always happy. But
I figured you'd turn into less of a hothead, Phil, as you're starting to get older here.
No, I
You're
am.
just getting grumpier, I think.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Stuff doesn't bother me as much anymore. But it's I'm getting a little more mellow.
You're learning, right?
What's
learning to control. You're learning.
Yeah. It takes a little time.
That's
right. It doesn't happen overnight. But they had it was a JGR reunion, J-Bone, at Charlotte this weekend. I think I saw every past employee that was there. Well, still current employees.
I know.
At the Cup Shop.
Nice. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
it was nice. Ty went out on Friday, and he got to see a lot of you guys, so that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
He got to watch. He hadn't watched really.
Ty went.
Ty, he had to fly the race Saturday to his race, so he couldn't stay, but he did go Friday to check it out, so that was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. I saw Mitchell Key, Johnny Oler came by, Patty Barker, obviously Mr. Dean was there. Yeah, it was crazy. So
Dennis, and I didn't see Bundy, but I heard Bundy showed up.
Oh, Bundy?
Yeah, Smokey was talking to Shane Drew under the Honda rig. So.
Is he okay? Is Bundy all right? Like he had a real big.
Yeah, he had a heart attack.
Yeah, is he fine? Is he good?
He's good. He couldn't walk. He had like a walker there for a bit, but he had some surgery, and I think I don't know how he looked, Phil. I didn't see him, but I heard he's doing better.
It's okay. I mean, Bundy's as shot out as ever, but he's managing it.
We're lucky he's here, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he had what is that, like a Widowmaker or something? I'm pretty sure he went in or out a few times. Yeah, it was gnarly.
He actually did. Yeah, they brought him back like 3 times.
Crazy. That's heavy. Hey, J-Bone, thanks, man. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Good job. Nice talking to you on the weekends. And, we'll see you at
you guys have fun.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right. See you, J-Bone.
See you. Yep. Good luck.
Later.
See you, Jeremy.
All right. That's Jeremy Albrecht, everybody. Phil Nicoletti, our buddy Phil, brought to you by ORW. This is the butt patch on the back of Phil's butt. Dean Wilson now, ORW guy also.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's such a Truman deal. Well, I'll tell you the details.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
I'll tell you the details off the air.
Okay.
It is such a Truman move.
Okay.
But it happened.
Okay.
And our buddy Thomas, of course, big part of the ORW guys, offroadwarehouse.com. Code is PulpMX. They're staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team, plus they install everything they sell. So, thanks to the folks at offroadwarehouse.com. Code PulpMX to save. Thanks, Philip, for coming on. You are an SMX specialist, I guess, crushing the LCQ, and you finished – I think, basically 7 spots higher than you were seated going in. So a good day for you.
Yeah, it was okay. Obviously, LCQ was the most stressful point of the day. But I mean, it was okay. It really wasn't too terrible. And then, mains, 14-13. I probably maybe should have finished 11th this second moto, but Freddie was rolling pretty good, and he got me midway through the second moto. And then Masterpool, obviously, he's been struggling physically, and he was kind of fading there at the end. So I should have had him, but it was okay. 14-13 for the way the day was, starting out, which they're all going to start out that way. So I kind of have to fucking get used to it. But
embrace it. Embrace the extra track time.
Yeah, for sure.
Did they
That's
take
the kind
three
of
from
track
yours
time
or
I want.
4? Did they take 3 or 4 from yours?
Three.
Yeah, like
Four
okay.
would make it nice, but
Jerry was quicker than you in one practice. You were the fastest in the other practice, and I think you were number 2 in that one. So, like, I do feel like, like these, you're a veteran guy. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but nothing's easy. But, yeah, you got to feel good about your odds coming through the LCQ in the next 2 also. I mean, I would.
Yeah. The guys I'm racing with, they're not factory guys, but they still know how to ride a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's still, you have to be at the right place at the right time. I mean, anything can happen. Go into the first corner and tuck the front, or
True.
who the fuck knows?
Right.
So there is no guarantee when you line up for that. So, but for the most part, the guys that are on that line, I would assume are somewhat respectable. I don't think anyone's really gonna kill somebody,
Right.
Unless they do it on accident.
Freddie,
it was okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, Freddie's not going to the LCQ. I was trying to think of a guy in the LCQ that could accidentally kill you, but nobody comes to mind.
No.
There's no A-Ray, there's no A-Ray, there's no Freddie. Yeah, none of that.
No, and I can't even talk crap because Freddie was the second moto. Freddie was fucking rolling, and he was rolling the first motor too. He rode really, really good on the weekend. So I can't knock Fred on that one. So the outdoor, he's more of an SMX specialist at the moment than I am.
Yeah, I was gonna say more outdoor flavor probably helped him quite a bit.
Yeah, he rode really well. So I was like, man, dude, Fred, I got nothing for you right now, buddy. Go ahead, So, but yeah, it was all right.
You were standing outside the Honda truck or Yamaha truck trying to get Gilly to come out to help you with suspension. Did you ever get it figured out? I was going to go talk to you at the end of the race, but you ditched the media obligations, which is sad. How did you feel about your suspension?
I was there for an hour, and you never came by, so I must have been last on the totem pole.
You were not there for an hour. There's no way you were there for an hour.
I was there for almost an hour.
Oh, now it's almost an hour. Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty damn close. But no, I went over, talked to Gilly. He blew me off. Number 2 takes up way too much time apparently to come out and talk to an old friend.
Yep.
And
sad.
Like I said, I just wanted to say hi to Gilly because I haven't seen him in 6 months because he's been in hiding.
Right, he didn't come out when Ferrandis was at the races. So.
No, he did not. But now that Phil and Cooper there, he can come say hi. But we didn't come say hi.
Nope.
I did see him pushing the wheel cart a little bit. So no, I didn't get any questions answered on my suspension, but I really wasn't that far off anyway, so I was kind of okay.
Well, that's what so Paul and I opened up the show. I mean, dude, everyone I talked to, Phil, hated their bike, hated their setup. It didn't work. I mean, apparently the motocross section was very rough. You guys are all on Supercross stuff. Chase was on earlier, and I mentioned to Chase, like, hey, how about going, between a motocross and a Supercross? And he said, well, he's doing that 4 in the rhythm. He's like, there's no way you'd want motocross stuff for that. So what do you think? Like, what's the answer? Like, why did so many guys, and you can include yourself in this, but why did so many guys miss the mark, and how do you fix it, if at all? Or is it just that's it?
That's it. There is no mark. It's either one or the other.
Okay.
Hybrid does not work.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say, because no matter what, you get sickos like Chase, Jet, Ferrandis, all these guys that want to go triple quad in a rhythm lane, and you have to have Supercross stuff to do that. If you want to go more of a hybrid setup, that's fine, but you're not going to be doing that rhythm lane. You just have to deal with the stiffness and the ruts and the high speed chatter. But I'm going to tell you what. Sunday I woke up, I was more sore after SMX than I was Ironman.
Chase just told us that. Chase
is that from riding your Supercross setting through all these bumps?
Yeah, it had to be. Like my wrists, my joints, my ankle, I was fucking wrecked.
Yeah.
Wrecked. I stepped out of bed Sunday morning and I about fucking fell over. I was like, what the hell? But yeah, I just think the stiff, rigid stuff and I don't know, all the high speed sections and stuff, it just beats the piss out of you,
Wow. That's crazy.
It's just,
I think it's great. I don't really care, to be honest with you, Phil. Like, you guys need to figure it out. Like, and either you give up some in the rhythm or you give up some in the bumps and you figure it out.
No, I need to survive the rhythm. I can handle my stuff in the rough stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess it's kind of it is what it is, and not only that, but like the moto sections, like the over under and that double kind of right before or at the big double after the finish line, down into that belly. Like, even if you had outdoor stuff there, like, dude, you would bottom so hard because the G out and the ruts in the bottom of that transition were, dude, they were fucking gnarly.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't even know how to explain it. So, yeah, there's no in between. And I was looking at the track map at Chicago, and it's going to be the same thing. You need to hold up for the faces. So
looks like more moto-y though, right? Chicago.
It does, but it all depends on the faces of the jumps and how fast you're going and stuff. You know, more speed requires more hold up and. You know, I just think just going to be kind of stuck with it. And I'm actually, to be honest, I'm a little bit on the softer side because I'm actually running my 250 setting from last year or even really the past 2 years. So I was pretty soft for the Supercross rhythm, but outdoors I was kind of, you know, I was obviously still too stiff, but I think I was softer than everybody else. So
you were making it work.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's something with rebound or something that can help make the wheel fall to the ground a little bit better, but that's for the suspension guys. I'm not in that department, so I would hate to be in their job at the moment.
We wonder.
Is a tough one for them.
Yeah, we wonder what it's going to be like for them this week.
I mean, that's a thankless job regardless. No one ever says, "Oh, everything's perfect. Don't touch nothing." I don't think they ever hear that. So, like, they're always chasing their tails, and now it's just they're probably going to have to take fork caps off more for this setup than screwdrivers.
Yeah.
I think whenever I did an evaluation sheet on suspension, even if I thought my suspension was real good, it's like an evaluation of like 1 to 5, 5 being the best. I don't think I ever gave my suspension a 5.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah,
exactly.
Just to make sure, just in case I did suck the next week, I could at least blame something. You know,
if you guys would have gave me a 5, I wouldn't have sucked.
Chad at Yamaha, Chad said that he told somebody, I don't know who it was. He said, "Never tell them it's perfect. Never tell them
because they'll give up.
They'll just be like, "Oh, you said it was perfect.
I guess we're good now."
Right.
Yeah. Last week it was great. Now this week it sucks. Well, yeah. They're like, "All right, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So fix it."
Phil, you should listen to my post race stuff. I mean, guys are just fucking railing on their bike setup. You know, so
really,
it was nuts. No one was stoked on it at all. So,
I mean, realistically, do they really think it was going to work anyway?
I don't know, man.
But we always get to Hangtown every year, and everyone bitches there too.
Yeah,
so like, it's the first race of a new type
I always
thing,
found
and you're gonna need to make more changes. Than
I always found High Point because we tested at Glen Helen and Kahia. So the stuff worked okay at Hangtown and Glen Helen. We got to High Point, and
everyone's shit's too soft.
My bike's unrideable.
Yeah. I'm too deep in the stroke for this sticky dirt and these you're always chasing it.
Phil, what was up with the opening ceremonies? You guys just rode around outside? Like
I don't know, but I'm not fucking showing up for next week's opening ceremony.
What was up with that? I didn't really get that.
That was an absolute waste of my time.
What'd they do?
They just go ahead, Phil. Yeah.
No, I didn't even know I had to do it. I was hanging over out in the Honda rig, and Hunter, Chase, and Jet are getting ready for opening ceremonies. And then all of a sudden, like, I didn't have service there, and then, like, weird, like, got a text. It was just like, "Hey, you're in opening ceremonies in 5 minutes." And I'm like, huh? I'm like, no one discussed this with me or anything. So, like, I walk back to the semi-truck, and, like, everybody's, like, rushing around to get geared up. And, like, yeah, you need to be up there and do opening ceremonies and this and that. I'm like, all right. And I get up there, sat up there for 30 minutes, literally rode around the stadium. I didn't drink. I didn't have any water. I didn't eat anything during that time. It was fucked up.
They just had them. They just had them come out, Paul, and just ride on the concrete. All the
Say their
the
name.
whole 450 field.
Yeah.
Just ride on the concrete around the outside and wave to fans. It was
Introducing your playoff contenders, man.
Chicagoland.
It was very odd.
Is Chicago a night race?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're back.
Oh, it is a night race?
Yeah. I'm almost positive. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I know nothing, man.
I was looking for a flight out after Chicago's a United hub.
Yeah,
so I was
trying
like,
to get out at night.
Yeah, I had to fly Spirit this week.
What a
United
mess.
had a rough weekend.
Must be tough being a United customer.
Look, no one's perfect.
I don't run into this stuff at Delta.
Yes, you do.
No,
yes,
if the plane breaks, they pick me up in a Porsche and take me to a different one.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I highly doubt that. Phil Nicoletti here, brought to you by ORW. PulpMX is the code to save, offroadwarehouse.com. They got stores all across America. And, code PulpMX to save at offroadwarehouse.com. Phil, we do have a question for you from John here on the line. Let's go to him. John, what's your question for Phil Nicoletti?
Hey, first up, I want to say I think it's bullshit that Gilly didn't have the time for our 250 LCQ winner. I think he needs to rearrange his priorities. The number 2 can wait. I mean, he's a mid, top 10 450 guy.
Yeah,
whatever.
I agree.
Speaking of 250 LCQs, do we have a stat on like the oldest 250 LCQ winners? You got to be somewhere towards the top of the list.
John, he rode 450s. He was 450.
That's my bad.
Marty has all the 250 old stats anyway.
Marty has 250 age limit. So, yeah. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Thank you. Marty's got that on lock. The 250
LCQs, heats, mains, all of it. Points leaders, all of it.
Phil, I thought you rode really well. Your teammate, Marchbanks, though, dude, he went from 19th to 11th in the first one and like 16th to 10th in the second one. He was probably further back than that even. He had about the 5th or 6th best lap times looking at his times. Marchbanks was on it, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the start situations. It's like every single weekend we go through the same pattern where it's like, let's start from 30th and come to 8th or 19th and come to 6th. It's just like, why,
Mm-hmm.
He
was on it.
But Phil, if he hole shots, does he ride that good from the front?
I don't.
With guys up his ass, is he just the type that needs that first lap to sort himself out, and then he finds his flow and he hauls ass the whole time?
Yeah, I think he needs that first lap, and I think it's kind of like, I don't know. He looks better going from 1st to 6th than he does going from 19th to 8th.
Oh, I would agree with that. I think a lot of people disagree, but I always agree that it's better to lead laps and fade than it is to come from the back and get the same spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, no one's passing as many guys as Garrett unless it's like Jet or Chase, to be honest with you, coming through the pack this past weekend. I mean, Garrett passed a lot of pretty decent guys, So yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that whole situation. So I don't know. I'm at a loss of words.
He rode well. Yeah, he rode well. I'd love to talk to him, but he left too. So the PulpMX guy just left.
He did rip though. He was going fast.
Yep.
Yeah, we were there for a while. So
what's up with Enzo? What's going on with the recovery? Obviously, the World Supercross today just announced that those 3 rounds are canceled. We kind of knew that was coming anyways. What's up with Enzo, your brother-in-law?
Chilling. He's in Brazil. Shoulder surgery's going okay. He did. He's just kind of getting back on the bike now, doing a little, turn track stuff. But his city actually just got flooded really, really bad down there, so his track got washed away and whatnot. So I would assume soon he'd probably be back. But now, since SMX is out for a while, or not SMX, World SX is done for a while. I don't really know what the plan. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the plan is at the moment. So
I thought you were advising him to stay the AMA route.
And
race outdoors
I tried, but I mean, it's like talking to a concrete wall. So I don't know. He likes Supercross and World Supercross.
But this World Supercross thing is maybe too good to be true.
I agree. Well, that's a lot of people thought that. A lot of people sat out outdoors for it. So yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. But with three rounds being canceled, a lot of guys looking for, that was a pretty big payday for people, and now they're not getting that anymore. That's kind of a serious loss of revenue for guys, and I don't know how you go about any of that stuff. So, especially if you're getting paid per round, and now you don't have those rounds. So, if you were salary based, I don't know, maybe it'd be a little bit different, but. That would cut me deep a little bit.
I thought it was funny. You talked to Savacci, you talked to Nichols, and you talked to Shane, and they all have vastly different stories of what happened with Rick Ware and who's paying and what's happening and where they're going. And I'm just like, wow.
It's like, you have 2 Rick Ware guys out there riding, but then the other Rick Ware guy is like, nope, can't go. Which kind of know the story, but own. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that how their contracts are drawn up? I mean, I don't really know.
It's just sometimes Phil, I'm trying to cover a professional sport as a media guy, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know. Like, is Shane and Nichols salaried and Joey's just a per round guy or what? I don't know.
Shane's got all Mobile One, He's all Mobile One out, and Nichols has got Bubba Pauly's team with the little Mobile One. It's
Yeah. He had a pretty big Mobile One.
Pretty big
right?
one? Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was smaller.
I think so, but yeah. I don't know, but Colt looks a little more. I don't know. Colt looks a little more factory than Shane does at the moment. I don't know. One's on the Yamaha. I don't know. I can't even keep up.
And then the Hill brothers showed up on a Yamaha and a Cowie, but they rode KTMs for Tedder and Supercross.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck? I can't keep up with any of it. So, regardless, but at least they're out there racing, and they get the best of both worlds, SMX and WSX. So at least they get money somewhere.
Yeah. So are you like look you got injured in Supercross, right? You missed most of Supercross and first part of the outdoors. Are you happy with these 3 races? I got a sense, and Paul and I will talk about it in a little bit. Like I talked to teams and mechanics and crew chiefs that are like, just they can't. It's just another thing to get up for, and I know it's only one extra race. If MX Sports and Feld people will tell you it's one extra race,
The paddock's tired, though.
The paddock's tired. How are you, Phil?
Yeah. I mean, I myself, I'm tired. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't racing, but I still went through a fucking gnarly injury, and I still had to claw my way back to try and get fit again. So it's not like, even though I wasn't racing, I was still grinding, trying to get myself back. So it's a double-edged sword, and
So you're good with this, and for the most part, though, these 3 races.
I mean, because
the money.
I mean, it's the money. You know what I mean? So now we finally get money in the sport, but we're going to bitch because there's too many, more races. So it's just like, well, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I really want the money. It's like, I can't complain, like, because it's good for the sport, but at the same time, it's like January to the end of September, it's a fucking dig,
it is,
But you just got 13th, and if you continue to stay there, you're going to make $35,000.
Yeah, I mean, I got to race every fucking LCQ, which
you'll be fine.
I know, but can I complain about this a little bit?
Well, of course.
Why do I have to fucking race the LCQ every round?
Because you obviously didn't score enough points in the other races, Phil.
He knows that answer.
Okay.
All right.
I know that answer. Okay, but for the first round, you should be seeded into the first SMX. You are guaranteed top 20. You don't have to race the LCQ. But for the second round, if you're not in the top 20, your dumbass goes to the LCQ. That's how it should be. Okay?
I mean, okay, like I see what you're saying,
it's
but
just now it doesn't grandfather it now.
You race all year to make one.
Yes,
race.
It decentivizes racing all year, which is not the way they want it designed. They're trying to get people to not go to the World Supercross rounds and race an American round.
Yeah, but there's not even any WSX rounds.
Well, we're aware of that now, but
but
I can't argue with it too much. Yeah, you just got 13th. You should be 13th in points and be seated.
Fuck him.
I
He
guess.
got injured. He didn't race.
But hey, you weren't healthy, man.
No,
sorry.
Exactly. I don't know. I think, if you're, you get the one round, your grandfather did, okay, but from then on out, that should be a reset in points, and if you're in top 20, then you're in the top 20. I don't know. Obviously, that's because I'm in the position I am, so I'm going to bitch about it.
Right,
so everybody else that's not, will say, I'm fucked
that's
up.
That's not a concern
whatever.
to them, yeah.
Sexton said everything was great. He went 1-1. Everything was great about Charlotte SMX.
He made $100,000 from AMA. He made another $100,000 from Honda. He just crushed it.
I was going to ask you about that, Phil, because you know this stuff. Ask Mertz.
Yeah.
I was told no bonuses from the OEMs for these races. They're just getting the $100,000.
I don't think it's the same for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's different. I think it all depends on who got it worked into their deals or not.
Okay.
All
right.
Because a lot of deals were done before SMX had happened. Some deals came together when they knew about SMX, so it's a little touch and go.
So it's like a Triple Crown. For a while, the Triple Crowns guys were getting heat races. Some guys were getting nothing. Yeah, like it was.
I mean, nowadays it's just like Triple Crowns. Like they pay $5,000 per gangbang or whatever they call it. Which is technically shit. That's how it should be. You win all 3. It's $15,000 plus your
100.
pressure, yeah, whatever it is. So, yeah, I would assume, I don't know how Chase's deal worked because his deal with Honda was a little bit different and done way early. So I doubt his SMX was put into it.
I would think so too.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see. Yeah, I was Wygant, who's fake news, but Wygant told me.
Wygant usually is pretty accurate with what he says.
He said no OEMs. These are no OEMs are paying this. This is only the 100. They just took OEM bonuses.
I don't think you can blanketly say that.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I don't think so either.
Okay, we got Nash on the line, of course. If it's Phil, Nash is calling in. What's up, Nash?
Gentlemen, Perebijnos, Steve.
How are you, buddy?
Howdy, sir.
I'm great.
What up, Nash?
Always very good insight. Phil, I think I got the answer to what you're talking about here with this LCQ, the promoters, this massive juggernaut of promotional intelligence, Feld and MX Sports. They know when Phil Nicoletti's in an LCQ, the fans are going rabid.
Yeah.
Rabid fans.
Ticket sales, baby.
Thank you, Perebijnos. It's they know how to sell tickets and they want to make it happen, and the people want to see Phil.
Yep, yeah. Because if you think about the daytime. In daytime, nothing's going on but Phil's LCQ.
No, but if there's this guy out there that will literally rip someone's throat out to get fourth, they want to see that.
I'm not kidding you. I had 3 to 5 people on teams, mechanics and riders, tell me, I can't wait to watch Phil. I'm going to watch Phil. Like it was a little bit. I mean, I don't want to blow you up too much, Phil, but it was a little bit of a buzz. Phil's in the LCQ. Let's go. Let's go.
I didn't get a chance to watch the LCQs, but they're fourth in this race is more important than maybe any other race, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dude, yeah.
So, was there any wheels getting sawed off?
No,
or
dude,
nothing?
it was uneventful.
Because I'm going hard right out of the gate
Phil just,
at one of these races.
Phil took off, and it wasn't much. It wasn't much going on.
Yeah,
so what was the over-under of seeing God during these races with the suspension thing that people are fighting? What about you personally?
I saw God quite a bit first 2 laps of both motos. It was hairy. Jumping the finish line, 6 wide, both motos. I actually had to roll the finish line first lap.
Damn.
First moto. And second race, AC going down in the rhythm lane.
Yeah.
And it's just and I watch it on TV and it doesn't look bad, but when you're jumping in the rhythm lane and you see AC whiskey dicking left, right, and center, and you see AP clipping his bike, it's hard to. It feels like it's happening so fast, and you just see people scattering. You know what I mean? You don't really know what the fuck's going on. But I am going to be a tad bit. It sounds really bad because I'm glad AC's okay. But as soon as that happened, I'm like, I wonder if that makes 4 spots next week in the LCQ.
He got up. He's fine. But
I know. Because I seen him out there riding. I'm like, he's okay. Well, we're back to 3.
Back to 3. Yeah.
You guys saw the tough block was key. The tough block, the way that landed, that was like a barricade that really saved him, which everybody was appreciative of that. All of us would agree to that. And anybody that watched it, I was so relieved when I was sitting there watching. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Yeah, but
either way,
I did not like having that finish line directly off the start straight. Yeah, it was not. That was not nice going 6 wide off that fucking thing. So
Master Pool got so sloppy in the sand, and then hit the face of the finish, and I'm just like, he's gonna die, and he saved it. He was left, right. I saw his side panels, and then just and I'm like, oh, I guess he made it. I'm like, good God, So
and Anderson off the wall in the sand.
Oh God, he almost did a front flip.
Yeah,
that would have been hairy.
Yeah,
I watched the race when I got home, and I texted him like, dude, you almost fucking died. He goes, yeah, I know.
Thanks, Nash. Yeah.
Well, hey Phil, best of luck this weekend. Perebijnos, next time I see you, I got to talk to you about a rider and handlebar selection, things to watch for when the rider's riding. I want to probe your insight and your intelligence on that a little bit.
Boy.
Another place for another time.
I didn't realize you and Nash have a direct line.
I met Nash every time I go to a Supercross or a race on the East Coast. We always somehow connect.
Fair enough.
Hey, Perebijnos is a wealth of knowledge, Steve. I'm sure you know this.
I do.
I better be the foremost wealth of knowledge when it comes to handlebars, at least. So I'm not doing my job.
He's got a national championship. He waves it in my face every time he shows up.
As RV would say, he's TYT tight.
Yep. Thanks, Nash.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Phil. Hey, before we let you go here, brought to you by ORW. I saw a press release. J-Mart re-signed with the team, and then it said that Phil Nicoletti's back too. But as far as I know, you don't have a contract yet. Or is this signed? Are we breaking news tonight? Like, what's going on?
No, but I'm still stagnant. No contract, no nothing.
But they put you in the release.
Yeah, I am in the release. I don't know.
It just says that Phil Nicoletti will be back or something. I don't know what it says. That's great.
No, I'm there. I mean, listen, it is what
you'll
it is.
figure it out. There's nowhere else for you to go. They need you. You need them. It'll work out. But
it's a good match. I mean, I think I bring I bring a lot to the team and stuff like that. And it's okay. So we'll figure it out. Like we said, at 10 cycles. Which, by the way, was a pretty good show, I thought.
Yeah, that was fun.
JV shop, so it worked out. He had an awesome crowd.
I know, and listen, he put that like he didn't charge anybody. It was a free show.
Yep.
And I'm just like, JB, what are you doing? He's like, it's opening my shop. It'll promote my shop.
That's right. Yeah, he's a business owner.
Yeah, he needs a write-off anyway. So
he asked me how much I wanted. I'm like, I'm not taking any money.
That's cool.
I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I mean, think about, honestly, like, for over the years for getting him on this show or Moto 60
Yeah, he's
or whatever,
always been there for you.
Dude,
and
always.
Yeah.
He always gives, and I'm not going to take money.
Always willing to give you an interview.
Yeah, absolutely. He's helped me and helped our listeners for so long. I'm like, I'm not taking your money.
Yeah.
So it was fun.
No, that's cool.
And then Flying Taco was up there complaining that Phil and his friends, like Coop and Seth and Phil, never support him. They just, they're always negative about him.
Yeah,
so
that sounds like real friends, because real friends treat you like assholes for the most part.
Taco wanted some support.
I'm sure Paul had the same exact friend coming up through when he was doing the same thing, So, Taco will be a Futures, though, so PulpMX sponsored.
Yeah, how do we we got to make this happen. I don't know how, but we have to get this happening. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul, I mean, I'm sure you guys brought it up. No golf tournament, nothing.
Yeah, we haven't talked about this yet.
We're getting to that, but yeah. But let's just say this. No golf tournament does not mean no Team USA.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I know that's what everyone's reading into it, but
by that press release, it fucking sure seems like it.
I know. Yeah, no, but honestly, like it's the team selection has taken too long, and this golf course has rules, and you need to have a certain amount of money and people signed up by a certain date to rent a course, and we've run out of time. And it's not easy to find sponsorship dollars in the industry right now. The industry's broke. Everyone's sales are down. Race teams are broke. Race teams are tired.
The industry is not fucking broke. You all made so much money,
It is broke. It is broke.
Oh, here we go. Okay, yes, you're broke.
Well, I mean, I have a job. I'm doing my job, so my pay comes in the same way. But brands are doing. Not everyone is doing fabulously to where budgets are being closely looked at and dollars are being closely looked at. That's all is what I mean. So,
but like, who's on the team?
As of right now, we don't know.
Okay. Yes.
I'll go. Send me. What? All right. I'm just saying. If I had to go, let's say, Paul, if I went, what would be a decent score? Like a 10-10?
You finishing?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can go 10-10, that's fabulous.
In
that
MX3?
is a tough class.
Or like combined, or are you talking about in your class? What are we talking?
I think he's talking him personally.
No. Yeah.
No, I know, but are you talking about combined or in your class?
No, combined.
Just, moto finishes. Oh. What's he going to finish in the moto?
10-10 would be awesome.
That would be that's a hell of a finish at that race.
Yep. Yeah.
But like MX3, I would think you could be top 5 overall.
Really?
Yeah, MX3?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some
I don't
good
know
guys
about that.
There are, but I'm saying 5 or 6 or something. Yeah, I think that, I don't know.
I'm just thinking between both motos, with hole shots and stuff, maybe, 11-11, 10-10, I don't know, 10-12.
I think you could do that, and I think that would be good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you send AP, have him go 3-3 in Hampshire. We'll be dialed.
Dialed for what though? To get?
I don't know. Well, who else are you going to send to get on?
Oh yeah, well, I guess we're just getting into it, but it's not so much that riders don't want to go, Phil. It's just all the circumstances that everyone has related to everything. I wouldn't say any rider has been absolutely saying, no, I don't want to go, except for a few here at the very end. But, I mean, Chase wanted to go I mean, Cooper Webb very much wanted to go. A lot of great riders wanted to go. And, yeah, Aaron, RJ, they still want to go. But there's so much hair and mess and contracts and money and time, and just like everyone has their different theory and feeling. And honestly, SMX is part of it too. This has become a huge focus for people. And now there's this race in France that's 1 week later, and you're asking us to prepare for it while we're in the middle of preparing for a series that we've never raced before, and there's more money available than we've ever seen. It's very hard to get people to think about destinations.
It's hard to tell Chase, like, hey, go do this race for free.
Yeah.
On a bike that you probably have never really ridden, and you'll have a couple days on it, and try and sacrifice $1 million. It doesn't really make sense.
And I mean, and if you, granted, it's public that Honda would have supported him, but they don't have to, and that's costing Chase money to go to that race then, because they would have to, if he were to ride a Honda for another week in October, he would have to be basically amortized a fourth of his pay in October from KTM. So it's stiff. It's
wild.
Super hairy, man.
It's that. And the problem is the general public doesn't understand any of that. They don't understand the logistics that go into it. But if you ask any Tom, Dick, or Harry, like, oh yeah, would you sacrifice $1 million to go race destinations and for free for your country? And if they said yes, I'm almost certain they're lying. You know, I mean, I would have a hard time if I was Chase being like, yeah, I'll go race for Team USA and sacrifice $1 million.
It's hard because if we could have got the Chase thing to work, I think we would have had an awesome team.
I think Coop would have fell into place, and I think Danger Boy could have fell into place, or
100%,
whoever,
100%. And Chase was the number one domino, and when he couldn't figure out how to make it work, because he had a lot of different contracts. Some of them are running through September, some of them are running through December. There's just too much. And he was like, man, am I going to be half in on SMX and half in on Destinations? Like, what am I going to do here? Like, you can't, I don't blame any rider or any team or anybody for their decision. Sure, fans are going to listen to what we're all saying tonight, and they're going to find somebody to blame, but I don't blame anybody, because
no. It's just the way the cards fell.
It is, but it is difficult, and honestly, it's been, for me personally, it's been passion sucking. Like, it sucks, because I like to really, sink my teeth into whatever I do, and I want to try to make sure that it can be the best it can be, and it's not going that way, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah. Especially when you have the bikes that are going to be 1, 2, and 3. Like,
I don't think a defending champion has never knocked on the next level.
And I feel for Pelletier too, because he has tried his ass off for a month now, and the reason we don't have a team is because he's trying. And he's taking in a lot of different opinions and waiting on people and trying to do the best he can. And we can send any team. There's plenty of riders in America, but to do it right, you need money, you need funding, and now. It's dragged on so long that we can't have the golf tournament now to raise that funding. So it's almost turned into a shoestring budget effort again. And that is one of the advantages of the Austrian group. Is we could do it cheaply with them.
All right. Well, we'll talk more about this later on the show.
Yeah.
Got to run for commercial. Ryder D's coming up as well. Good job, Philip, in Charlotte. I look forward to the LCQ in Chicago. Can't wait. We'll see you there again.
See you in L.A., Paul?
Yeah, I'll come to that one for sure.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, buddy.
All right. See you, fellas.
See you, Phil. All right. That's Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by ORW. Going to commercial break here. Come back. Jason Thomas, Ryder D. More Team USA talk. Race Tech Rant. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Lots of stuff still coming up here on the PulpMX show. Stick around. Be right back after this.
God bless.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999. With a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, number one for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Town Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works Fly Racing. Thanks for listening and watching. Thank you to Phil Nicoletti. Thank you to Chase Sexton, Jeremy Albrecht for coming on, and also coming up with Ryder D as well from the Monster Energy Pro Circuit team. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherebies, industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories with over 40 years experience and input from current riders like Cooper Webb, Adam Cianciarulo, Barsha Anderson, and many others along the way. Cherebies has fine-tuned its products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Cherebies is how you pronounce it, not Ackerbis or anything like that. At Cherebies USA on social media. Chain blocks, frame guards, disc guards, slider kits, and more. Please check out Cherebies USA for all of your plastic needs. And, thanks to those guys who are sponsoring a lot of teams. Out there, Paul Perebijnos in studio with me. Also, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. It is district sales manager for the KTM group. Yeah, it's a district sales manager. Salary range is $70,000 a year. This is for Florida. Full-time job. There's a few areas that they're looking for. A district sales manager, PG&A, peer group.
Parts, garments, and accessories.
Oh, but for KTM?
Yeah, that's what they call it at KTM.
Okay.
At least.
I thought it was like peer group or something. Parts,
garments,
and accessories is responsible for creating and implementing growth plans by developing relationships and more. Please check it out if you can. Again, they're hiring for a bunch of areas in the country. Generally requires a minimum of 3 years with bachelor degree to 6 years of PG&A sales experience. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Check it out. Full-time job, Florida, other parts of the country, for the KTM group. And, again, upload your resume for free today. And if you're a motorcycle company looking to hire people, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com is a really great place to go and post your job up to find some of the best people out there. And, thanks to those guys for coming on board with us. Jason Thomas coming right up here from Fly Racing. Ryder D as well. Phil Nicoletti, not happy about the riding the LCQ. But, beat it, Phil.
It's okay.
It's okay. All right, we're waiting for JT. I want to talk some silly season with JT if I can. We're going to get more into the Team USA stuff with you as well. Joe Shimoda, 250 winner.
Yeah.
Now it's 2 races in a row he won. Ironman
cool.
and SMX.
I think all of PC has really started to turn it around a little bit. I think their bikes look great.
Yep.
I think that's part of it too. And good momentum.
I want to ask Ryder about that.
Yeah.
About the improvement in the motor somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
You work with the guy who owns Pro Circuit.
I've worked there before.
He doesn't really stop, does he?
Nope. Never stops. Nope.
So, those bikes look really good right now. And Joe winning was a great job. Did you think Hayden Deegan was going to get higher than he did in the second moto?
Yeah, maybe just based on what I've seen kind of all outdoors and what I saw first moto. But yeah, he just kind of stalled out there.
I didn't know if he was going to get all the way up there, but I thought, third? But Jordan Smith motored away. Jordan rode really well.
Because he needed
Ryder
third
D
for the
rode
overall,
well.
Yeah. But and Ryder that was the best I've seen Ryder ride as a professional.
Yeah, he was very excited about the race. He did his thing in Moto 1. Got a great start and worked backwards. That's what we've seen a lot.
Yeah.
Moto 2 though?
No, he had flow all the way to the end. Yeah.
All right, Fly Racing USA on social media at flyracing.com or flyracing.com on website. Check out the Formula S, please. Jason Thomas, what's up, man?
What's happening? How's it going?
Good. Hey, so we'll talk a little bit of silly seasons with you as well, but I also want to talk SMX a little bit. What do you think, as a rider, and you were a good one, we saw Ryder D.
Questionable.
Well, fifth at Buds. I mean, come on. we saw Ryder D in Moto 1 do what he's done all year, right? Great start and work backwards.
Okay.
What do you think happened? We're going to have him on here, but what happened in Moto 2? Like, what did he change, or what changes in a rider? Because, you know, he got another great start, but that's nothing new for Ryder D. But he rode great. So I wonder, JT, as a rider, how do you break through that, or how do you change that mentality?
I don't know. I mean, I think if you ask him, he probably wouldn't know either, right? Like, I think that's why he was so emotional after, is because you beat your head against the wall, and I'm sure he's been working really hard, but everybody's working really hard.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it's a testament to the work he's put in, but it's also, if you continue to put yourself in plus situations, right? Like situations that are set up for success, and you're doing all the right things, you have to have faith that it's going to work out one of these times. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, why are you even out there anymore? And I think it just was one of those breakthrough moments where whatever was ailing him, physically, mentally, like something was not connecting, you know, in the second half of these races. And, you know, I don't know if he was getting tired or mentally he just couldn't, you know, it was like mental fatigue. But it was pretty obvious in the results that something wasn't happening for him, and it finally did. And sometimes you don't know. Like, sometimes you just don't know why things came together or finally worked, but it did. And hopefully, you know, hopefully it continues to, because it's good to see, like, the work is obvious. Like, you're not working with, you know, Ryan Villopoto, and like, RV's not going to stick around if you're not putting the work in. So I think it was just time, and everything's on its own timetable at times.
What do we make of him going to Gas next year? He's going to TLD Gas. Paul, what do you
mean, make of it?
Yeah, what do you think he's going to do? Is it going to improve? Is it going to be a good thing? You know, like,
I mean, I think one thing that sticks out in my head, and it's a pretty good stat. I don't know if there may be a few outliers, but not many leave PC and get better. Not many.
Okay.
So, but at least with Ryder, he's such a pure rookie still. I mean, I think this decision was made a long time ago. I would look for him to continue to progress, honestly. Yeah. I don't know. You know, the Pro Circuit bike looks really good right now. I don't think the motorcycle will be a hindrance to him, but I do think the environment over there and having a little bit more, you know, not being so much one of the pack, but more of
specialized.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that could be could do well for him.
What do you think, JT, of this impending move? And we'll have him on here. I'm not going to ask him about it, put him in a bad spot. But, yeah, he's going to Gas, as we all know.
No, I think it's, you know, sideways, which is okay. You know, going sideways from Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki is not a bad thing, right? So sometimes a fresh, you know, scene and different people and different scenario can be a good thing, right? He's been on Kawasaki forever. So maybe it'll work for the positive. You know, I don't think it's like some huge step forward or some huge step back. It's just the opportunity, and we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of going into it open-minded, but I don't have a hard opinion about whether this is going to be better or worse for him.
Yeah, that's a good point JT brings up, is there is the history there, right? So, like, when you grow up in an organization or connected to the same people, you have habits, tendencies, history, all of these things that these people kind of know and are preconceived about you, right? So I think that could be a positive for him, that he's going to a brand new atmosphere, and they are getting Ryder Difrancesco, the 18-year-old, not the kid that they've been supporting since he was 10, right?
Yeah.
And they know
you can get into an echo chamber with that stuff at times, right? Like, you just the same things, thinking the same things with the same ideas and the same preconceived notions, and all that stuff can really work against you. And it doesn't always, but it can, right? You just get trapped into the same habits over and over and over, the same settings, and everybody thinks you need the same things out of your motorcycle and all that, right? And you get a fresh perspective with technicians you've never worked with, and it can change the whole outlook. Not saying it will, but it can.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Time will tell.
Kitchen to Pro Circuit. Levi Kitchen going over from Star to Pro Circuit. This one's an interesting one. Bike's not bad, but that Star Yamaha, especially indoors, was really special. I think he chafed a little bit under that program, under those atmosphere, the dog-eat-dog sort of week-to-week thing. I don't think he liked that. From what I understand, he's going to get to go kind of to Florida, to California. He can kind of bounce around as long as he's riding well and all that. JT, what's your take on Kitchen to PC?
I think it'll be good. And the biggest thing, I think he's going to be on really competitive equipment, right? Kind of similarly to Ryder D. But I think for him, he really wants to make this move. And sometimes that's all it takes, right? It doesn't have to be anything other than what's going on in that rider's head. And I think he's ready to make a change, for different reasons, right? It's sometimes you just don't feel comfortable in a particular dynamic, or you're looking for a change for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as the equipment you're switching to is competitive, that's all it takes, right? So Kitchen to me is an interesting case because he's one of the few guys in his class where I look at him and I scratch my head why he's not winning more. When I watch him ride, I'm like, how in the hell is this guy not winning races? And that's not typically the case. Like most of the guys I'm watching, I'm like, well, he's not fast enough, or he's not in shape, or mentally he's just not strong enough. Like it takes a certain mental, you just have to be strong mentally. Like it's not for everybody to be able to handle that type of pressure and to deal with that much adversity all the time, week in and week out. That's not for everybody. And when I watch Kitchen, I'm just like, man, he should be winning. And maybe this is what he needs. Because when I watch him ride, there's no question about when you watch like Ironman, I'll give you an example. Watching qualifying in Ironman, I was like, this guy could be national champion. Like it is unbelievable what he is capable of, but there's something missing, right? You watch him at Budds Creek and you're like, yeah, that's not the same guy that I watched at Ironman. So, I don't know. I don't know what's missing. Maybe this is it, maybe not. But in his head, I think this is what's needed, and maybe that's enough.
What do you think, Paul?
I'm with JT a bit on this one. I think there's more under the hood when it comes to Kitchen. Maybe this will be the switch that brings it out of him. Maybe it's not, but I think it was a switch, not so much for equipment and more for atmosphere, and maybe there was just a couple people on the team that he just didn't get along with and he felt uncomfortable with. It could be something as little as that.
I wonder if Mitch thinks about he's a good kid. He's laid back, right? He's not this intense fire burning guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's more laid back, really nice. I mean, he takes racing seriously, but I wonder if Mitch will almost look at his attitude and be like, I gotta get this kid meaner.
I don't know, maybe Mitch is looking at him like, I got to figure out how I'm going to motivate this guy. I don't know, but I just feel like there is more under the hood with him, and I guess we can go to the next subject, which is who he's going to be replacing at Pro Circuit, which is Shimoda. I mean, my feeling is we kind of know what Shimoda is.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, this is probably the worst time to bring this up because he's won 2 races in a row and he looks better than he's ever looked. But I think Cowie kind of thought, and maybe he's poised to break out, and maybe that happens at Honda. But I am skeptical that he takes a step up from where he's been.
We've had 2 series in a row where he's been, hey, this guy could win a title.
Yeah,
2 series in a row, and then you want to say 3. Last year's Supercross was kind of like, hey, Joe could, win multiple races. It didn't go well, and then this year's Supercross and this year's Outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
So, JT, where are you at with Shimoda at a Honda?
Well, it's going to be a really important year. Maybe not necessarily financially or anything like that, but he's been able to kind of hide up behind a big team, and I don't mean hide as in a negative way, but when you have that many people on the team and everybody's kind of thinking all these guys should win, there's not this pressure to be the guy. And I think when you're replacing Hunter Lawrence and Jet Lawrence before you, there's pressure to be the guy. Like I don't think there's any way to get around that, and he's got to know going into 2024 that Honda's expecting wins and championships. End of story. I think he'll be paid accordingly.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a different thing for him to have to deal with. And I don't know if he rises to the occasion or if he folds under the pressure, but it will be a little bit different than I think what he's faced in the past.
Does he work with Nick? Does he go into the Lawrence compound?
I don't know for sure, but I want to say Lawrence compound. But
one would think,
I don't know, though. Right. I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
I guess
it'd be interesting to see.
speculating.
Jalek Swoll to Triumph? I mean, a little bit less expectations, right? I would think. Like, they're not paying him to win. It's a new bike.
No, I don't think they could pay any. Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, like, maybe some.
I think it's just going to be an atmosphere that he will be better in. Like
from Bobby Hewitt.
Bobby and Scuba understand him well. It sounds like they've put a lot of time and effort into him, and maybe the environment and the atmosphere and the people motivating him will be what he needs to continue to make another step.
Right, JT.
Yeah, I think it's just lending credibility to the brand, right? He's been on a factory team since inception. He's capable of being a top 10, even a podium, Budds Creek Moto. He's a podium guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they should have unrealistic expectations. A brand new motorcycle, a guy that hasn't really won at this level, that can't be what the goal is. But I think putting that motorcycle in a positive light, having a guy that knows what the motorcycle's supposed to be, right? He's ridden the Factory Husky for a very long time, so he knows what the level of expectation is. And then you hope that it not only progresses Joeyk alongside it, but you're also setting that Triumph motorcycle up for success down the line, right? And when it's ready to win, they get a rider that maybe can win. But I think Joeyk is a perfect rider to step in, realistic expectations. He grows, they grow, and then down the line, maybe he and them are ready to win at the same time.
You know, KTM came in with that 4-stroke with Dungey, and they had been out of the game, and he won on the thing. And looking back on it, I've done some podcasts with Ryan. He's like, that bike was not good.
Yeah,
Ryan was that good that he made it winning.
Yeah.
So it's not out of the realm of expectation for Triumph to be winning, right?
I think it is. You have to look at the rider.
Okay.
If you go put Shimoda or Kitchen or Faulkner or Deegan on their bike, then I think
Okay, so that's what I'm going to ask. So I think the bike is ready to win. I think the bike will be ready to win with the right rider next year.
I don't know if I can say that yet.
Okay.
I'd like to see it amongst the other bikes first.
Yeah. Okay.
But they do have people there that obviously understand and know and need what they've hired really, really good people at Triumph. And granted, Triumph is a company that knows nothing about off-road racing, and plenty of people in that organization are examples of that.
Yep.
But the people that they've hired to run their race teams know racing.
Well, Dave Arnold's involved,
and Vince Bereni and Scuba, and those are smart people.
Right. That'll be interesting to see what happens for sure. JT, do you want to ask Paul about Team USA, or do you want to just Phil was just grilling him on it, or you want to just?
Are we going or no? That's all I need to know. Are we going or no?
Yes, we plan to send an effort, and that's it's getting hard, right? And we'll get into it obviously, but within the AMA building, it is very important to go. There's politics, and they're part of a motorcycling federation that's comparing themselves to other federations around the world, and to not send the defending champs is not a good look.
Yep.
And they're trying to support every other, all these other kind of series that we're all trying to participate in together for the greater good of motorcycling. So I think within the AMA building, they absolutely want to go. But it has just been the most difficult situation that I've been a part of. This is 10 times more complicated than it was last year.
Yeah.
And it is because of the dates. It is because of so many riders switching contracts. It's not having Tomac available. It's not having Justin Cooper available. When you lose the guys that everyone is agreement on, then there's more disagreement on who to send. Everyone has a different opinion, and everyone starts to have their opinion on who should go and who shouldn't. And really the biggest domino the entire time has been Chase Sexton, and he wants to go. He's adamant about going, but it is very difficult in the current situation he's in, trying to focus on winning a 3-race super motocross series for $1 million while also trying to get on a new color motorcycle to go race against the best athletes in the world a week later.
He was never going to go on a Honda.
He was never going to go on a Honda.
Not going to happen, right? Even though Honda was cool about it. But
Honda absolutely would have supported him. They were going to pay him for it. They were going to pay him another week's salary. That was all handled.
Right.
But Chase didn't want to go on his current motorcycle. So, hey, you're the rider. That's fine. That's your decision. And I think there was lots of opportunity to see it happen on a KTM. It's just there's a lot of hair and contracts and mess of all in it that is really no one's fault. I don't think you can blame anybody. It's just part of the situation.
I had somebody tell me 70-30 there wasn't going to be a team there, but maybe not. Maybe
I wouldn't say that.
Right, okay.
I would say it's very, very likely 95% plus chance we have a team there.
Well, when's it going to be announced, Paul?
Hopefully we'll know tomorrow morning. I've been connecting with Mike and Christina daily, and it changes daily. A lot of people have put in a lot of work behind the scenes, and Christina mostly. She booked hotel rooms before we went to Redbud last year, and logistically, this entire thing with the team selection getting pushed so far back has caused so many ripple effects of issues. Right, we've had to cancel the golf tournament just because we haven't been able to produce it, and the tournament. The course has rules to where they need certain numbers and money. And I'm a volunteer. I'm not putting my credit card on the line for $30,000 and hoping that I could sell 80 golf spots in a week. I'm not doing it.
Right. I listen. A team, B team, C team, D team. It doesn't matter to me, in my opinion, but they got to go. They got to go. Like, Jalik, Craig.
Well, we owe it to
like, just go.
Are you okay with like a Matterly type team?
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. But to not go, whew,
I know.
That's
and
brutal.
see, I fight that because I know we have the potential to win.
Of course,
and when the effort turns into this, what it's looking to be, it's winning is going to be very, very hard.
Of course, but the going there and getting your ass kicked and finishing 6th makes the wins even more.
No, it's
better.
part of it.
You know what I mean?
I believe it is extremely disrespectful to the sport, to Europeans, to other teams if we don't go.
I agree.
So we need to go.
Yeah.
Yes, but
all right. Let's do before we let JT go. We're coming up with Ryder D. Let's do the X Brand goggle tear off, shall we?
It's the X Brand tear off segment. 15-second
rapid fire. X Brand goggles, choice of champions everywhere. You look across the line of the privateer guys are running X Brand. GNCC guys, X Brand as well. We got GNCC winners, of course. The kid who hucked the triple, the first kid to huck the triple on a 65. X Brand. X Brand goggles. So you knew he saw that landing clearly.
Right.
With the X Brand Lucids.
I'm pretty sure it's a blind jump for a kid on 65, but yeah, I'm with you.
Can you just go with me?
Sure.
Okay. Pulp 2023 is the code to say with X Brand. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him at all?
Never heard the name before.
All right, let's do this.
Steve, which silly season rider will benefit the most by switching teams?
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Just brought this up. Cooper Webb.
That's a good one.
I think he's better.
That's a good one.
I think he's significantly better.
That's a really good one.
Blue Crew.
Yeah.
All right.
Paul,
yes.
Can Team USA be salvaged this year, and who's to blame for this clusterfuck? We want names.
Don't get.
Yeah, well, I don't have anybody to blame. I'm happy to spill the entire truth of exactly what's happened because I think people need to know and hear about it, and I'm sure we'll continue to get into it. But
all right.
What do you mean? Yeah, can it be salvaged? I don't know.
Okay, JT, if Team USA doesn't field a team, is that better or worse than sending a B team and getting our ass kicked?
Well, we kind of just covered that, but it's really embarrassing to be the biggest market, the most successful team over in the history of the race. To me, USA means something around the world, right? Like, I'm obviously very patriotic, but it means something to be an American. Just whether you good or bad, like both. It's a big deal for the USA to go. And if you speak to anybody about this race organizationally, it is a huge deal for America to show up. So I think we have to win, lose, or draw.
All right.
Steve, it appears Feld and MX Sports are playing nice together. Is that the case, or just smoke and mirrors?
No, absolutely. No, they're working together. They're having good meetings. Everything seems to be on board. Again, just go back to a PulpMX show 10 years ago, and I'm the one saying, I can't believe these two idiots don't get along. Like, they used to just hate each other, more Supercross on motocross than the motocross guys. But,
yeah,
they just refused to acknowledge the other series. They wouldn't work together. It was the most insane thing that I ever saw when it comes to organizational sports. And, like, I'm so happy that it's gone now and people are working together. Like, it makes so much more sense. We don't have announcers saying, see you at Anaheim.
Right.
To final Vegas. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane that how bad
we wouldn't even recognize Daytona for a while within the same series.
Yeah.
Like, it was just different race, right?
So dumb. So,
Paul, how do you think Mitch feels about Shimoda finally putting it together as he's leaving?
He probably thinks that's about fucking time, I would say, if I know Mitch. Or that makes sense.
Right.
JT, when a salad isn't available, what's your go-to stadium lunch or dinner, assuming you have to grab something from concessions?
Ooh, I don't know that I've done. Like, I would maybe get like a chicken sandwich and just eat the chicken patty. That's about as aggressive as it's going to get for me.
Steve, who seemed most excited about the SMX rounds and who looked miserable to be there?
Well, Sexton seemed very excited. Imagine that.
Weird, the guy that made the most money is the most excited.
Yeah, he seemed really excited. Honestly, the worst people were like, I could think of 3 mechanics that I talked to that were like, fuck my life.
We've had enough.
We've had enough. I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So I can think of those 3 guys that are like, yep.
All right, Paul, if you could change one thing about Des Nations, what would it be?
The date.
The date?
The date.
What now?
Put it in fucking August. I don't know, but that would help tremendously.
Well, how are you going to do it in August?
No, you can't. No, I know you can't.
It used to be before the Nationals ended.
That would be great.
It used to be like, hey, we're going to Des Nations, and then you're coming back to Binghamton.
Yeah.
But
that's never going to change. Yeah.
Now, but it used to be. How crazy is that?
It would be amazing, Marks, if there was a giant purse. That would help.
How about in front paying a little bit of money?
If in front, I mean, we could hide in front money in the golf tournament. No one would even have to know.
Well, now they would know.
Who cares? No one listens to this show. But, I mean, yeah, trust me. It is important to have USA there.
I'm bringing that up later.
And logistically wise, and yeah, that's why I started this fundraising thing, because I thought at least adding money to this could remove one of the gripes that all these teams have. Because all these teams are out of money. Like, they've traveled to more races this year than they've ever had. I mean,
when I went,
racing is not a business where you at the end of the year you're like, oh, let's see how much we profited.
Yeah.
It's you set a number back in December and you try to not go over that number by September. That's what racing is.
When I went, Yamaha told me it cost $35,000.
Yeah,
and the AMA paid for a ticket for the rider and the mechanic.
Yeah,
the AMA laid out $2,000.
I have it on very good authority that Ferrandis was very much in the conversation to be on Team France, and the cost to send him was something that made France choose Renault.
Right.
I believe.
Okay. All right. Next one.
All right, last one. JT, what's the worst flight or airline you've experienced?
Oh, God.
The worst airline would be United.
Yeah, heard that.
Oh, God, stop it.
No, it's not. I'm not a United fan, but I would say Spirit is the worst airline I've ever been on.
It wasn't good.
Come on, you've been on some janky shit in Europe.
What about Value Jet? What about Value Jet?
Yeah, I've been on Value Jet.
I've been on Value Jet. I've been on Ryanair.
Yeah.
I've been on EasyJet.
I've been on EasyJet out of England.
Oh, yeah. Britain has a bunch of janky airlines, like really low cost. They all suck.
Yeah.
Worst flight experience ever. That is, oof. I mean, I've flown almost 3 million miles, so good God, who knows? I mean, I've sat on runways for multiple hours before you take off. Like I sat in Munich, and the flight was okay, but I sat on the runway for 3 hours before we took off for a Munich to Atlanta flight. So that, an 11-hour flight turned into 14.
Yeah.
Just because we sat on the runway. So you're going to get a little bit of everything when you fly as much as we do.
All right. X-Brand Goggle Tails. All right, JT. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time. And, we will. I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow. My rant is going to be about fantasy football if you want to stick around, JT.
This game is.
I mean, you're ridiculous. I'll just leave it there.
Hey.
You're ridiculous.
Did you hear this, Marks?
Football.
Do you hear this?
I'm hearing.
This is what I was saying downstairs. This is what I'm dealing with.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Noted.
Thanks, JT.
Yep.
See you.
All right. See ya.
Hey, Jason from Grill Your Ass Off. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Not much, man. What's going on? Thanks for calling. PulpMX Queso. How we looking? How we doing?
We're officially sold out, so I figured I would call you while I was live on the show and see if we were going to do a restock on this.
Oh, we're sold out.
Selling out queso?
Selling out queso. Love it.
Wow.
Love it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you tell me. Like, can we sell through another run?
Well, of course, yeah. I'm literally sitting here on our website right now. I'm going to hit the save button, and we're back in stock.
All right, we're doing another run. We're doing another run. Queso. PulpMX Queso, grillyourassoff.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. You listen, the queso's great, but you still make no better product than the Ma Deuce seasoning. Sorry. There's no better product in the world.
Well, for all of the Pulp fans out there that have been enjoying the Grill Your Ass Off products, one, I want to say thank you, and two, make sure you guys tune in on Wednesday. We have some new products that will very much complement the queso coming out.
Oh, I can't wait. Do you have queso? Do you want me to give you some before you leave?
I don't. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'll give you a jar
on
the way home because I think you were one of the guys I wanted to,
try
it. Marks, what'd you think? Marks, what was the review?
I love it, dude.
It was better than the other stuff, right?
I think so. I didn't even mind the other stuff, but I do like the yellow cheese a little bit better.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Great
Jason.
at 11 o'clock at night.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
No, man. Thanks very much for the support and everything for us over the years. It's been great. I'm glad Grill Your Ass Off is crushing it. It's fantastic. When I put your stuff on some steaks that we have here, every guest we ever had is amazed. So.
No, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad that you finally let us come on board and sponsor the show a few years ago. And like I said, thanks again to all of the Pulp listeners on all the support.
Cool, man. Thanks, Jason. And so Wednesday, tag me on the social media, please, so I'll repost it and all of that. Yep.
Yeah, I'll shoot you over some photos as soon as we jump off of here.
Okay.
On this, on what's coming.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Jason.
All right. No problem. Have a great show.
Thank you, man. See ya. That's Jason from GrillYourAssOff.com. The code is PulpMX to save. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. All right, our next guest of the night, final guest of the night here on the PulpMX show, is brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Paul, what's your favorite OGO product? I
mean, they're all great, but yeah, I love my backpack, my little carry-on thing.
Yep. Backpack right there.
Yep.
All right. Laptop sleeve, all of that, cords, everything.
Yep.
Love the guys at OGO. OGO Power Sports. The code is PULP15 to save on any bags, from the rig bag to the 9800 to the backpacks. They got hydration products, all of that stuff at OGO Power Sports. PULP15 is the code to save. Bringing you our next guest of the night from Monster Energy Pro Circuit, Ryder D. What's up, Ryder? How are you, man?
What's up, guys?
Not much. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Congrats, man. Third in the second moto of SMX and fourth overall. That's great.
Dude, big accomplishment for me. But yeah, it honestly wasn't as hard as I thought. Got a pretty good start and stayed where I was.
Mm-hmm.
Finally just put a full moto together, and it kind of takes me back to where I belong, honestly. And it was just like I remember.
It's been frustrating for you. You've put in some good rides, don't get me wrong, and you started strong, went through like a mid-season dip outdoors, brought it back pretty good by the end, but it has been good starts and going backwards for you at times. So overall, like, there's definitely something there when I watch you and when I think about you as a team manager. Like, you can't teach those starts and the speed and everything, but on the other hand, like sometimes you go backwards. So overall, as the experience of the Nationals, was it a positive one for you, or did you leave the track most times being pissed off?
It was leaving the track most of the time pissed off, and it was a little bit of regret too.
Okay.
And like you said, I went through like that mid-season dip there, and like before that, like the first 5 rounds were really good and had progress and positives, and then it got tough on me there for a minute, and I don't know. I talked to you earlier this weekend, and having so much success as you're an amateur and not having those hard times, and then having these hard times when you get into these pros, like, you really got to learn a lot of things all at once. And I'm glad I learned it all and pulled out of it and got better as the season went on. But this third at the SMX really brought me back to, I think, who I am.
Yeah, you rode great that moto. Like, you had good flow the whole time, all the way to the checkers. Like, that was the best I've seen you ride, I think, as a professional.
Yeah, and coming from amateurs and stuff like that, there's a lot of things to learn. And like you said, like, I got into a good flow and blocked really everything out that has been going on the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So I'm interested. I was asking JT this before you got on. Like, you know, your first moto started strong, right? Went backwards a little bit, got 6th, 7th, something like that, right?
Yeah.
An hour later, you're on the line and you get another start. And, like, is it just mentally the exact same mentality for you every single time? Or do you feel like after the first one, you're like, fuck it, and then you rode better in the second one? Or did you find something on the bike, setup, anything? Like, an hour later, you're in the same spot, and not only did you not go backwards, you thrived and finished third. So, like, what's the switch? What's the difference there, if anything?
Yeah, well, after the first moto, I was more bummed just because I didn't go backwards because of fitness, and I wasn't tired. I maybe got a little bit tight and rode behind me, and I think that's how those guys got me. But I got back to the truck, and I'm like, dude, I'm a third place guy.
Yeah.
And I knew that the whole day. And so second start, I'm like, put yourself in the same position, and I know I could get a podium. So, yeah, I basically just said, screw it, put it all on the line.
Yeah.
My mechanic put 5 laps to go, and I'm like, dude, just go for it. So,
nice.
But yeah, I knew I had that pace all day. I just learned from the first one, and then obviously it paid off the second one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's great to see. And then Paul would know this more than I would, but have you always just been a great starter? Have you always been
He's a great starter.
Yeah, okay. Always like 6.
Yeah, I've always had pretty good starts.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like. I got asked today, like, what do you think you do different? I'm like, I really don't know at all. So yeah, I've always been a pretty good starter.
It sounds like it's just like it clicked in your head finally where you truly do believe and know that you can ride up there, and that's hard to find that level of confidence because you've been living at a certain level for a long time, and it's hard to find that as a professional. So yeah, I mean, I think Ryder's he's got a lot of talent. I think in Supercross he's going to really show that even more. He's super technical, and I've known him for a while now, and I think his parents are great people too. So yeah, I think it's just I think it's proof of his just giving him some time and letting him mentally get back to where he's used to, been living most of his life, and I think he's going to be pretty damn good. Yeah,
I think too, Paul. Sometimes if you're a kid, younger like Ryder is, you get great starts, but you're getting shuffled backwards. Soon you become this part where you're like, I don't really want to get a start because I'm going to get shuffled backwards or whatever. And to not have that mentality and to keep going for the starts like Ryder has been, I think that mentally is really strong. You know, so there is that too. I'm impressed with that. Did you like Ryder? Did you like this track? Did you like the hybrid thing? Where were you at? I know I asked you some of this in the post race stuff, but like,
yeah,
where are you at?
I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun Friday, just learning it, and then Saturday obviously was really good. But I think it brings something different to our sport. Obviously, it was more outdoors than Supercross. It had some tight stuff into it, but we didn't have one single bull turn. We had one rhythm. So I don't know, like going forward, it's kind of tough to run Supercross suspension. Like I had my rear end hop out of some ruts this weekend. I'm like, ooh, that could have been pretty scary. So I think, like, honestly, it may bring some variety to our sport. I think it'll be cool.
Right. Yeah.
There's just a lot of racing in the year.
Yeah, dude.
That's been the biggest deal, right?
It's
That's the newest thing for you because you're used to doing 6 week-long events in a year, and now you're doing a race 31 weekends in a year. It's tough. A lot of travel, and I would imagine that's part of your little mid-season lull you had there. Is just all the travel and the grind catching up to you.
Yeah, and it was a lot of riding too. Like I would get back and then ride Tuesday, Wednesday, and ride again. Where like I went to that mid-season low there, and I had to just be like, dude, I'm going to ride only one day this week, and the rest of the days I'm just going to chill. Like I just need a little bit of a break.
Yeah, and I think everyone's different in that respect, right? There's like, and mentally, everyone at the same time is like, well, fuck, he's riding 3 days a week. I need to be riding 3 days a week. And I think it's very important that it's different strokes for different folks, and not everyone needs to ride 3 days a week. Some guys do, yeah, but I think Tomac rides a hell of a lot less than people realize.
Well, and I'm working with RV too, and he was straight up. He's like, dude, I'm the type of guy that could ride 3 days a week and go race on the weekends and not really get over it, And it was tough for the both of us because he also had to learn me as well at the same time. So, but I think we got it pretty figured out, and I'm glad we got it figured out this year of a learning year rather than going into it next year and dealing with the same problems too.
I was talking to a Factory 250 guy today. I'm not going to name his name, but it rhymes with Stitch. And he was telling me how tired he is, how many races he's done.
Yeah.
He's in the same spot as Ryder D. He's just like, man,
yeah,
I'm over it. Right?
That's tough when you go back to a place and your entire team is doing motos on a certain day,
Yeah.
and you kind of feel like, man, I would love to take today off. I'll be amazing the rest of the week if I can just take today off.
Ryder, what is the coolest thing about being a pro? I mean, besides the paychecks or whatever, like, what's the coolest thing?
I think traveling and seeing different places.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're in and out pretty fast, but I think just traveling to different places and enjoying different scenery is cool. But I don't really know. I think that's about it.
What's the most ridiculous thing RV has ever said to you? I mean, what's just the dumbest thing he's ever said?
He says so much dumb stuff in a day I can't even remember.
Hey, how about like How about like for a while he was going to get a guitar, then he was going to be a podcaster, then he was going to.
Well, he goes through stuff. It's new stuff every month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's going to be a mountain biker, and he's going to be a podcaster, and then it's.
Remember the guitar one? Were you around for the guitar?
I remember the guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to play guitar. You should have saw him in England, dude. Just loving it because he didn't have to race, so he was just like an ambassador, like a mascot. You know?
No kids.
Loved it, dude. Yeah, loved it. Drinking beers at like noon.
Oh yeah.
Signing autographs. Posing for photos. He was absolutely in his glory, dude. It was great. He loved it. So, but on a serious note, though, like it's funny because you know he in some ways like he's underrated. He's one of the best champions we've ever had. He won 4 fucking titles in a row in Supercross. Like, dude, the guy never lost a title that he finished the series in. You know, like if he got hurt, then he didn't win, obviously. But when he started and finished, he won every title. He's phenomenal. But we just look at him like RV because we love him. He's the way he is.
Yeah.
But
that, and I think other people, like the outsiders, don't really know how great of a human he is.
Yeah, I think so, right? I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So let me ask you this, though. On a serious note, I'm bringing this around to, like, what has he helped you the most with? Or what are you, Ryder Difrancesco, most impressed with him as a coach? Like, what – and he won't listen to this, so don't worry about, getting him, getting his head even bigger than what it is. But what have you been stoked with or really excited to work with him for?
He's taught me a lot of grit and just to be tough.
Yep.
And he goes, dude, like, you can make a living at this and be done here in the next 10 years. And I think he's brought some sense to me moving forward since he's had a lot of success in the way he lives today.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's helped me out a lot. Just bringing a little more grit to my program.
Sure.
And a lot of belief in myself also. To have confidence in myself is a big thing, and that's what I needed before he came aboard. I need someone to believe in me more than myself and to tell me that I'm really good on dirt bike, and he's brought that to my program, so he's been a huge help.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, it's really good. Do you anticipate staying with him next year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Going forward, we don't have any problems, so we're good.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, it's really cool to see that for sure. Okay, so we were debating a little bit about this SMX thing and suspension stuff, and like everyone complained about it, yourself too, like how gnarly it was. And do you think you could run motocross stuff stiffened up, or is it just that rhythm too much too much supercross?
I would say a track like going for this weekend, you could probably go to outdoor stuff and just go stiff.
Okay, yeah.
But then we're also going to a track with LA Coliseum.
That looks
more supercross.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, I think you just show up to the track and just race. That's what I did last week. I didn't touch my bike one time last weekend.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty solid all weekend. But yeah, I think it just depends what track you have coming up.
What about the bikes over there now, Ryder? Because from the outside looking in, it looks. I mean, and Mitch has spoke about it, but it just looks like the bikes have made a big jump, maybe around early outdoors part.
Yeah, we had a suspension guy change mid-outdoor season, which you probably know who it is, Dave Cruz.
Yeah.
has been a huge help to our program, or maybe even just mine. But yeah, we get each other pretty well. And I think that's more bike setup, obviously. And then Mitch, I think, has made some huge strides with the motor. Obviously, you guys have seen it. I don't think our guys have started out at the top 10. But yeah, huge difference. I think all together, the suspension, chassis, motor, the whole bike did a huge jump this year.
I'm glad we got that figured out after the post race. I talked to Ryder D and I asked him about this, and Mitch told me, found something around early outdoors, and then he said he still had something else to test. This was at Bud's, and he said he thinks he can get like a 10th more, and he was going to try it that week. And then someone else asked Joe, and Joe said, no, my bike's been the same all year. So I was so confused.
Riders sometimes don't.
Yeah, I was so confused. Well, but okay, like again, I'm not talking bad on Joe, but like it's obvious the bikes are up front lately.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it is. It's super obvious.
Yeah.
Coming from a rider, I probably wouldn't have felt it if they wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It's little gains and
so it's not like holy shit, like this bike is
no,
fast.
I know, but
but yeah,
they look so much better than they did at the start.
They are getting much better starts, and I'm not even a huge proponent on like it's all horsepower on the start. You need a great bike to get a start. I'm more about the rider, but when everybody on the team has made a jump, that's either power or traction or something has improved.
Electronics or
they made something better for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Ryder Difrancesco on the PulpMX show, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp15 is a code to save with OGO. Love those guys and use the code to save. But remember, people, go to the Power Sports site, not OGO itself. You got to go to OGO Power Sports. Ryder D, so now that you're a full-time pro and you're traveling and everything else, like, what do you read Vital MX forums? Do you read magazines? How much involved are you in what's going on, like outside your bubble? Or are you one of those guys like Red Dog, for example? When I worked for Timmy, he knew nothing.
You're asking if he's a student of the sport, basically.
Like but I don't want to say it like that way. But
okay,
like
sorry.
Timmy knew nothing. You'd be like, hey, Red Dog, Brock Sellers is going to Yamaha Troy next year, and he'd be like, huh?
Yeah. What number is Brock Sellers?
Yeah. Who's Brock Sellers? Like he just didn't care. He just trained and he rode and showed the races and all that. Where are you at on that scale, Ryder?
I get like pretty out. Like I'm just probably like Timmy.
Okay.
I get away from it.
Okay.
Like I'm not the type of guy to go on YouTube the next day and watch how your weekend was.
Yeah.
I get home Sunday and I'm more worried about going to the beach than getting on my phone and seeing videos from the weekend.
Okay. And Phil's.
And I think that's one thing too, like to not get so burnt out on it.
Yeah.
Just to clock out sometimes.
Phil knows all the gossip, knows all the story. Like Phil's, did you see that interview or did you see this? Or he's like, did you watch the vlog? Like Phil will come in with like, did you watch Dino's vlog? And I'm like, no, no, Phil. But like that, he
watches all of it.
He's into it, you know. So that's where I'm at. Like different riders are different ways. So, Ryder, I suggest just live it the way you would do it. Don't worry about like us quote unquote experts talking about the sport.
No, I don't think he worries about.
Right. I'm just saying, like don't be that way. You know what I mean? Don't be like, hey, Mathis said this, or who gives a shit? Just train, ride, try to do the best you can.
Yeah, that's what I like it that way too. Do your job at the race, work hard, but when dirt bikes are over, turn it off and don't think about it and do something else.
Yeah,
because you have to break up the monotony. Otherwise, especially going as an amateur transition to a pro, it's a big jump, and I think you need some sanity sometimes, and at least I'm that way. Like I need to get away from it sometimes.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Ryder, what was the best outdoor track you raced this year, and what was the worst one? Don't look at your results. I don't care about that. Just
Bud's Creek.
Which one? Which one?
Everyone loves Bud's Creek.
He
loves Bud's Creek.
Yeah,
really?
Bud's Creek was good.
Track's fun.
That's like how technical it was.
Yeah, it was pretty technical.
That track's fun.
It may not be the funnest to watch, but
yeah. And then what was your worst one?
I don't know.
Okay. Paula?
Probably Paula.
Yeah.
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 Hangtown's not bad.
Did you like Southwick?
That's not the best one.
Which ones?
I mean, I think I'll probably like it here in the next couple years, but
Right.
Yeah, I got swallowed up there this year.
Which everyone does. Almost everyone does their first time for sure. Which tracks had you never ridden before?
Southwick, High Point. No, I rode Dilla last year. Colorado, I didn't ride. There was I think almost half of them I didn't ride.
Yeah. So what was that like trying to, and we always talk about this when the Europeans come over, like what was that like for you to learn it and to figure it out? Or would you just tag behind like Hunter or somebody? Like, what was that like racing these new tracks?
I mean, I'm pretty good at just learning the track. Like, the example for this weekend, I was pretty comfortable around lap 4 or 5. But, yeah, I think just getting in behind guys like Hunter or Jacob, the guys that have a lot of experience, helps a lot. But also you're kind of trying to just focus on yourself, too. So, yeah, I didn't really have problems learning them this year. But I think you get comfortable. I was so comfortable going to Ironman and Unadilla and places like that this year. When I showed back up, I'm like, all right, I already know this place, and it's time to go racing.
Okay, let's talk about amateur stuff for a little bit. I just got a couple of questions that I have written down here. Like, most fun amateur event of the year and most and worst amateur event that you've had to do over the years. I don't think Loretta's is an obvious answer because of the pressure and the mud.
No way. Loretta's is so much fun.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, Loretta's is cool. I think Mammoth and Loretta's
best
are
ones.
the two best.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Minios is probably. I didn't really like Minios in the past.
Yeah. All right.
It's just so long. You're there forever. And I don't know. You probably ride a total of 30, 40 minutes, an hour, maybe the whole weekend.
Aren't you there all week like Loretta's? Isn't it 1 week?
Minios is longer.
Oh, it is?
Minios starts on Saturday and then goes the entire next week.
Oh, okay.
It's a 9-day event, basically.
Well, I went to Minios once, Ryder, as an amateur mechanic and got screwed out of the Golden Wrench. I worked for Ryan Morris back in the day, and we won everything except for 2 motos, and I got screwed out of the Golden Wrench. So,
didn't you guys get beat on by somebody on KX100?
Got beat by Stu. I mean, Stu, dude.
Yeah, but you guys were on YZ125.
Doesn't matter. It was
I know.
Stu.
I know. I watched the moto. It was awesome.
Do you have like a bronze boot or a platinum pipe or anything?
Oh,
Did your dad ever win?
He's got all those.
Did your dad win the Golden Wrench? Did anybody what?
No, I didn't win anything there.
Really?
Maybe that's why I didn't like it, because I never won. But,
okay.
I mean, I won a few races, but most of my success came from Loretta's, Mammoth, and then all the Spring National stuff.
Okay. See, Paul?
Yeah.
Some amateur expert you are. You thought he won a bronze boot and everything.
I took Ryder to the gate at Minios one time.
Oh, you did?
He did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what was it?
That was the first year I met him, and that's when I was in Holiday's ear saying, "Hey, this is the next kid we got to get." This kid.
2012, maybe.
Yeah.
Was he on a 60 or 80 or something?
He was on a Cobra 50.
A Cobra 50.
Yeah, and I was working at PC. I don't know why.
Why the hell would you take a Cobra 50 kid to the gate?
I liked him. He was cool. I met his parents. They were cool. They were hanging out.
So you're like, I'll take your kid to the gate?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I'm Ryder's dad, I'm like, yeah, but if I'm Ryder's dad, I'm like, yeah, weirdo, no.
He told me to do it. He said, take Ryder to the gate. I could use a break.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Wow, who knew this? I didn't know any of this. Jeez.
Yeah.
So Bakersfield. There's Jet Reynolds. There's Ryder D. Styles Robertson. That's the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Can never figure out the three.
The 3 Bako kids.
Is there another one or no? Is that it?
There's a couple. Actually, my recent mechanic's from Bakersfield, and he used to ride.
Akua, right?
No, he's from Bakersfield, and he used to ride too. There's so many people that have come from there. There's another kid named Brock Bennett.
Yeah, you know him. He's one of the best fantasy scorers at Washougal, Brock Bennett. He was an amateur on AEO.
Okay.
And then my recent mechanic is named Tyler Blankenship. They've all raced.
Listen, you don't, Ryder. I think I told you this last time we had you on the show. I know the original Bakersfield legend.
Who's that?
Ray Crum.
Who?
Yeah.
Ray Crum. I stay with Crum.
I'm best friends with his son.
Really?
So I see Ray all the time. Yeah.
If you see Crummy, tell him I said hi.
Yeah, I love Crummy.
Because I stayed with Birdwell, was buddies with him in 97, 98. We swung through Bakersfield, stayed a few nights, went riding at some gravel pit in Baco.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, I was a Baco regular for like a week.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Crummy was fast. Just a little loose program.
Anyone that's from Bakersfield has a loose program.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Who was your guy you looked up to, Ryder? Was it Pastrana, just based on what your number was?
Yeah, Pastrana. My dad had a chick that raced WMX for a long time, and Travis was around that time too. So I always just looked up to Travis and always seen what he was doing. So, and I went to X Games a couple years and seen what, obviously, he's doing double backflips and stuff. So
yeah.
That, and then I like Stu.
Okay.
Have you talked to him?
I talked to him in South Lake for the first time ever.
How was that?
This year. It's pretty cool. I would never think I'd be talking to Stu.
He was talking to RV, and then like you were there.
Yeah, I think we're in a huge. Yeah, it was a huge group. He came over to Kawasaki, and it was me, RV. I think Tickle was there.
Yeah.
And it's cool to hear their stories.
Yeah, really, right? I agree.
And even with how RV and James race each other, like hearing them talk about that.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Listen, don't let RV tell you anything different. Stu was the one guy that could get to him. He really was.
He only talks about Duns getting to him.
No. Listen, when I think I was around a lot back in the day in the Cowie truck, like with Timmy and RV and all that. And to me, like he kind of knew he could race Dunge and beat him. I mean, obviously he respected him. I'm not saying that. But when Stu would lay down heaters in qualifying or do stuff that RV didn't do, I could think of one race in St. Louis that he was doing some quad that RV wasn't doing. And they were, battling for the title. This is Stu on Suzuki. RV was a little rattled. Like So sometimes he would be like, I can't beat him tonight. Most times he could, though. It was an older Stu by then. So, so don't let RV fool you. Stu got him riled up a little bit. But yeah, no. So Stu was cool though. Talking to him, yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, Stu was cool.
Yeah.
Obviously, I had a couple races in at that point, so we talked about what I had going on, and
you got to get out to the compound. You got to say, "What can you go ride the compound and see?"
I know,
dude. That'd be sick. Yeah. All right. Anything else for Ryder D, Paul?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, October 1. Are we gonna see some press releases? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's October 1.
Okay, October 1. Got it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there when it's time. Wow. We'll get there when it's time.
I beat Deegan this weekend for the first time.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this
one goal checked off.
Honestly, this.
Yeah, we race Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll race when it's time.
That is that's an epic drop, dude, and it's been going on for years. So I'm sure you saw plenty of social media stuff about that over the years, right?
Yeah.
It's classic. No, man, good job this weekend. I was really happy for you. It meant a lot to you. You could see that, and really, really stoked that you're able to do this. I think you got a great future in the sport for sure. And man, thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, see you, Ryder.
See you, dude.
Later.
All right, that's Ryder D, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Good dude.
Great kid.
Yeah.
Good family.
Yeah.
And I just hope he can roll the confidence.
I started yelling at him at Buds about letting me down in fantasy, and he just says, "I don't give a fuck about your fantasy game."
Love it.
And I'm like, "All right, fair enough."
Love it. Love it.
And his mom jumped in and was also like,
"Yeah, Lisa, she's nice."
Yeah, she's really nice, but they didn't want to hear me, So, anyways, I thought it was funny. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, he's a good kid, and I mean, look, I think Mitch missed out. I really did. I think Mitch could have kept him. From what I know, could have kept him. Just said nope. We're good, and I think that may come back to bite him. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
I certainly felt like some of the people thought in futures he let them down. Chance beat him more than he beat Chance. But, I mean, okay, so what does that mean? it's not the end of the world because some kid loses a futures race in the Supercross. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, I think it's just like people nitpicking things that happened during that race and
Mhm.
techniques and skill sets, and maybe they're just thought of what Ryder would be, and it remains to be seen. No one's wrong or right yet.
No, I agree. Race Tech. No, let's not do the Race Tech rant. I got a couple emails here. Let me see if you agree.
Okay.
This is speaking of Race Tech rant, Mark's got one in an email.
Okay.
All right.
Mark's got a rant?
No, Mark.
Oh, Mark is ranting.
Has a rant.
Got
it. He goes, I think it's silly to describe former Supercross and motocross champions as SMX champions on the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, we've never had those before, I guess, but this is how you transition a sport, I guess, right? It's just...
Until this year, there were no playoffs, varying point scale, or hybrid tracks, and nobody used the term SMX. Ricky is a 15-time Supercross and motocross champion, period. He's not a 15-time SMX champion. I agree. The SMX champion is going to be a separate champion. He's going to run a different number one from what we understand.
Yeah.
That is an SMX champion.
Yeah, it's a good
to
point,
say
too.
Ricky is 15 SMX champion is ridiculous. So that's Mark's rant. And he wants to say, why not call these the finals instead of the playoffs since the size of the field isn't reduced? So
the size of the field isn't
Yeah,
reduced?
like in the playoffs. Like in playoffs, you eliminate people.
Yeah, we did. We eliminated all those 30 through 40. They're eliminated.
Yeah, but
don't even come.
I know, but the next two races, the three races are going to have the same field.
Okay.
So everybody qualifies.
Yeah.
And then
I'm open to tweaks. I
Okay.
still think that it's a great first try, and little tweaks like this can all be made over time.
Okay, Rick, another Race Tech rant.
Okay.
Rick says, I'm not one to ever really complain, but this SMX race was the worst race I've been to.
Oof.
Not
What other
because,
races has he
not
been to?
because of the racing. Longtime listener, I never called in. This place, Charlotte, didn't expect this many people. Not allowed to bring in water bottles or anything. I have a 4-year-old. I stood in line multiple times for 20 minutes just for them to say we're out of water. It took me almost an hour just to find and get in line for water. Never mind the beer, because I'd be in line for more than 20 minutes to get one of those. I even went down during the main and watched the whole first 250 moto on my phone to get beer. The pits. It took 20 minutes to get past the monster tent that had Danger Boy under it. The tents were way too close to one another. There was no line. There was a line for autographs plus 2 lines just watching.
So this guy obviously had a bad weekend.
Talk about a hazard, he says. In case of an emergency, no one anywhere to go. Tell these fucks to get their shit together. It's not like there wasn't room for parking. The whole top of the lot was pretty much empty past the Hill Brothers. I've been to every East Coast Supercross and every East Coast motocross and A1 and Washougal multiple times, and I haven't seen pits this bad. The water situation pissed me off way more than anything. You're the voice of the people, Steve. Hopefully you say something. On another note, I thought the racing was decent. Besides it being a bit one line, there were a few spots to pass and made for some good passes. Hope you guys have a good show. Rick in the water.
Yeah.
Rick in the water.
Rick needs to buy a VIP experience, and he'll just have a much better day.
I guess. Yeah, that's the Race Tech rant from Rick and from Mark. Race Tech, by the way, if you want to get started in the motorcycle industry, many of the leading suspension tuners in the pro paddock and performance business around the globe began at Race Tech's Technical Edge Suspension Seminars, November 11th to 17th in Corona, California. The engine tuning workshop is the 18th to 19th. So you want to get involved, you want to start working in the industry, you can start right there. And with those suspension seminars, they sell out all the time. So please remember that. And racetech.com. Pulp23 is the code to save with Racetech. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And my Racetech rant of the night is, I got a few of them, but, Paul, one of the rants I was going to say was, like, hey, I'm just thanking Ryder D here. One of the rants I was going to say was like, look, between the 65s and the press conference that was open to the public and the camping and everything else, the fan fest, it did seem like making money was
high
priority
than it should be.
Than it should have been for a final race. But I'll lay off that rant for now.
Okay.
Because some of it bugged me. Some of it irked me a little bit, right?
Okay.
Like everyone has to be there Friday for 2 practice sessions. Why? So they can sell camping. Not because they qualify or anything.
Not to test the track and, a new hybrid idea, the split lane to make sure it works. None of that?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't make any changes.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe they nailed it. But I would assume maybe Friday is part of that too.
I think it's just more because they're trying to have camping and a fan fest and 65s and everything else.
I'm sure that's part of
right,
it
right.
as well.
And sell merch and all of that. They have a press conference there. Sean from Feld was like, hey, you didn't see at the press conference. And I'm like, well, I walked by it. There's 300 people there, and riders it's not a press conference because they're just talking to fans.
Yeah.
So, like, that's not really a press conference. Not to mention, like, if I went there and stood there, I'd probably have to take pictures with fans or sign some stuff or whatever, and now I'm not able to watch the press conference. Like, again, not saying, like, oh, woe is me, but a real press conference just has us in there talking to the riders and looking at the riders and information for the fans. This was more like a fan thing.
Fan fest type
yeah,
thing.
right, exactly.
Meet and greet.
So, anyways, okay, so that's not my race tech rant either. My race tech rant is this. So, play fantasy football.
Oh, this is where we're going.
Yeah.
All right.
I told you this was going to be my rant.
Yeah, I just forgot, I guess, already.
I'm sure many people listen to this play fantasy football.
I'm sure they do too.
Right? You are our fantasy football commissioner.
Yep.
It's JT, it's me, it's Knowles, Charles Caslew, Ryan Holiday, Lucas Myrtle, Dan Truman,
Dan Blair,
Daniel Blair,
John Knowles.
I think I said that.
Think we got everybody.
Okay.
Am I missing anybody?
So it's an industry one. We're in for $150, I think, each or whatever. So I used to run one for years. It was $50. So this is a big step up.
Okay.
So we're in this fantasy league, and like you're the commissioner, and you don't give a shit about making the game better.
I wouldn't
say
that's
my race
true.
tech rant.
I wouldn't say I required a majority agreement to make any changes is what I did inside that text over the last 2 or 3 months.
But again, you guys are teaming up against me.
Well, that's not my fault. Maybe you've pissed too many people off in that text.
How would I piss anybody off trying to make the game better?
Don't know, man.
So, okay, the waiver rules in every league, NFL, NBA, NHL, the waiver rules are the worst team, the worst record, gets first pick of the waivers. So if anybody plays fantasy football, you know you're exchanging players all the time, injuries, bye weeks, whatever. You're picking up players all the time. That is the part of how you win the game. Mm-hmm. The waiver rule in every real league
this is fantasy sports
in the world is the worst team gets the first pick and the second worst gets second pick and so on and so forth. So if I'm last in the league and I make a claim on John Smith and Paul's fifth in overall in the leagues and makes a claim on John Smith, I'm going to get him because I got a worse record. It's trying to help out the teams that are the worst teams in the league. And when you say, well, you're shitty at fantasy football, well, no, injuries happen. So you could have the best team in the world. Injuries are going to strike you, and you're going to try to get better at fantasy football. The default waiver rule in Yahoo League is
reverse order of your draft pick order.
Insane. It's reverse order of your draft pick order.
Until you start using them, and then once you use one, you go to the very bottom.
Right.
So there is a strategic way to use your waivers. Not just, I got 3 guys hurt. These are all I'm going to put in claim for every single one and see who I get.
Yeah, but the idea is to have a more competitive, more fun league. If I'm 0-7 because of injuries, and let's say I'm shitty at fantasy football, which I'm not, but let's say I am, and I'm 0-7, and I can't get anybody because I made one claim for a player, and then I keep missing out on players, I'm going to give up. I'm going to say, fuck it. I'm going to say, hey, Daniel Blair, do you want my good quarterback for nothing? Because I don't care, because I'm out of this. If I got a bye week and I'm 0-7, fuck it. I'm not going to put a guy in. So instead of that, your rules, Yahoo's rules, won't let you pick up a player. Now, I have urged you, I have begged you, I have got Dan Truman on my side, I have Daniel Blair on my side.
Truman is not on your side. You misunderstood this one.
So Dan said he was on my side. He absolutely, don't let me pull it up in the text. Dan said he was fine with it. Blair said he was fine with it. And you just...
Wait. Did you get to 5 yet?
It doesn't matter.
But it does matter because it's...
But, okay, so if there's 9 guys in the league, it wasn't 3 people for it and 6 against it. It was 3 people for it, a couple people said no, and no one else weighed in. Like Ryan Holiday, I don't remember saying shit about anything. I don't remember Ryan Holiday saying one word. Oh, Will Hahn's in our group too. Forgot about Will Hahn. He sucks. But I don't remember these guys saying one word about it. So there was 2 or 3 people that never said a word about it. So they don't even get a vote. But you as commissioner,
You realize what you're doing to me right now?
What?
You were targeting a trait in my personality that I just put the fucking wall up. And I've heard it so much at this point, I don't care.
Yeah.
And I will not listen. You can keep ranting.
It's
at this
never
point,
gonna change.
I'm going to do it despite you, and I'm not going to change it.
I know. I know this. This is why I'm making my rant. It's over.
Okay.
It's over. I also am pretty sure that you and 4 or 5 other team owners are on another group text laughing about me.
That's
accurate. Yes. So I'm trying to make the league better. I'm trying to keep everyone interested in this league. There's nothing worse than a fantasy football league, and I know because
we got rid of those people that didn't do that. We replaced them, right? We had one guy a year or two ago, two guys, remember?
Yeah.
TK, GL.
Yeah.
They weren't active enough, so we've replaced them with people that are active.
That's a good move. But there's nothing worse than seeing a guy not replace bye-week players and not giving a shit about his fantasy football team because he sucks. So
I don't believe anybody in our league is going to quit. I think everyone's vested and they're into it. And they all know how our waiver rules works because they've all played in this league for multiple years now. So they understand it. So no one has to learn anything new, and nobody could agree on anything. So I just simply said, look, if we can't agree and we can't get at least a majority agreement on something, we're not going to change anything.
Myself, Daniel, and Dan all agreed
That's 3.
Yeah, but we all said that, that doesn't make sense. Like, it does make sense to do it that way because it helps the weaker teams.
And I promise you, Dan is not on your side with this. You have misunderstood. Bring up the text.
I gotta scroll.
Yeah, it's like it's 4,000 texts ago.
I
You'll
know.
never find it.
I'll never find it.
No.
So, but yeah.
But I know Dan's not with you when it comes to this. So he's not. Daniel was in agreement with you for sure. You guys had two people who were in agreement on the text that the waiver rules would change.
As a commissioner, though, you stonewalling.
I answered every question, every topic I chimed in on, and I simply said, can we get a majority to agree, and we'll change it.
True or false? You said at one point, everyone write one change you want, and we'll draw it out of a hat.
Yep, and nobody could do it, so we didn't do it.
And that change wouldn't work. And true or false, you said one of the things on the changes was kick Steve out of the league.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
somebody requested that.
So okay.
I mean, I asked everyone to say, "Hey, give me one suggested change." Somebody said kick Steve out of the league. I can't dictate what my players are.
So this is where we're at.
Yeah.
This is where we're at.
Somebody said everyone must draft a cowboy. There was a bunch of stupid ideas.
This bias is coming in there, you know?
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you did not get your way.
I'm sorry for trying
to
make the league better. I'm sorry for trying to make the league better.
And I'm sorry for trying to keep the peace amongst the group and not let one person change it all for others that maybe didn't want it to be changed.
Do you think someone is passionately for this waiver rule? Oh, God, I love this waiver rule.
No,
I just love it.
No,
I
would say it's just you that is passionate about changing it.
Well, because I was a former commissioner.
Okay.
And I played fantasy football for 20 years.
Okay.
I know how this works. You are a newer player to fantasy football.
Oh, so now because I'm newer.
No.
Yeah, I've played this way for 10 years.
You haven't played for 10 years.
You want to look up my Yahoo history?
Have you played for 10 years?
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is I've played it with the other way. I've been a commissioner of leagues.
Okay.
I've listened to my team owners. I've listened to my people.
And I've listened to my people too, but my people can't agree on nothing. I got 2 guys that agreed on something, so I'm not going to change it for 20% of the league.
And we already take JT out of the equation because he'll disagree with me on anything.
But that's not my problem. If he doesn't, maybe if you say something like salads are the best food on the planet, he might agree with you for that. But obviously he didn't agree. And maybe he is disagreeing with you just strictly based on friendship and principle and the fact that you guys always disagree. But that's not my problem either.
The suggestion I made was for the betterment of the league.
It was a sound suggestion. We heard it, and you were denied. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But, I mean, that's my rant. Is like what I'm saying is better. And
you didn't get your way.
Yeah. I mean,
my God, Steve.
I'm just trying to make it like every other professional league. I also asked for 2 quarterbacks. That's an exciting addition to fantasy football. Now that
got shot down.
Yep.
That one got shot down too.
That one. I'm bringing that around. That one got shot down, I didn't really pursue it after that. I tried a little bit,
Yep.
but basically no one was for that rule.
Well,
and I get it. I don't like it, but I understand it. So I didn't really push that one. It was a little bit out there for some people, a little out there for progressive thinkers, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Jab. There was a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
But think about Paul, if we had that attitude about making things better, about getting to the moon.
Oh boy.
Think
Marks.
about.
I need help, Marks.
There's one.
We're trying to get it better. We're trying to make it better. You're trying to make Renthal better.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're trying to make Renthal better.
Yep.
I'm trying to make the league better. Help me.
It is in your opinion that this change will make it better, but it doesn't seem that opinion is
Those
agreed
other
to.
guys didn't care. Nobody cared.
Get them to care. That's your job. If you want the rule changed, get them to care. Get them on your side. Do whatever it takes. Buy them off. I don't know what you want to do, but get 5 people to vote, and we would have changed it.
Race tech round, everybody.
Okay.
Complete bullshit. Fantasy football league rules.
Meanwhile, this guy's kicker just kicked a 50-yard overtime field goal to beat John Knowles by 2 points. And you're bitching, and you're still upset.
Too.
Yes, it doinked, and it still went through. Meanwhile, John is probably on suicide watch at home right now.
Well, you should. Listen, I made a couple of clever waiver claims yesterday. Clever.
Yeah.
Went deep into my knowledge. Went into, some injuries, some replacement guys. I'm going to get fucked.
What do you mean? You might get those players.
I won't get them.
Well, if a lot of people want
now
them,
I'm 1-0. So
not necessarily. You are your waiver priority is based on your draft position. You drafted what, 4th?
4th or 5th, yeah.
4th. So you'll have the 6th priority.
Yep.
So if 5 guys in front of you don't want that trade, or they prioritized a different trade, say that there's 3 hot guys on the waiver wire. Maybe don't go for the guy that you think the 5 people in front of you are going to go for, and go for the other.
How am I supposed to know what the
Look who's on their roster. Look who you think they would need. That's doing your research.
Okay. So also, we did a snake draft.
Yeah.
And if you were to ask professional fantasy football players on what positions
There's
they want.
professional fantasy football
Yeah,
players?
like Matthew Berry and these guys.
Okay.
If you were to ask them, like, hey, what draft orders do you want in a snake draft?
What position you mean?
What position?
Yeah.
Not on a PPR, not on an auction one.
Okay.
They would tell you first or last.
Yeah, I would
Because
say
you get
that's
2 players.
probably accurate.
Yep.
Like either going 1 or 2 or going
So
like
now,
9, 10.
But Yahoo says that 10 is the worst draft position because you get the number 1 waiver claim.
Well, it is technically the worst draft position. You
But
pick
again,
last.
but if you were to ask professional people, they would say
because the turn is valuable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So again, 10th is a good draft order, but
It's
not according to Yahoo.
It's based on first-round picks, I guess.
Not according to Yahoo.
I don't know, man.
It's the worst draft order you want. But wait, other people say it's the best. So
doesn't sound like we're going to make an agreement here.
I just want you as a commissioner to listen to your team owners.
I believe I have.
Race Tech Round, everybody. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. Slayco, dude. Slayco knee pads. We're going to give a set away. How do we do it? How do you want to do that?
To give a set away? I don't know. Pick a number? I don't know. Trivia?
Okay.
I like trivia. Big trivia question.
Okay.
What class did Axel Hodges win at Loretta's?
Okay, that's easily look-upable.
Okay, sorry.
So, no, but do you want to do a number then on that? Like what number email with the right answer?
Yeah, the 96th email.
Okay.
Are you going to get that many?
Yeah.
Okay.
96th email.
That gives you the correct class that he won at Loretta's.
Which you'll have to tell me about, otherwise I got to look it up.
Okay.
But
You can look it up.
PulpMX Show, contest at PulpMXShow.com. Contest at PulpMXShow.com. We're going to give away a set of EVS Slayco knee pads to that winner. So please check it out. 96th email. Over the last 30 years, EVS Sports has established themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology. Athletes like RJ Hampshire, RJ, when you talk about protection at EVS Sports and RJ, you know it's been tested. You know it's been proven.
Yep.
So thank you to the folks at EVSSports.com. Code is PULP30 is the code to save at EVS-sports.com. Thank you to those guys. Slayco pads to the 96th email that gets the answer right of which class Axel Hodges won at Loretta's.
Yes.
FMIP, MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offerings of Michelin motorcycle tires. The Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. I have a project bike in the garage that you have helped me out with. Renthal 7/8 bar, Renthal sprocket, Renthal chain.
Bar pad.
bar pad, cloth.
Yep.
Bar pad. I got the Starcross 6s on there right now, mounted up there. So thank you to Michelin for making things happen. And Michelin Starcross 6, they won last year at Paris Supercross, 250 class. Took the win.
Who was that? Jace Owen or somebody?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Anyways, thanks to MichelinMan.com. They make great mountain bike tires as well. Speaking of mountain bike tires that used to sponsor the wrap-up show, word is Mr. Side crashed again.
Oh, you guys were talking about that today.
Yeah.
So dirt bike stuff is...
Just to recap, he went to Italy, crashed, went to a hospital, and he crashed.
He went to a hospital in Italy?
Oh, yeah. He was there for 3 hours on a backboard.
Really?
Yeah, at a gas intro.
Wow.
Now he crashed at PulpMX.
He's becoming a liability.
Mr. Side.
We might not be able to send him to these riding excursions.
I mean, I feel like he's got to really work on something here.
What is it? So what is he just trying to go too fast, or
I don't know, man.
Pressure moment.
Nobody knows, but Kiefer really wants to have like an intervention with him.
Intervention.
Yeah. Okay, we got a couple calls before we get into Team USA here. Ricky's on one. Ricky, what's up, man? Ricky. I could talk. Team USA. All right, I know we talked about it a few times already tonight. I wanted to save it for later, but we got into it with JT and Phil. You think we'll send a team? We should send a team.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, embarrassing if we don't send a team. I think.
Yeah.
USA.
And I think
it's
it's. I said it earlier. I think it's disrespectful to our competition too.
Yeah. I've talked many times on this show about the designations. I think Roger is a icon in the industry, but he is time to go for him as Team USA manager in my mind. Too many losses, too much conflict of interest. Look, he is the reason Kawasaki doesn't go to this race. He is the reason.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't know. They don't like the conflict of interest that he has with KTM Group and the way he wants to, work with KTM people for this race and everything else.
I would say Cowie feels more strong about the date and the time
races.
It takes away from what is what is their priority.
Right. They don't let their guys go to Paris.
Yeah.
They don't let their guys. Yeah. They don't. They pay their riders. But here's my point: is I think Rogers should be removed. He should be there as an ambassador or whatever. He's done a terrific job, but there are conflicts and there are things going on. We should have a neutral team manager. A lot of countries do have neutral team managers. So, but I'm coming around to this.
Okay.
This situation that we're in now, and I've seen it on my social media, is not Roger DeCoster's fault.
No.
This is not Roger's fault. Other years, sure, yes, he was, from what I understand, he was adamant against Cooper Webb going, but then when looking at the situation, he's like, okay, Cooper Webb can go, even though there was some bad blood there. This is not DeCoster's, the situation we're in is not DeCoster's fault.
No, and I think that's a big misconception that people have about how Team USA works. They hear this tagline, this title, team manager, and they think it's dictation. He decides everything, does everything.
At one point, I think he was.
And maybe that yes.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm only speaking from my experience, which is 2 years tops, or 1 year at this point. To me, it functions very much like a committee, and Mike Pelletier leads the committee. And there is people he is taking opinions from to try to make the best decisions. And Roger is an opinion, and Christina Denny is opinion, and maybe I've become a little bit of opinion. But Mike is also speaking to Lars Lindstrom and Dan Fahey and Roger DeCoster and Ian Harrison and Jeremy Coker.
And he has a boss too.
And he has a boss too as well, right? And he is, I believe, taking everybody's opinion that is as close to racing and has a stranglehold on racing, right, to understand who the best candidates would be and what the best team would be. And I believe Mike is taking in all those opinions and trying to make the best choice. And the reason we're in this position and why we still don't have a team and why it's taken so long is because Mike is trying to do a good job. We could do it and not put any thought into it, but he truly, really wants this to be correct and be good. So, I think when you speak about Roger that way, I think a lot of people are misunderstood as to how that's working, because he is a person that has endless connections and brings a lot to the team, right? When he walks into a room, he can command the room, Europe, especially in Europe, right? So I would say the people involved in Team USA all have such a varying range of expertise and knowledge and relationships that everyone complements each other pretty well, I feel. Everyone has their own kind of area of expertise. And yeah, simply this year, the situation that we're in has nothing to do with, any kind of decisions of one person. It's just the circumstances that are surrounding everything. And people, I'm sure, want to blame somebody, but I don't know who there is to blame in this. I don't know that you can blame one person. But, like the genesis of how we've gotten here is Chase was the priority, right? Well, for one, Tomac's out. And Justin Cooper's out. And those are two people that everyone would agree with, that you would agree with, everyone would agree with, that they would be great to send. But when you take those two guys off the table, then you have to bring more names into the conversation, and that's when the disagreements start, because people start to look very similar, right? Justin Barcia, Cooper Webb, oh, they're very similar. Justin Barcia, Aaron Plessinger. Everyone has different theories on who to send. And the number one priority this year was Chase Sexton. So Chase very much wanted to go. His dad wanted to go, but Chase is now, this is for a race that is happening in October with 3 playoff races beforehand with the most money available in the sport. And he's also changing motorcycles, and it's the new motorcycle is, contract starts, it's all the hair around it, right? And he has Monster contracts and Honda contracts and different. So there's just too much of a mess.
I think anybody with rational brain can understand Chase Sexton not going.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, despite him wanting to go, and he does. He wanted to go. He said all that in the public and in private.
He absolutely wants to go.
But I think everyone can understand it. Like, hey, man, not as much time on a KTM. You just can't be ready in time. You got the SMX stuff.
Yeah.
All of it. I don't think anybody can dispute Sexton not going. The money part is where I get a little confused at, because money has not been an issue for a long time for these teams to send people.
Do we know that for sure?
Sure, because they step up time and time again and send a ton of people.
But but we don't know what kind of a strain that puts on them to do that.
No, but we would assume that what would change, what would be different. You know what I mean? Like why?
I would say that the difference is this year all the teams are traveling and attending and racing more races than they've ever raced before. Airplane flights the entire year has probably been more than anyone has forecasted. I'm sure you've spent more on travel this year than you planned on.
It's insane. Yeah.
I think everybody in the paddock is tired. We've touched on that. And a lot of these teams are very low on money. So I think those are all still contributing factors. And SMX absolutely is a contributing factor. Like, a lot of people are focused, rightfully so, they should be.
Ironic that the unification of Feld and MX Sports and extra races cost them in the race. And look, In Front moved this race.
Yes.
For America.
I would say
America.
for America. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
And it still hasn't really helped.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, Dan Fahey was actually one of the people in the beginning that told me years ago that what you're trying to do right now, based on what we know is coming, is going to become more difficult. He told me this before we did it last year.
What? What do you mean?
Meaning fundraising and getting every team to be more on board with going to destinations.
Okay.
And he forecasted that, or theorized that it would become more difficult based on the changes that were coming in the sport.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, I've talked to the same people that you have probably, and they've told me Roger's an issue. They've never, they had a different radio channel at Redbud than the Team USA. They didn't want to talk to Roger. They didn't want to deal with Roger. They're upset still about Marvin pulling over for Dunge, which I never understood, because team tactics happen in our sport.
Yeah.
The whole time. They're upset about that. They're upset about, whatever, all the conflicts of interest of 3 teams that are trying to say they're separate, but they're not.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
And that's why I don't like the team manager term, honestly, for this situation.
Yeah.
I don't think, for one, and I'll tell every team manager in the pits this to their face, I don't think they should be team manager of Team USA. I don't.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that. Yeah,
they've
absolutely.
all raced against each other all year long. They have a season's worth of history and arguments. Yes, of like, hey, we're trying to get the red fenders up front, and no, this guy, we're trying to get the blue fenders up front.
Hey, Star protested us here. Whatever. Yeah.
There is too much hair on all of that for any one of those team managers to be involved in team making decisions, in my opinion, because it just opens up the realm for someone to think that there's a bias happening.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
So maybe the transition plan years down the road or whenever, Roger's obviously an older guy and he can't be doing it forever. I don't know that if I was Mike, I don't know that I would run out to find a team manager per se, a name. And I don't think it should be someone like Carmichael or Villapoto or anybody. I don't think Chase Sexton needs somebody in their ear to tell them, hey, you should go outside over here.
Right.
And I think still those big names have biases. Ricky's paid by Triumph. Like all these different things, right? You need neutral people. And that's what Mike Pelletier is. That's what Christina Denny is. They're neutral.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. So costs
are another thing. Costs are another thing, yeah. And that's what I really hoped, running the golf tournament would help to remove some of the cost burden.
Yeah.
So at least when we can go to each team and say, hey, you're going to get 20 grand, that helps massage the burden of going.
What do you say, and I'm not one of these people, but what do you say when people tell you this country raised $65,000 and they all went and no one and Austria sold T-shirts and sent their riders, and why does USA need all of this stuff? Like, I'm not one of those people, but that's a common.
It's hard, but top level riders deserve top level support, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like you're not sending Chase Sexton with no money. If you're going to send Chase Sexton, he needs all these people. He needs his equipment. He needs things to go to be Chase Sexton that we're used to seeing. And that costs money. And it costs money to a team that did not forecast for it. Because keep in mind, they're doing budgeting back in October, November for their 4 riders on the team to go to 31 races. They have no idea that one of their riders is going to get selected to go Team USA in France. And they have to fly 10 people over there and motorcycles and hotels. And it's a big expense that you can't forecast for.
I think about when I went in 2003 with Timmy. There was me, a suspension guy, and a helper. No gear guy.
Yeah.
Timmy did his own goggles. Thor shipped his gear.
It was a different time.
There was 4 of us.
It was a different time. And I'm not saying that we can't do that, but if you want to do it right, that's not the way to do it right. And my biggest thing is I would like to try to do this right. I mean, we rented an expandable trailer for Team USA this year, like those fancy fishbowl trailers. We rented one, and we're going to have all our riders in one spot. Like, we're going to have an organized compound because we want to make it the best we can make it. But again, there's been so much complication with finding riders.
But in the end, like with Starr not wanting to spend the money, Deegan didn't want to go.
And I've never heard Hayden say he doesn't want to go.
Yeah, I know. I talked to Brian though.
Okay.
And I listen, and I'll never criticize somebody who doesn't want to go. Like, if you don't feel 100% physically ready, mentally ready, it's a long ass season. Maybe you're nursing an injury. That's fine. You can skip this event. Jeff Stanton skipped this event. Damon Bradshaw skipped this event. Jeremy McGrath skipped this event. Ron Lachine skipped this event.
Yeah.
Guys have skipped this event. Many greats have not gone to this race, and it's fine. It's understandable. Eli Tomac, all of that.
Yep.
So I'll never come down on a guy who says, you know what? I'm not at my peak right now to go represent this country for whatever reason. Long year, mentally burned out. I get it. But
it's tough because you're going there with the expectation to win, and if you're not going to win, you're just going to catch shit.
No, yeah. And like Eli Tomac told us, he spent $10,000 out of his own money to go.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Now, $10,000 for Eli isn't much, but why should he spend one penny to go?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And these are all things that I was hoping a fundraiser
could
help solve. I mean, maybe a fundraiser could buy an insurance policy for the riders so they know if they go, hey, they're going to make $25,000 if they win.
And then Mitch didn't want to go. That really surprised me. I think there's beef with Mitch and Roger. I think Raj years ago didn't talk to Mitch anymore about being part of the team.
I don't believe that was any part of it.
Okay.
I think the most part of it was the team has come together so late, and for a while there it was going to be Sexton and Deegan and AP or something for a while. Then it was going to be Barsha and Webb and Deegan, and then it's changed so many times that I think by the time we got to Mitch and said, hey, what about Faulkner? What about Kitchen? What about – it's like, dude, that conversation happened a week or 2 ago.
Right.
It's too late.
Yeah.
And the other thing, now that, we've gotten to a point where we couldn't make the golf tournament work because the golf course needed certain, money and commitment by a certain date, and we didn't have a team to promote, so that kind of all got pushed back.
Let's say this though, I believe from talking to someone really close to the situation that Brian said, hey, we kind of don't want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that isn't the truth, and that Starr really didn't want to go to spend the money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I wonder about is like when they. And I get it, like it's expensive. I understand that. But with your fundraiser, you were able to give the teams quite a bit of money last year, to help out.
$13,000 each or so.
Okay. So, I mean, that's something, right?
Yeah.
And again, like, you don't need to send the 10 guys and all of that. You can literally send the 3 guys.
Tell the teams this.
Well, I mean, but you can do that. You can just send a motor, a bike, a motor, 1 crate, spares. I mean, Factory Yamaha's there to help you with anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you really think you're doing it correctly if you're sending the MX2 guy and the MX3 guy, the guys that have back-to-back motos without a spare bike? That's doing it correctly? Because that's not doing it correctly to me.
I would say that 80% of the teams do it that way there in the pits. I mean, it's doable. It's doable. It's not, it's not like not doable. Like, that's how these teams work, right? Maybe 90% of the teams. I mean, who has total bikes over there? Not too many people that I can remember. I mean, I'd like to see. I wonder if Aussies do that. Are Aussies doing that?
I mean, I would think Honda will have 2 bikes for each.
2 bikes
guys.
for each guy.
Yeah,
and Ferris,
especially
too?
if they're racing back to back. Maybe Jet won't, but I bet you Hunter would.
Right,
because there's no time to make a change if you're back to back.
Okay. Flip side of that, and I've said this. Look, if I was in charge of American motocross, first of all, there'd be a lot of fucking things different, including the waiver wire.
Okay.
Yeah. But if I was in charge of American motocross, and I don't care, I would tell in front, we are not coming unless you help us. That guy in front, those guys.
Yeah.
They're fucking making millions on this. I would say over $1 million. It's impossible to know.
Yeah.
You'll never know.
Yeah,
but
we
when
don't
you
know what
see
their
these
costs are.
crowds
Yeah.
and you see the vending and everything else, they are making so much money. And good for them. It's a free country. They should do whatever they want. PulpMX makes money. I get it. But you know what else I do? I pay these guys to show up. Like, I don't expect free labor in the name of your country. Now, does it need to be all the cost? No. But can it be something? When the race is in the USA, don't pay us. We're good.
Right.
But if it's in Europe, if USA doesn't go, there's always an asterisk on the winner.
The event will suffer, for
sure.
sure.
The event will suffer.
So
I'm sorry, like, if you want to say, oh, well, don't, what about Bulgaria and you're not going to pay Bulgaria? Sorry, man. Bulgaria doesn't sell tickets.
Yeah.
USA sells tickets. That's the bottom line.
I don't disagree with you here.
So the fact that in front just relies on the guilt of representing your country while they not only make money, make shit tons of money.
Yeah.
Is, I think, insane. And if I was in charge, I would be, we are not coming until we get some subsidies. However you want to work it, like, however you want to do it, that's fine. If you want to, like, okay, we could do this way.
They can sponsor 18 holes of a golf tournament.
Sure. Every other year, the races in the USA, to help us out, that's fine also. But it's not going that way. Like, there's got to be some sort of compensation from in front to, if you want to stretch it further, you could go like, look, when the race is in Europe, we help Aussie, we help USA.
The key teams that we need to be there.
To
make the event successful.
Canada, maybe. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. No, like, listen, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
But, and then when the race is in America, we will help out the key teams in Europe.
Or maybe it's the top 5 finishing teams from the year before.
Maybe what you do is it's a performance-based deal.
Yes.
If you're in the top 5 or 10,
you get assistance.
To help you get to the next race. There's so much money being made by in front.
And money fixes things and it helps things for sure.
Absolutely.
But I want to be clear that there's a disconnect, I believe, and I don't know all the people specifically, but the French Federation has been welcoming with open arms when it comes to assistance. I mean, this started all the way back I met with the French Federation and the French president the day before the Paris Supercross last year, specifically to speak about designations in this event.
Mm-hmm.
And them basically lending an olive branch to say, hey, we will help you guys in any way we can. We'll rent you a track for your testing. We'll do anything within our power as the French Federation to make sure that Team USA comes to this event, because we were at Redbud and we saw how big of an event it was, and we want our event to be that well.
Yeah.
That big, great, right? But that is different from in front.
Of course, yeah.
And that's the disconnect to where I do not believe in front feels that way.
I know, and so again,
I mean, and this is in front that doesn't give purse for their MXGPs,
so if
right?
I'm in charge of American motocross, I'm like, we ain't coming.
And I think that conversation might be.
We have the World Championships here. They're called Supercross and SMX.
Yeah,
and we're good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And you guys can have your race, and no problem. But every year the USA isn't there, it loses some luster.
And it sucks because as a fan and a passionate USA fan, right, especially of this race, like. This process, this entire time, has honestly sucked a lot of the passion out of it for me, like because it sucks.
Yeah,
it's
politics
it's just it's been, and it's not anybody's fault or to blame, or it's just you have to identify with the situations and the what's going on and respect everyone's position because everyone has valid reasons.
Yeah,
there's not a whole lot of copping out going on.
I agree, and again, like.
A lot of rider interest, I would say, too. A lot of riders wanted to go, but there's so many circumstances that have prevented them.
So do you feel like this is a 1-year thing, and like next year, Tomac healthy, Sexton healthy, contracts are settled?
I hope so. It doesn't help that a lot of our best riders are changing contracts and changing bikes.
Right.
It definitely didn't help that we have a brand new super motocross playoff championship happening.
But we'll have it next year.
I get that, but at least we'll have been through it once.
Yeah.
And I would hope, the race might be back in the U.S. next year, too. I would say that's...
No, I don't think it is.
I think it could be.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So...
I heard 2025.
That could be possible.
Yeah.
But I know it could be next year as well, too.
Right. Yeah, and look, again, as I've said, many greats have skipped this race, and I'm not going to put any, again, after 31 races, which I don't know if anybody actually did all 31. I think we worked it out that we...
Sexton? No, he didn't.
No. We thought Freddie, but Freddie didn't make every main.
Oh,
so,
wow.
like, we don't think there's anybody who did every single race. I remember I talked about this with somebody. Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Good trivia question.
But anyways,
yeah.
After 29 races for some guys,
gnarly.
They don't want to go to destinations, and I get it.
I get it too. I get it too.
And also, again, like if you don't win, you get shit on.
Yeah.
But there's 20% of the ignorant motocross fans that will probably shit on you if you don't win.
Yeah. And it's hard.
Whatever percent you want to give. Like, why do you need that as a rider? You don't need that shit. Like,
I know.
Yeah.
And we finally righted the ship last year. We ended a 10-year drought, and we won, and we'll be number 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And we don't have a team, and it's September 11th.
We got to send a team. Like, look, if we send a team, it'll be an all Austrian team, right?
Yeah, it will be.
It'll be AP, RJ. They're in. Their bikes are over there. It's all happening. Yep. We're looking for Craig is a choice in MX3, I believe, or Ryder D in MX2 on a gas. I don't want to ask. I don't want to put him on the spot and ask him, but because otherwise on Austrian Swole, right? Or Jalik Swole's in the running.
Swole is absolutely in the running.
Yeah. So we gotta go. We gotta go.
I do believe we need to go, but it's just honestly, it's a shame, and it hurts my heart and my passion that we're in this position, and I know it hurts Mike Pelletier too. But man, if you want to blame somebody, I don't know, take from what we said and try to pick out who you want to blame.
Yeah. No, listen, and I'm in the job of hot takes and sports talk radio and all this, and I don't. There's nowhere to blame.
It's tough, right? It's. I don't know. And honestly, it's so difficult. What people don't realize is there's money being lost already. Like Christina Denny booked hotel rooms for this race before Redbud last year.
Yeah.
And you can only hold hotel rooms for a certain amount of time because they can obviously sell them to somebody else. And she's been planning for this big team to arrive on a Wednesday, and we don't know who to book rooms for. And before you know it, deposits are hey, we can't cancel it anymore. There's a lot of that happening with all these things that Team USA has been working on that we're going to lose money even if we don't go. We're going to lose money.
It's just such not a good look for the country's motocross to
go
to America and win when it's all in, or when it's in America.
I hate it. Yeah,
you're front runners and you win, and then it goes to France and you're like, we're not going to go. And again, legitimate reasons. I get it, but to not go is a bad look.
It is. It is. And it's just hard because I know a lot of people aren't going to hear this and hear the reasoning behind it. They're just going to think that, we only go when it's in the USA, and because we don't have our best guys, we're not. I just there's so many. It's a passionate topic because it has to do with country pride and a lot of history, and we're the winningest nation at this race, and lot of that.
If you don't go, it's one more spot for Canada.
It is.
It's a good team.
I mean, you guys could maybe beat us straight up. You guys have a pretty damn good team.
Great team.
So, but
all right. Well, that's Team USA's drama. We'll see what happens. I mean, look, today's Monday, the 11th, and we'll always remember September 11th, by the way.
Yeah.
It was a crazy day. I was at Budds Creek with Kelly Smith for the four-stroke nationals.
I was at home getting ready to go to high school maybe or something.
So September 11th, as we do this now, I mean, we got to have one by Wednesday. We got to know by Wednesday?
I mean,
we got to know tomorrow?
We need to know tomorrow. Yeah, we're already on an extension and it's, I mean, I still haven't booked travel because I don't know for sure. And we're talking about we're traveling in less than a month.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts.
So
MTX braking. Paul, you've used these MTX pads?
Have I? Mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The red pads. No?
Maybe. Do they have green ones too?
No.
No.
Red and yellow.
No.
Gold.
I'd love to get a set. You got a set?
Not for – you got Shrams, right?
I have TRP.
Oh, I don't have TRP.
Oh.
No, I do. They fit Shimano.
Okay.
I should give you some.
Okay.
I gave you a set. I know I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Lies.
Some commissioner you make.
Now it's back to the commission.
Okay. MTXBreaking.com. Code is PulpMX to save for an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from MTX. Available in over 800 power sports dealers. They're looking for more as well. 2 compounds, one for e-mountain bikes, another for trail riders and racers. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. So thank you to those guys. And Decal Works, our guys at Decal Works. PulpMX23 is a code to save to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project bikes, magazine tests, all of it. Please check out decalmx.com. Thank you to those guys, MTX Braking. Of course, trolltraining.com. Grant Harlan, troll training athlete. I mean, what more do you need from people than to see that Grant Harlan is a troll training guy?
I mean, yeah, he's had a hell of a year.
Dude, Harlan's your guy.
I am quite proud of my privateer choice.
I
needed somebody in the U.S. using Yamaha stuff on a Renthal stuff on a Yamaha.
Yeah.
And really, my choices were Alex Ray and Grant Harlan.
Yeah.
I think I picked the right guy.
Yeah, you've been on Harlan for a while, and you've liked him.
I like him. I love his effort. I like he communicates well. He's organized. He's not a parts abuser, like just constantly ordering stuff like it's a endless, piggy bank.
Yeah.
Like he's a good dude. He works hard, and I'm stoked to see him make a good living this year.
Trolltraining.com. Please check that out. From an experienced vet to Grant Harlan to Woods guy, they'll have you covered. Trolltraining.com. By the way, speaking of Troll Training, Millville Ride Day, October 14th, 15th. I'm working on getting those emails out this week. Yeah, I'm going to pick 150 guys. Saturday, 150 riders only. Sunday's open to anybody. We got Fly there. We got FXR there.
Sounds like you're working on a lot. You got stages and food and all kinds of
beer
stuff.
trucks. Got a pizza truck.
Yeah.
We got a live pulp show. Kiefer, Wilbur, Osborne, Starling, Phil. I think I covered it. JT. JT says he's coming to ride.
Really? Riding.
Bradshaw, Villapoto. They're riding.
Really?
Yeah.
Quite the
It's
event.
been a good old time.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so also keep in tune to your emails. I'll figure that out this week. October 16th here in Vegas, most likely a live show at the Huddle Brewery. Skip
Brewery.
Norfolk's Brewery.
Sick.
That's down by Stratosphere, right, Mark? Somewhere down there, right?
Yes.
And then live show. We're going to do a live show from there with some special guests.
And
so stay tuned for that.
We need to talk about you live showing at this Renthal party that I'm thinking about.
Can we do that?
I would love to.
I'd like to.
Because we will have 500 titles to celebrate next year.
That's the plan?
We need to make we need to have a hell of a champions party, I think.
I will be there, man. I will.
Yeah, we're at 498 right now.
498.
498 titles.
So
yeah.
You need is SMX an account?
No.
Oh, not going to count. Okay.
Not yet. But we still got MXGP.
So Prado
and Adamo.
They're both Renthal guys, yeah.
Yes.
And they got good nice point sleeves?
Yep.
So you're looking at 500 titles.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, too, Renthal, you got some new grips coming?
Yeah, brand new grips. These actually aren't even out anywhere, or even distributors don't really know about them. The plan was to launch them here, but we hit a little bit of a delay. But we do have a brand new grip that's coming out. It's called the Comfort Grip. It's a glue-on grip.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
Still glue-on grips still matter. But it is literally the most comfortable grip that we could develop in 5 years of developing it. Basically.
It's got a little diamond pattern on it.
This is to replace your Pro Taper pillow top.
Okay.
If that's what you're a fan of, this is better. So
and when are they available?
This will be out probably within about 8 weeks.
Can you hold it up to the YouTube?
Yeah.
camera?
So
there we go.
Yep.
And so you got 3 patterns: soft,
no,
grippy,
just one
no,
pattern.
not pattern. Three compounds.
More than that. I didn't bring them all.
Oh.
So it's the pattern, and then we have Ultra Tacky, which is a familiar Renthal compound, Aramid, also
like
known
Kevlar.
as Kevlar.
Yep.
And then we'll have it in orange, blue, red, and black dual layer, just like this. This is orange.
Let me see.
There you go.
So it's a pillow top kind of better than a pillow top
killer. Yeah,
pillow top killer.
It's got a really hard end cap, so it's great for your beginner rider that crashes a bunch. And yeah, we've had that in hands of every rider around the entire globe for the last 5 years, and that is what we believe is the most comfortable motocross grip.
Do you foresee this being a race grip for people?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I had already had some racers try it and test it
Yeah.
In the off season, especially guys that were looking for a little bit more like
push cushion
dampening in their hands, or maybe that have wrist injuries. If you know any guys like that.
I know a guy with an arm problem. He rides a green bike.
They have tested that grip.
Okay.
Yeah.
The green bike guy?
Yeah, there was a green bike guy.
Numbness going on?
Yep.
And what do you think? What did
he liked him. He liked him. Yeah, he ended up going full waffle.
Yeah.
But we were actually going to fast track a bunch of samples for this ahead of releasing it if he really wanted to race with it.
I like that wire groove.
Yep.
That's kind of neat. Like how you cut right through the diamond.
Yeah, tie wire. You can still tie
know
wire
what I mean?
those. Yeah.
That's an extra little thought that you guys would do.
That's how it goes with Renthal. We're not super quick at developing product, but when it's finished, it's perfect.
These are nice.
So yeah, comfort grip.
Also, I could see these
catch
being
the fever.
Very easy to put on. Not blowing up.
You're not going to blow the end off. A beginner customer can dunk a whole bottle of glue in there and put it on there, and the grip will be
I use
super
contact
durable.
Cleaner. I use contact cleaner. And
This is a durable grip that's made to get your money's worth out of it.
Which compound would you run?
I am a Kevlar guy, an Aramid guy, because.
Do you run that on mountain bikes? Do you run those on mountain bikes?
I do. Yeah, different pattern, but I use the Aramid compound on my mountain bike too. It's just a little longer wearing, but still just as soft.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can I keep these here?
You can keep those there
for people.
People to touch and hold.
Right.
Yeah, the new comfort grip.
All right, check it out, everybody. Coming soon.
At your local Parts Unlimited or Turn 14 dealer.
January party.
Hopefully a January champion party is what we're thinking. Yeah, so maybe we'll have to kick around some ideas. But I'd love to get as many Renthal champions there as we can. I think that could be a pretty star-studded affair.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be a good time. And then especially if you have it around Anaheim's or, you know what
Something
I mean?
like that, yeah.
By the way, I saw a schedule for Supercross next year.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I might have saw it too.
Did you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Philly cheesesteak.
I'm sworn to secrecy.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm excited.
Me too.
Yeah. So
Me too.
all right. Ricky's got a question on one. Ricky, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I was on mute earlier today. Sorry about that. But or earlier, a little bit ago, I want to ask what makes a manufacturer? I've always wanted to ask this question, but what makes a manufacturer have to release a new bike when they just get it right after 3 years of working together?
Right? I know.
Can they just not go like, hey, let's just wait another 2 years? I mean, that KTM that Dungey won on had another 3 good years left in it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, that's only for the 1% that can ride it that fast and can know the differences. Otherwise, people like Paul and I, we're the regular schmoes that want to see innovation all the time and spend money on it, right?
I mean, yeah, KTM's developing a 2027 already.
Yeah, but think about this, too. If they sold a new bike and it didn't work right for Cooper Webb, they can't put them on the old model. They really can't. That kind of sinks.
That's a marketing
disaster.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they can't really do that either. But I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you, Ricky. Hey, we got this bike working. Oh God, it's a piece of shit. Cooper Webb can't ride it. Tomac doesn't like it. All this stuff. Absolutely. I get it. But there's the marketing, sales side of the sport, and then there's a racing side of the sport. And they don't necessarily have the same objectives.
Right.
So
Agreed. But if a guy's winning on a bike, even if they have a new model ready to be can they just not hey, let's put this kind of store this, or let's keep working on it. We'll look back into it, releasing it in 2 years. I mean, they don't have to release it, or do they have to?
They
have to. Yeah, it's all part of a plan and a schedule and a sales goal and
like Paul said,
and inventory. I mean,
27s are being worked on right now. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, Hill just got on the podium on the last generation's KTM. Roxon won on a dinosaur. You know, these bikes have a lot of years left in them before they come out with new ones.
No, you have a good point, but it doesn't. Yeah, but on the other hand, it doesn't quite work like that, right? So
that's up to the race team to figure out.
Yeah. So thanks, man. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Again, we're giving away a set of EVS Racing Slayco knee pads contest at PulpMXshow.com. The
96th email that correctly tells us the class that Axel won at Loretta's.
Okay. Darren, what's up? You got a mechanics question?
It's for me then, you think?
Yeah.
You're such an asshole.
Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, I was just wondering, riders have injury clauses and stuff, and I was just curious if the mechanics are employed by the teams or by the rider, and when the rider gets injured, what happens with the mechanic's salary?
Oh, Paul, why don't you tell them about what happens when you're injured at Pro
when
Circuit?
Your rider gets hurt, right? When your rider gets hurt, you become shop bitch, is basically how it works.
Yeah, dude, you stay working, you know. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Moto XXX in 02, Nick Way.
They sent you home?
Went and had a scope done.
Yeah.
And it was missing out he missed 4 weeks, and they just said, you're not getting paid.
No way.
But guess what I was doing?
What?
Working for Nick Way still, because he needed things done.
Right.
But I wasn't getting paid. He wasn't paying me either.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it sucked. But Red Dog got hurt a bunch at Yamaha. Guess what I was doing, Darren? I was fucking supermoto guy. Supermoto guy. I was going down to Graves Road Race Shop. I was going to Apple Valley to test with Henry and Burkhart. I was welding the shit out of swing arms or trying to weld. It was a fucking disaster. But
I became practice engine guy.
I was just
you need your practice engine just rebuilt, put it on my bench. I'll do it. That was what I would
Yeah. So it's a make work thing, Darren, but you still the good teams you keep getting paid. The XXX teams you go home.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I gotcha.
Yep. Thanks.
Hey, one more quick question for Paul, if you got time.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a Yamaha 10 Ray 700. I was just wondering what bar bend would be a little higher than stock.
Oh God, I wish it wasn't a street question you're asking me. I have a colleague that if you email,
we need to get
we need Kaiser here. That's I'm the off-road guy, and it's his job to be the road specialist. So I do know that we are working on something new for that model because I've seen it come up in our product meetings. But if you email, we have just a general question email on Renthal. If you email that, you will get Dave, and he will be happy to help you with that question.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Scott, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
Hey, you guys are striking nerves with me about this Nations team. It's not announced. We got 1, 2, and 3 plate, and we got maybe 10, 11, and 12 rider.
Yeah.
Between you, Paul, and Steve, haven't you guys raised enough money to solve these problems?
No.
No, not exactly.
No, I mean it's.
So with you, how much did you raise last year for privateers?
I don't know. Mark, what do we get? 140.
100 grand.
140.
140,000.
And Paul, with you on the golf tournament, 50 grand.
44. Yeah.
That doesn't solve this issue. Just that effort alone.
No, it does not.
Fuck. Okay. What about this idea? What about 50 cents a ticket for Supercross and Motocross goes into an account for Team USA? Every fan on board would do something.
Yeah, I mean,
like
it does. It does seem easy to set up a booth at Anaheim 1 and at Ironman, and the booth collects money for T-shirt sales.
Yeah,
and
for
whatever
Team USA
for
throughout
Team USA.
the year or something. Yeah,
and it seems like that would be a very easy thing to do. Both MX Sports and Feld would give away the vending
would they?
spot.
Yeah,
I would believe.
I would hope so.
And then doesn't that seem really easy? Yeah, I don't know.
Seems super simple. Why are we making this thing so difficult?
But having said that.
Because it's a volunteer gig, maybe. There is not literally one person paid
to do something for the country. These riders just I'm in, man. You hear RJ and Deegan wanting to be want to wrap himself in the American flag. Well, I mean,
And
Shut up. Let's fucking go.
Riders have all wanted to go like that. It hasn't been for lack of rider interest, I would say. But
I mean, we're getting ready to hold the 1, 2, and 3 plate, and we're sitting on our fucking ass with this. It's super stupid from the fan side looking into this thing. You guys are on the inside going, what the fuck are you guys doing? And on the fan side, we're like, guys, let's put together a team here.
Yeah.
And Chase on the show tonight, he can't even talk about it until October 1st. It's stupid.
Well, look, like we talked about, Scott, it's a lot of different things. It's not just money, and it's not just riders not wanting to go, and it's not just injuries and team switches. It's like everything. It's all that. It's money, it's team switches and
it's
injuries.
The schedule here. It's the time of year. It's all kinds of things.
Wow, the caveat should be that you start what bike you start the team with the season on. If you get selected for Nation, Lars already said if Chase wants to go, he's going to support him.
Yeah.
They didn't want to go on a Honda, though.
The bike's already set up. He just fucking proved it.
All right, well, tell Chase that.
Chase, if you're listening, call back in. Let's solve this thing right now.
Yeah. Well,
if he's the lead domino, and then we got Deegan and Craig, I mean, we give Craig props enough for calling his Husky team before his Star contract was over.
What?
You know? Well, when Craig went to Husky while he was on Star, you know, he was saying, hey, I'm going to Husky. He didn't have to wait till October 1st. He was proudly announcing it.
Right. Well, it's just a respect thing a little bit.
And then what about the neutral manager, like Rick Johnson? Why can't we get him?
Sure. I mean, there's RJ, there's Mitch, there's Brock.
What are they going to bring to the table? Tell me.
What
are they going to do?
The history of it, the team.
What are they going to do, though? What are they going to do? What are they going to do to help the team? Tell me. Besides
Maybe
being
just
a name.
Motivation of sticking together versus pitting from across the pits.
Okay, that's what we need them for, to tell them to stick together.
Just some level of motivation, some unity kind of, with yourself and Christine and the effort that went along there, just somebody that's dedicated on the neutral side of it that can just...
We have that. We have 3 people that are doing that. We have 3 neutral people that are dedicated and volunteering their time after their full-time job to try to make this as best as it can be.
Great. If it's you, better. If it's Christine,
it's all
wonderful.
3 of us.
Yeah, it's an effort that's totally applaudable. But if we're looking for that one dedicated manager throughout the year to kind of stay focused on the money raising effort of it, while you guys are out doing your jobs, or having this one manager that
he does have a point there. If you had someone,
who's paying this person?
Nobody's paying them because they're
it's a volunteer job.
AMA. Why can't the AMA cover this guy's travel expenses to go to these events? I mean, enough money gets raised by the AMA, with memberships and events.
Yeah, I do think the AMA is getting off a little light here, Paul, as well. Mm-hmm. Like from our end of things, like, hey man, pay some money.
They spent money. They spent well over $60,000 last year at Redbud.
You 3 are
over
the point.
Over
what?
What are they spending?
For hotels, for everybody got paid. That's on Team USA. Everybody gets a little bit of money. Everybody gets money to go. It all adds up pretty quick.
Yeah,
I mean, no one's doing it for free. Yes, it is not much, but it's something.
Right, it's something. But they can probably do more.
Yeah. I would think they could do a little bit more. I mean, if Steve and you guys are raising $150,000,
Steve is for a different cause. It's a lot. I think it's a lot easier to get someone to buy a $20 raffle ticket for a motorcycle to support a privateer than it is to, at least in my experience, to support a team where everyone thinks that, they're the highest paid athletes in the world on the best teams. Why can't they just afford to go?
I will say, though, Scott has a point. Like, if Glover was just like, hey, man.
Glover's great.
If you're going to, can you just make sure the booth at every Supercross has a person and make sure the booth is set up and work with MX Sports and work with Feld and get this booth rolling and get the volunteer working and control the money or send the money somewhere. You know what I mean? Take the money in. There's got to be somebody to do that. Somebody who, because, I mean, you got a full-time job. Christina's got a full-time job. Mike Pelletier's busy with racing. Like someone who doesn't really, Brock does have a
Brock
job, though. So maybe that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But somebody like that.
RJ sitting there with his bad boy T-shirt. And
yeah, well, I don't know about
Team
that.
USA.
Right, I don't know about that. But yeah, maybe somebody to be like, hey, your job is the fundraising. I don't know. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for the call.
Wardy's my neighbor. I'm going to ask him.
All right, there you go. Ask Wardy. Thanks, buddy.
Later.
All right, see you. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get some of that. You're going to get some of those fans that just don't understand.
I understand. Yeah. It's just, it's hard when, yeah, I want to have those answers, and I want it to be better. Trust me. I want it to, but it's like I said, it's been passion sucking a little bit.
What hasn't been sucking is the new Manscaped Beard Hedger Pro Kit.
Ooh.
Look at this thing.
You're
a man with a beard.
Yeah, but I haven't seen this new one.
It's new. Look at the settings on it.
This is impressive.
You have their.
I have their older one. Yeah.
No, that's the.
This is better.
Yeah. Well, no, the other one isn't a beard trimmer.
What'd you give me?
Well, it's like a ball hair trimmer.
Oh.
Do you use that one?
Yeah.
Okay. This is different. This is a beard.
Okay.
Manscaped.
This is nice.
Yeah, comes with a whole kit.
Very nice.
Beard conditioner, beard balm.
Oh wow, for a
beard
guy.
shampoo. Look at your beard.
Yeah, can I have this?
Got a travel case. I only got one.
Oh, okay.
I need it for a display.
Okay.
You want me to get you one?
I'd love one.
All right, I'll get you one.
I love taking care of my
yeah.
beard.
All right. Check it out. It's got the same battery that never goes dead, just like the other one. It's got different settings for height for grooming, so you can change the length of the beard.
Yep.
Groom. It's got a travel lock on it. Yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks to the folks at Manscaped. PulpMX is the code to save with these guys. Beard Hedger Pro Kit, and also the personal groomer as well. All of it available. Use the code PulpMX to save. Easy to clean, waterproof, all of that stuff. Look at this, Paul. Look at this thing. I think you.
Oh, I have one of those. It's a beard
like
brush. Yeah,
beard
it's
brush.
nice. That's nice.
And what do you use it for? Like, do you get shit in the beard?
No, apparently that is for my barber. Explained this to me. That is to comb the follicle, and it makes your beard shinier by brushing it. Yeah.
Shinier?
I think you got to do it a lot, but yeah. Apparently, it's
really
it's good for the follicle. It's good for the follicle.
A barber told you that? Okay.
That's what he told me.
All right.
And it was literally the same brush he was showing to me.
This kit's got the whole thing in it.
Yeah, literally all you need.
Brush your beard out. Yeah.
If you don't have a beard, you will have one with that kit.
Yeah, Marks, get a beard.
Okay.
All right.
Working on it.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do it. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
I believe the Jets won.
Have you thought any more about the waiver rule?
To be honest?
Yeah.
I have not.
All right. Motorsport.com, great guys.
The wall's up.
Yep. Great guys. Fantastic group of people down there at Motorsport. Dedicated team of gearheads ready to help you in whatever you need. Just call there.
Dedicated.
Just call there.
Call.
Just call.
Call the gearheads.
Yeah, call. Don't text.
They will help you.
During work hours.
If you call, we will.
I mean, OEM and aftermarket parts, free shipping and everything over $79. You want Renthal? Get it from motorsport.com. I promise you, it's the best prices, the best service out there. Motorsport.com.
I like that.
These questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and Tallon picks the best ones. Dedicated gearhead that he is.
I was telling Paul earlier, but we use that WorksFit. That's what it is, right? WorksFit?
WorksFit tool.
We all the time, like all the gearheads. That's one of the links they give us, like in our training to use.
Hell yes.
Also an inventory tool as well.
On the Renthal website.
On the Renthal website.
The Renthal website's full of all great stuff. All kinds of great stuff.
Yeah.
This one from Jock Songer. He says, did Weege rent out empty rooms at his house for you guys to stay in and for him to make some extra money this weekend?
No, but that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he didn't make Brayton's live show on Friday. Really disappointing.
Why didn't he?
He had a child's softball game.
Oh,
yeah.
I like that.
You know what? Anthony's been on hold for a while. What's up, Anthony?
Hello.
What's up, bud?
Oh my God. I thought I was going to get lost.
55 minutes on hold. What do we got? Give it to us.
Okay, so I did a lot of calculations within this past week. If the past 4 series were to go to Olympic style points, it will be a lot more competitive, way more competitive. Because if you get one bad race, that's a DNF, you lose 25 points. Instead of just getting 20, wouldn't it be better to go to go Olympic style points throughout Supercross? Or no?
No, I don't think so. I don't know why. Because it would be.
It will be a lot more closer. Like if you have a bad race, like you're not going to lose a whole 14 points if you get like 10.
Yeah, but winning a race is really hard. Don't you want it to be 3 points better than the second place guy instead of 1?
I think he's more talking about when you have the one bad moto, how you don't score any points in that moto.
Yeah.
But to me, that is removing some of the side of racing where your equipment being reliable is also a a piece of your success.
So you're saying Chase Sexton would get 1 point and Grant Harlan would get 25 points?
No, I think
25th.
I think he's more saying that
That's what,
Olympic scoring each event.
Yeah, that's
So
what
you
I'm
would
saying.
have your overall over
Yeah,
each motos.
yeah.
There would be less.
Yeah,
up and down.
like the champion would win the series with 50 points, or Jet Lawrence would have.
Yeah, or
Jet Lawrence would have
honestly,
20.
too,
Jet Lawrence would have 44 points, and win the title.
Yeah, I mean, or you can add points to heat races too, but that's just my opinion.
No, he's saying
But-
Olympic scoring.
You're saying if you win the race, you get 1? Wait.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you get 1.
1. You'd have 20.
A Supercross.
So
a Supercross. 1.
The lowest at the end of the year would
the
win.
lowest points
So
wins.
Jet Lawrence would have 44 points and win the 450 title.
So you put points up on a screen, and the guy with the lowest is
Yeah.
your champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really like that.
It's kind of like golf.
That would be no different than first place just getting 20 and going 1 point increments down the line, right?
Yeah.
That'd be the
I
same.
mean, if you get 22nd, if your bike breaks, if Tomac's bike breaks, he still loses 21 points to Sexton. It's still a big swing.
You have to incentivize a win, though. I think
That's what I meant. Like the
that's
3
where the gap
points,
is.
the 3 point difference is the biggest gap in the points because
Yeah.
winning is
True.
the best,
Okay,
right?
because I've been on hold for 55 minutes too. I have one more thing too because I'm gonna jump back to your little rant.
Okay.
What'd you rant about? Football. Fantasy.
It
Waiver
was
wire.
the
waiver wire.
no shit. No.
The waiver wire, Team USA.
Oh no.
Yes, Team USA. That is it.
Okay.
So we have the super motocross thing. There's a $10 million purse, right?
Yep.
Couldn't you just take like $1 million out and just take Team USA?
I mean,
Motocross
yeah,
league?
sure. I mean, I guess it doesn't quite work like that, though. Yeah, this is TV money that they wanted to.
No,
give,
I
like,
totally
yeah.
get it, but I mean,
Yeah.
Feld and MX Sports are like you said,
Yeah.
making
They're working
probably
together.
millions.
Sure. It's the same thing about like people say, why don't they charge $1 every Supercross ticket and give it to the privateers? Well, it doesn't quite work like that. I don't know. People don't want to do that. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I get it. I know what you're saying. $1 million doesn't seem like a lot when you're looking at.
Let's take $500,000 from your business too, and just give it to somebody else. How do you feel about it?
Yeah.
Well, damn, Paul.
I
Yeah,
know,
right.
right?
Listen,
I know,
hey,
but that's like put yourself in their shoes.
Anthony, you've been on hold a long time. Let's give you something. What do you got for a bike?
I don't have a bike. I sold mine back 10 years ago.
Oh.
Too many concussions.
Okay. What
Honestly, if you have a any type of shirt, any black shirt,
Yeah.
any black shirt, I'll
Okay.
take it.
All right. Okay. Yeah, we got something for you. All right. So stay on hold. Tallon gets your information. We'll send you a shirt. All right.
Bet. Cool.
Thanks for calling, buddy.
No problem.
Thank you. I mean, we can't go. Jet
55
Lawrence.
minutes.
We can't. Jet Lawrence can't win the title with 44 points, and then Chase Sexton gets second with 88 points. I don't.
Yeah,
think
I know.
But let's give Anthony get his address and shirt size. All right. Next question.
Okay, this first.
Okay.
From T Hall 767, the year Buds held MXDN, they lost money but did in front profit.
I don't want to hear it. Like,
Who lost money?
Jonathan Beasley claims he lost money in the Motocross of Nations at Budds Creek.
Really?
And like, I mean, he said it, but I
Find it hard.
find
to
it
believe.
hard to believe. That place was packed. Jonathan himself was going around and selling $100 black wristbands.
Who makes the ticket money at those races?
I assume the promoter.
Meaning John,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
not in front.
No, Jonathan.
They're paying
I mean,
a fee.
They
to
pay a
in front
fee. Yeah, they
to-
pay a
to
fee.
run.
I listen. The Red Bud guys made money. David Claybaugh said he didn't crush it, but he made money.
Yeah.
I don't know how Jonathan Beasley, quote unquote, lost money.
Maybe it's like when lottery winners claim their money in a mask type thing, and he's just, no, I didn't make nothing.
Claim money in a mask.
Yeah, you never seen like lottery winners?
No.
How like when they win a huge purse, sometimes they get their money in a mask. So
No,
they're-
I've never seen
You've never
that.
seen
No,
that?
no.
So
Like
like,
a
their
wrestling- like
yeah,
a wrestling mask?
Oh, anything, just something that hides their face, so their family members don't know that they won the lottery.
Right.
So they don't get a phone call from their long lost
Okay.
uncle saying, "Hey,
Like,
can you pay my
And
mortgage?"
again,
off?
like, yeah, so maybe for tax purposes, Jonathan Beasley lost money. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
I'm just
I find
guessing.
it hard to believe he really lost money at the Motocross of Nations.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
what was the
Mark's-
question?
Mark's just sent a photo of a guy in a ghost mask.
Yeah, it happens.
Scary movie. The
Yeah,
scary movie
yeah,
mask.
Yeah, the Scream mask.
Scream mask.
Yes,
What
I've
the
seen
hell?
that one. I've seen that
Okay.
one.
All right. Next question.
Scott
Gearhead.
NZ 411. Is the Pulp Show appearance the reason for the Lawrences not getting on the podium?
Oh yeah.
What do you mean?
Wow, they were on the show. They called in last
Oh,
week.
and then they didn't win.
Yeah, they didn't make the podium. Yeah, so.
Ryan Hargrave 431. What parts are physically changed and different between a soft Supercross suspension and a stiff motocross setup?
You mean a stiff Supercross setting and a soft motocross setting?
Well, for like SMX, what would be the difference between softening up your Supercross setting versus stiffening your moto?
Oh, it could be all kinds of things. It could be valving, spring rate, oil,
pistons,
all kinds of things. Yeah, it just depends.
Yeah.
671 Mac. Steve, you tweeted about Guy Cooper never winning a big bike Supercross.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the fastest rider to never win one? Lammy comes to mind for me.
Pastrana.
Yeah, Pastrana, Timmy, Lampson, Guy Cooper.
I can't believe Travis didn't win a 250
Yeah.
main.
Well, he doesn't have that many tries at it, but it's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Travis would be maybe the best pick. Lampson, Ferry, Cooper, 3 other guys that come to mind. Yep.
Didn't win a 450 race. I'm trying to think. Plessinger.
Remember Detroit? Dude?
Yeah, I know.
Dude, what if he
couple turns from it?
What if he never wins the rest of his career? Which Jet, Tomac, Sexton?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to win.
I had him in fantasy that night.
Oh, really?
Hopefully he doesn't ask you to do a return.
Ooh, jab.
I would get it done for AP.
Wow.
From our boy Checkers at Race Tech. We've seen racing continue to get more and more start dependent. What, if anything, can be done to create more separation and easier passing?
I mean, dude, it's the 450s. It's 450s have done this. Like,
what?
They don't passing in general. They don't make mistakes anymore because the fucking bikes are so good.
Yeah.
And then then you don't make mistakes. So then that's no chance to make passing,
dependent.
and you don't case things anymore. You don't come up, miss a shift, and not jump something. None of that happens anymore. They're fucking rocket ships, and they're EFI, and they got start devices, and they got maps, and I mean, like, what can you do? You can take away 4 strokes. That'll help. But like Mitch was talking to me at Budds Creek, and we were after the race. We're just bullshitting, and he's like, man, like, Swole starts 3rd today, and he ends up 3rd.
It was a 15-minute race though, too.
Okay.
Or 20-minute race,
but,
whatever it was.
He's like, first moto he's 12th because he starts 15th.
Very start dependent.
Like a 30-minute moto is still start dependent. Outside of Jet Lawrence and Hunter Lawrence and say Sexton and these elite guys, you know. But it's crazy.
Yeah.
From Keelan Wright 762. Steve, you said the teams agreed to no whoops, but Lars made it seem like he wasn't happy that the track didn't have any whoops. Was it really unanimous decision or politics?
No, I thought that was the decision they made. I didn't remember Lars seeming upset about that. I talked to Lars after the race, about post-race stuff. I don't remember him seemingly upset about that. So,
from Dumbass Race Fan, Paul, how often do you listen to the full Pulp Show?
Like maybe 1 in 10. Depending on where I'm driving, I would say, because I don't typically drive far enough to consume a 5-hour show. I listen to Steve's shorter shows. So I always do the review pod. I'll try to do Moto 60.
Privateer?
If it's somebody I'm interested in. Yeah.
Re-raceables?
I like those sometimes.
Dude, I get a lot of
I like the
re-raceables. People seem to really, like, if you're a fan, you're into that. Like, I wish more people listen to them. Our numbers are good, but they're not on this show's level, and I think some of those things are great. I'm laughing the whole time with Weege and whatever.
No, they are. I like them. I like them. So, it all depends for me where I'm driving. Or right now, it's a lot of football podcasts.
Do you listen to anything while you cycle, or?
Usually just music though.
Yeah,
and then on the way up, and then I take my music out when I descend.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, just because you need to be locked in.
Right. I've tried listening to pods on bicycle rides. Can't do it. No way.
Yeah, I don't listen to pods either. I like music though.
I can't focus on what the guy's saying because I'm thinking about the track or the trail or whatever. And so for me, music is what I have on.
From Scott with 1T. How often in web situation are the new teams asking the rider for information on the team they came from, setups, training information, etc., assuming they sign NDAs?
Yeah, they might ask for bar bend or something, but
Oh, meaning like what the next team asks the old team?
Like Carlos might call up Lars and be like, hey, what bar band did he do?
I get a lot of that. I get a lot of that.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
I took it more as like, what would Star be asking Webb about KTM's program?
Oh.
I mean, I would say it's free reign. They probably are shooting shit about everything.
Right.
Like, what did you do over there in this situation? Did you like it? Did you not? I think it's just communicating with your athlete to try to,
I have a question for you, Tallon, from @Tom420. When do you process returns at motorsport.com generally?
Usually on the phone with the person when they call.
Okay.
It takes about like 5 minutes to go through the
that sounds like a pretty quick, nice process, actually.
When they're all on one order and it's not 50 orders trying to find like
Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just asking. I'll pass that on to Tom. Thanks.
Okay.
Tell Tom to call or chat at any time. MX Racer 361. Why is Savachi not racing the playoffs? Even if he had to pay his own way, it appears to be great money and a chance to race.
I don't know, man. He's in studio next week.
Did he qualify for him?
Savachi's in studio?
Did he qualify
he made the
for
LCQ, I think.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He's in next week. Studio.
I'll be here.
All right. We'll ask him. I mean, I don't know. Like, a lot of these guys, like Joey, are like, I don't have a bike. And they don't want to go buy a bike. And they don't want to, like Colt Nichols, I applaud Colt, man. He bought a bike. He bought suspension. He was telling me how Mitch, he's like, there ain't no deals at Pro Circuit, huh? And I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. There's no deals, son. But he's making it work. He's trying to go for it.
Yeah.
He says he's 25K deep into this whole thing. But he's going to be in position to win more. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Depends how bad you need the money, I guess.
Yep.
Are we done with MXON questions?
I hope so.
I mean, do I need to ask why teams like Slovakia and Iceland manage to have a team, but USA can't?
No, we covered that.
All right. From West Gaming 21, if ZMAX doesn't return as an SMX round next year, do you think we could see it as a normal Supercross round?
No. I have a question from Ron69. When do returns generally get processed? How many requests does it take?
Usually, as soon as they call in, we process it
Okay,
right there
all right.
while we're talking to you.
Okay,
we
just
make sure
checking.
everything's
All right.
done. We make sure you get your return label. We make sure
Sounds
everything's
good. I'll pass it
done
on to
right
Ron69.
Yep. Speaking of that, did you see Ronnie Mack get dropped at some big
Yeah,
bike race?
what happened with that?
I don't know.
even
I thought you might know.
Yeah, Ron got
do
in
you
a
mean?
fight. I don't know. So it's on Twitter or Instagram.
Someone body slammed him into a hay bale. It looked like it kind of hurt.
Got him with a double leg.
It was a dirt bike move or like a wrestling
it was,
move?
they were off the bike.
Oh, they were fighting.
Yeah.
I don't know how they came off the bikes, but
Yeah. Huh. No,
and
I
Ron
did
doesn't have a
not see
great
that.
back, and it looked like he landed right on the tough block.
Uh-oh.
Baker Bull 89. What made the Super Duper Cross marketing team change from playoffs to finals?
They did?
I don't know that they did.
He said all the banners.
Oh, yeah, they did all say finals.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah.
Sugar Shane, he says, split lane, was that the best split lane we've ever seen?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Quite
We talked about
possibly.
it. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Off the ceiling, why does Paul think it's okay to leave his e-bike segments up at Greer?
What? What's that mean? What's he want to
He
know?
wants you to take down your e-bike
What-
Strava.
Probably Strava.
Times.
Oh, tell him to get fucked.
Well, I think you just
do whatever the hell I
think
want.
you just did. Oh.
What about anal bleaching?
Take down my Strava segments. Get the fuck out of here.
Sports fan 5150. With one of three Baco boys calling in, it makes sense to ask what happened with Jet Reynolds. Weird ending to the whole PC relationship.
I mean, he was sick.
I don't even know.
He was sick. Then he was, I don't know. And then, yeah, dude.
I don't even know. I haven't asked.
I mean,
but
he's probably not racing next year, right?
not for PC.
Right. But I mean, who signed him or yeah?
BarX or something.
Incredible, this kid.
It's a horrible story, honestly.
Yeah.
He won Atlanta, right? Or he was top 3 or something last year.
What?
One of the PC rookies. I don't know.
No, this PC rookie has raced maybe
You're thinking
twice.
of Hammaker.
Yeah,
how many outdoors did he do? 3, 4?
4, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, you're a Jet Reynolds whisperer.
I know. I haven't asked him what's
Right,
going on.
yeah.
I haven't asked him. I can, but I don't know.
It's not good.
No, it's awful.
Yep.
It's a shame.
LL Cool James, did Cooper Webb meet, exceed, or fall below your expectations for his debut on the Yamaha?
Well, I talked to somebody at Star who thought he could maybe podium.
I thought it was I thought he would be a little bit better.
Okay, I think
did.
so too. Yeah.
But I think he'll get better, and maybe it was just first race thing. But
Yeah.
I expected him to be a touch better.
Right. I agree. Top 5, right?
He should absolutely be there. Yeah, and I think he will be.
Will SMX champions from Albert on Discord? Will SMX champions earn a single-digit number? For instance, could Shimoda pick
I don't
number
know,
8
man.
next year?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. This is a fucking loose program, so.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Chase Sexton, Ryder D, Phil, J-Bone. Best interview tonight.
Man, that's tough. I liked a lot of them. Phil made me laugh the most.
That's every week.
I know. J-Bone gave good info.
Yeah.
I like Chase. I don't know. I have to pick, huh?
Yeah.
Let's go Phil.
Okay. All right. Shocking.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
He's
great.
We have him on all the time.
Because he's great.
And he's great. And then no one like everyone complains about everything in life,
Yeah.
except no one complains about Phil coming on the show almost every week.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, they encourage it.
No, we have Phil on. I don't know. I mean, how many times we fucking have Phil on?
A lot.
It's amazing how someone so negative can brighten up your day.
And like, I never hear from anyone like, "Oh, Phil," you know?
Yeah. No. I mean, how could you? He's
Our
great.
listeners
He's hilarious.
Our listeners are like, yes, they cannot get enough of Phil.
Yeah, he's a real dude.
So, all right, fair enough. Best interview for you, Tallon?
Ryder D. Just because I mean, you see him as a mini or whatever, but I feel like the last few years you haven't really seen or heard much from him.
Right. Marks?
I'll go J-Bone.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, same.
All right, thanks to the sponsors of the show.
What about you, Steve?
Nobody
Chase.
ever asked.
There you go.
Yeah. No one cares about my opinion. No one cares about my returns. No one cares about my opinions. No one cares about my waiver wire complaints. So thank you to our sponsors of the show. The codes are at PulpMXShow.com. All the codes are there, from Atlas Neck Brace to Guts to Works Connection. PulpMX20 is the code to save with those guys. Get Data, our buddy Dan. ECU, CDI is available as well. Renthal.com, of course. No codes for that, but please check out that site. And we have the
Comfort Grip.
Comfort Grip coming soon. Yeah.
Catch the comfort.
Is that what your slogan's going to be?
I'm still working on it.
Okay.
I don't know. Hit me with any ideas you have.
Comfort Boss?
I don't like it.
Be the boss of your comfort?
I hate that.
Okay.
Think about it some more, maybe. Sleep on it.
Okay.
If he comes up with the slogan, will you change the fantasy rules? Like
What
if
about-
he comes up with like
Oh,
a good
if he
slogan.
comes up with a great slogan that like we actually use, will I change the waiver wire rules?
Yes.
It's a fair. I think that's fair.
Catch the comfort?
Catch it.
Catch the comfort. You're catching it.
Grasp the comfort.
You're going to be tagged
Catch
all
it.
day on Twitter tomorrow with
shit.
ideas.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you
so
are.
maybe just close down the app.
And Paul is so friendly to
So
strangers
friendly, yes.
on Twitter, on social media. Paul is known to be overly friendly.
I'm
so
real big about meeting new people and making more friends.
Yeah, super friendly. Thank you for coming up, Paul. Appreciate it. Renthal.com, always great on the show. We had a few responses from people that absolutely loved your appearance in the past, so I appreciate that as well. I'd like to get Chuck in here again with you.
Yep.
You two were pretty funny, so that'd be a
Okay.
good time to get Chuck over here from
Maybe get
Stacy.
Wimes in here too.
Oh, I've been trying to get Wimes.
We can do a Wimes.
I have a plane ticket with Wimes' name.
Yeah.
That's good for 1 year for the credit.
Yeah.
So,
I'll come if he comes.
okay.
Fuck him.
I'll come if he comes.
We'll get it worked out. So yeah, thanks for the time, Paul. I really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you
for
to
sure.
Pookie and Swisscore and Rodo for their help, not Moser. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Really appreciate it. Great job on that return.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yep, thank you for that. Marks, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
Thursday, Fly Race and Moto 60 show. We'll be back to preview Chicagoland and more. Next week, Chris Kiefer, Joey Savacci in studio.
Cool. Do those two get along?
I don't know, but
Oh.
I was so worried. I'm still worried about Joey showing up that I got Kiefer in.
As like a backup.
Solid. Kiefer will show up. I don't know about Savacci.
Yeah.
So
Hey, man, you beating off?
yeah. So it should be fantastic. Thanks for listening, everybody. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. See you next week.
Last time I do this goddamn show.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho. But I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.